Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Fuji City Fuji Emperor Hotel, 5-star, Shao family property. Xiao Mizuno gently stroked the lips that she'd bit in pain last night, took a deep breath, shook her head, and pressed the elevator with big strides. Elevator straight to the highest floor. There is a wall with a bright mirror. She saw her own pale cheeks. Fine makeup base cannot hide the puffy eyelids, hard to tremor. When she stepped out of the elevator and onto the soft carpet, her heart was still trembling and her palms began to sweat. The long corridors were so quiet, there wasn't even an attendant. Yes, the top 2 floors of the hotel. How could anyone without a bit of status easily walk up? Even the waiter cannot walk around, can only wait for the summoning of the VIP. Mom said with tears in her eyes that Dad accidentally messed with the Shao family, that legendary family with a terrible background but extremely bizarre. No one in Yuan City knows, but no one knows about the Shao family. She had read a catch-all report in a magazine, and she had also heard some knowledgeable classmates whisper that the Shao family's mysterious power was something even the government could do nothing about. If she wanted her father to be safe and sound, she had to do what Elder Shao said. She just according to the arrangement to enter the hotel room with the Shao family's prince. No one has seen the appearance of Master Shao. Rumor has it that he looks rough and tough, robust. His nature is even more gloomy and vicious and scary. No one dares to look at him squarely. What about Prince Shao? It is said that he is still very young, but there are legends that say that he is even more frightening than his father. God! What kind of bad luck is this? What is so special about her? Why was she the only one out of the 20 million people in Yuan City to be chosen as the woman who would continue the Shao family's legacy? Why did Dad get into trouble with them? This is selling her body. A shameful transaction. She couldn't even help but suspect that what Dad had suffered was a trap by the Shao family. Could it be? Was it really just for this deal? Xiao Minuo continuously shivered, and goosebumps rose on her arms. Heart, pain cannot breathe, her Tong brother. Tong brother, sorry, whispered, eyelashes slightly wet. Xia and Tong's 2 families are neighbors for many years, both living in the beautiful scenery of the upscale residential area. Tong Tiansu's sister, Tong Xinyuet, and Xiao Mangnuo in the same class, are studying in the senior high school. The day a long time, the relationship between the 2 families is good to say nothing. In another month, she will graduate. Graduation at home, she will be engaged to her brother Tong, but now. Xiao Mianhua forced herself to bravely stand up her chest, restraining the impulse to escape. The desire to have to save her father left her with no choice. She did not have the time or the courage to say anything to Tong Tiansu. After tonight, Xiao Mianhua no longer have the face to see Tong Tiansu, no longer worthy of that prince-like Tong brother. Dad, I will definitely save you. Even if there is much fear, much unwillingness, she will not allow anyone to hurt their loved ones, cannot stand by and watch a family's happiness be destroyed like this. The dad who loved her the most, at this moment, she didn't know where he was imprisoned by Shao Tianxiong to suffer. She could only walk forward with trembling legs. Room 3009. Xiao Minuo glanced quickly at the doorplate and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she used all the strength she had in her 17 years of life not to allow herself to retreat. Her fists loosened and tightened and loosened before finally twisting open the door handle. It was dim, a room of dimness. In the darkness, she could vaguely see an oversized bed in the middle of the room, and the cold air from the air conditioner filled the room, causing a chill to run up from the soles of her feet. There was a scent in the air that belonged to a man, quietly expanding, but she hadn't noticed because she was too nervous. Was Prince Shao in this room? Should she go find the lamp first? No. No lights, dim as best, she must not see that Prince Shao. Shao Tianxiong had said that if everything went according to plan, they could all get what they thought of getting. He can release Dad immediately and won't give the Xia family a hard time in the future. And will she really get pregnant all at once? Come here. The man's voice was low and hoarse, full of commands. Xiao Minuo subconsciously bit this lip. There was an injury on her lip, and she immediately tasted the flavor of pain. She gently moved her legs and groped her way to the bedside with her eyes closed. Massage the back first. The man rolled over and lay on his back. The room was not completely dark. The blurred light could see the man with only a towel underneath him, his entire back uncovered in front of her eyes. Do not hurry up. The man was a little impatiently low roar. Xiao Minuo swallowed her saliva, and had already concluded that Prince Shao was simply a man with a bad temper. With a clench of her teeth, she stretched out her sluggish hand and gently touched his back. Mom's painfully anxious eyes surfaced, and Mom's helpless teaching also surfaced in the bottom of her heart. Should she take the initiative to throw herself into the arms of her father, so that he suffers a little less? Her small hands were as soft as bones, her long hair exuded a natural fragrance, and when she bent down slightly, the virginal scent lingered in the man's nose. For some reason, a wave of manic heat made his breath rush in a flash. Xiao Mizuno complied with his order and tried to obediently massage him while nervously pondering her next step. At that moment, a moan of near comfort was heard, and then she was suddenly dragged into his arms by a strong force, and in a moment of dizziness, she was violently pressed down by a warm and sturdy male body. God! Simply did not let a person to resist the room. The man was eagerly to pull off her jacket, 3 times 2 times, there is no other cover. If it weren't for the fact that there were no faces to be seen in the room, Xiao Mingyue would have bitten her tongue in shame. Of course, the man didn't give her a chance, domineering and greedy, leaving her breathless. He wanted her for a very obvious purpose. She trembled in fear and reflexively threw up her fists to pound him, but found that his chest was as hard as an iron wall and could not be defended in the slightest. Her act of resistance made him instantly more frantic. His hands were as reckless as fire, not giving her any room to escape. However, the faint odor of blood spread in the mouths where the two met. Xiao Mianyuo gritted her teeth and ordered her consciousness to detach, treating her body as if it wasn't her own. Pain a pain, endure it, count the sheep and it will pass. This is for Dad, for the whole family. Her opponent is the sinister and despicable and mysterious and powerful Xiao family, there is nothing they can do. However, one day, she will also be strong, and she will find the opportunity to make the Xiao family pay back the shame of today. Between the sharp pain of her body being plundered, Xiao Mianyuo felt the man on her body stiffen for a moment, followed by a harsh low curse, and he couldn't control his own longing to plunder regardless of the situation. Room 3009. Xiao Mingyue rubbed her eyes, trying to prove that she hadn't misread. It was still 3009, not the number Xiao Tianxiong had given her room 3006. Ah! She shrieked in shock, grabbed her jacket tightly, and darted away with hurried and misplaced steps. At dawn, between the hallways, the lonely and fragile silhouette of a person, she went down step by step powerlessly. I do not know how many flights of stairs have been down, finally could not support, fell to the ground and sobbed. God, who would tell her? What does it mean to have a nightmare? Was what had just happened really a nightmare? She had gone to the wrong room, she had found the wrong person to deal with, she had inexplicably lost her innocence. How could she still go to Xiao Tianxiong? How is she going to save Dad? Dad, Mom, child, brother, is this a joke from heaven? Why is it so cruel? At the same moment, room 3009. The man heard the scream and steeply opened his eyes, waking up from his slumber. A pair of pupils were sharp and incomparable, suddenly bursting with a horrifying light of essence. Damn! Big hands grabbed the bedsheet to take a look. Snow White bedsheet really has a few clusters of crimson blood like plum blossoms, and just a few hours ago, what exactly happened? Why was it like a dream? It wasn't a dream at all, the stark evidence was in his own hands. Who was that girl? The soft body, the bloodied lips, the trembling fear yet helplessness to bear. Damn! He had just moved into this room, how could this have happened? He couldn't even control himself, losing his mind, wanting her over and over again without even taking any precautions. Chapter 2, Chapter 002. 7 years later. The August sunlight shone on the car windows, creating a golden halo. On the way to the international airport, the black sedan got on the highway and sped at a speed of 102 per hour. Xiao Mianyuo pushed the tea-colored sunglasses upward, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, made a sharp turn, the car beautifully turned onto the overpass, and ran straight towards the airport. Xiao Tianxiong, you really are old and treacherous, even in death, you want to swing down. Bright red lips spit out a low curse, she annoyingly stepped on the gas pedal, the car quickly disappeared at the end of the road at a speed that did not want to die. Yuan City International Airport Hall. Xiao Han was dressed in a black trench coat, which set off his tall body even more upright, and his black sunglasses made him look even colder. He was already a cold and unusual man, and his thin lips pursed into a line could completely tell how bad his mood was at the moment. A transatlantic phone call, and unexpected news, he had to immediately leave the affairs of the United States, take the fastest flight back to the motherland away from more than 10 years. The old man is dead, the old man is dead. That an old fox, a powerful mob for many years of the old man so easily died? He didn't believe it. He would not believe it until he saw the old man's body. Perhaps this was another one of his plots and tricks, just to trick him into coming back and taking over the mob business that he was not willing to get involved in. Xiao Han looked at his wristwatch once again, his thin lips pursed tighter as he took large steps towards the exit of the hall. Xiao Han? An unfamiliar female voice entered his ears and managed to stop the man in his tracks. Yes, if there was anyone else here who could so much as call out his name, it was really no small miracle. He was certain that in his 30 years of living, he had never heard any woman call him in such a tone. Turning around, his sharp eyes under the sunglasses unconsciously narrowed, unmovingly sizing up the woman in front of him. Xia Mianhua put away the photo in her hand and said towards him expressionlessly, "You are Xiao Han, I think I'm not mistaken." Xiao Han could not help but frown. "Who are you?" Except for the tone of her voice when she called out her name, there was actually a woman under the sky who could be so unmoved when she saw herself. He quickly scrutinized her from head to toe and slightly hooked a sneering cold smile. Such a woman, 60 points just pass. Xiamisua looked up at him and had to admit that he had inherited Xiao Tianxiong's stern aura, and his height alone gave a strong sense of oppression. She did not say anything, directly answered, "I am the old man's secretary, specially came to pick you up. Don't you have any other luggage?" He only carried a miniature notebook in his hand, nothing else. "Secretary?" Xiao Han did not answer her question, his probing gaze seemed to penetrate the lenses, then nonchalantly summarized, "The old man's woman, I guess." Xia Mizuno frowned, a silk expression flickered, trying desperately to make herself appear calm. "The car is right outside, follow me." She knew that he was not moving to study himself, say no feeling is false, after all, how much more introverted his body's aura, but also cannot hide the natural domineering. She was sure this was a man who was good at giving orders, perhaps with a colder personality than his father. So, would it not be so smooth to approach him for a deal on his own? The two were in the same car, silent for a moment, letting the strange air flow. "You are Xia Mingyuo." Xiao Han spoke in a low voice. "Yes." Xia Mingyuo faintly answered. She is not surprised that Xiao Han knows his existence. After all, these 5 years they have become the most capable of Xiao Tianxiong's right-hand man, even living and eating by their own care. "Is the old man really dead?" He raised doubts. "Yes." Xia Niannua's hands holding the steering wheel unconsciously tightened, as if unwilling to say more. "You are a little different from what I imagined." Xiao Han suddenly changed the topic, staring at her sideways, his sharp eyes quietly hidden. "Oh, then what should I be like?" If she didn't have to discuss her plans with this man, she would not be willing to have anything to do with the Xiao family anymore, much less go through the trouble of inquiring about the time of his return to the country to come and pick him up. However, apart from your looks, this nature of yours does seem like the type that the old man appreciates. Xiao Han laughed coldly, looking at Xia Mingyuo's attire that people dare not agree with. "I thought that the old man likes beautiful women as much as I do." Xia Mingyuo glanced at him, the tone is still flat. "Is a man like beautiful women, but the old man can sit on the position of the leader of the boss, naturally not so shallow." "That's true, but it's a pity that he's dead." The last 3 words, the air seems really a little imperceptible sadness. Xia Mianhuo stopped talking and focused on driving. In the Xiao family for 5 years, even if the old man is defensive about himself from beginning to end, but the size of the Xiao family she counts clearly. The father and son of the Xiao family have been at odds for many years, only because back then the mistress was killed by the mob, leaving the young Xiao Han heartbroken at the loss of his mother. He was extremely opposed to Xiao Tianxiong again involved in the mob, but people in the world cannot help it. Xiao Han finally at the age of 18 years old that year determined to go to the United States alone, and since then the relationship with the old man more and more estranged up. However, after all, is the biological father and son, the world's only relative, heard that his father really died, Xiao Han again ruthless will have some sadness. In the silence, the cell phone suddenly rang. When Xia Mingyuo heard the familiar ringtone, inexplicably her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately took the call with one hand. How? The old man's personal bodyguard? Xiao Han was leaning back in his comfortable seat with his eyes closed. Seeing her pick up the cell phone, he couldn't help but slightly open an eye slit. A woman who looked to be in her 30s had a cute little frog hanging on her cell phone? He suspected that he had misread. It was a small frog, right, green body, snow-white belly. This woman. Just thinking, the car violently issued a sharp braking sound. Xiao Han, cold face from shock, quickly calm. Damn, how can you suddenly brake on the highway? She wants to die? What? I'll be right back. This was obviously an extremely important call. Xia Mingyuo only said 2 sentences to the phone, but her voice trembled and her face changed drastically. When the car started again, her face became pale, like her blood was drained away in an instant, and the speedy lightning-like driving made even Xiao Han, who had an extremely strong tolerance, unable to resist cursing. Shit. Do you want to play with your life? He glared at her with a sullen face. Sit firmly. Xia Mingyuo's voice unconsciously revealed a trace of panic, and her knuckles flushed a white color. Shit. Xiao Han's tone began to become bitter. Could it be that this woman was also like this around the old man? Sure enough, she was following the gangsters. God knows how much he hated these playful behaviors. Xiaomisua's mind is not here at all. She only thinks of quickly returning to the city. Just now Lu Hao said, Xiao Knight, you cannot be something, absolutely cannot be something. Wait for me, wait. She couldn't stop praying in her heart. Chapter 3 Chapter 003. What the hell happened? Xiao Han could no longer restrain himself. There was more of a warning in his voice, and his large hands began to probe on the steering wheel. Xiao Manuel pushed him away with one hand, coldly and lightly roared, Sit down. Good. Good. How dare a woman yell at him? This was the first time a woman ignored his masculinity. Even though this woman looked old and ugly, it really made his male dignity damaged. Xiao Han hooked up his cold thin lips and simply moved his body over and held the steering wheel steadily with both hands on her behalf. The car swayed crookedly for a few moments, and the speed was obviously reduced. Xiao Han. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Mianhua's forehead. She did have something to ask him, but now Xiaoya had something to do. Even if the sky collapsed, she didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. Why doesn't this man let go? Leaning so close, letting her have no escape to smell the male scent of his body, is really infuriating. Xiao Han, I am not playing with my life, trust my driving skills. She gritted her teeth and assured. I treasure my life. Xiao Han's lips were only 3 centimeters away from her, and his breath nonchalantly exhaled on the nape of her neck. With a glance of his eyes, he was surprised to find that this woman's skin was so fair and delicate that it didn't seem to match her outfit. Xiao Mizuno elbowed at him, snatched back the main control of driving, and arrowed straight ahead. You first go back to the Xiao family mansion, Lawyer Chen is waiting for you. Once in the city, Xiao Mianhuo opened the car door sharply, urging Xiao Han to get off. Suddenly, like thought of something important, she violently turned back to stare at him, and, do not say you have seen me, I will certainly come back to you as soon as possible. This abnormal woman even dared to give him an order? Is she an idiot or has she seen too much? Is she really ignoring the coldness in her body that is enough to freeze 3 feet of ice? Xiao Minhua didn't care about that much. She quickly and simply explained, as if this cold and horrified tall man in front of her was her subordinate. Remember. I will come back to you. After saying that, the car door slammed shut. That black sports car immediately, only a mysterious black shadow, disappeared. Xiao Han couldn't tell you how he felt at this moment. He stood in place and watched the car disappear, then lazily looped up his arms. His eyes were stern, but the corners of his mouth skimmed over an extremely mocking cold smile. This very personalized woman has inexplicably aroused a trace of interest in him. 002 When the Iceman meets the cool woman too. A courtyard-style house, about 2 or 3 decades of history. There is a tall acacia tree in front of the house. The black sports car scurried to the acacia tree with a swish and came to a steep stop. Turning off the engine, opening the door, and stepping out, Xiao Minhua did it all in one go, and stepped towards the gate with a rocket head rush. She was so fast that she didn't notice a tall figure blocking her way, and crashed straight through like that. Woman, you're flying high again. Just how many times do I have to say it? Lu Hao wrinkled up his 2 long, thick eyebrows, and his 2 arms firmly gripped the woman who crashed into his arms. How? As soon as Xiao Mizuno saw that it was him, he backhanded and grabbed the white cuffs. What happened to him, Xiaoyi? Where is he? Okay, look at your outfit. Lu Hao raised one hand and wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead. Xiao Nianhua shook off his head, narrowed his eyes eagerly. How is he in the end, the little knight? The words came to the end of the question, simply pushed him away, and walked towards the courtyard, shouting as she walked, Xiaoyu. Lu Hao long legs a chase, quickly buckle her wrist. Well, if the little knight really have something, I can still stand in this door waiting for you. Xiao Misua heard, breathing suddenly loosened a few points, stopped his feet and looked back at him. Really nothing? And, with your brain to think about it, will know I have not lied to you. Lu Hao poked her brain, the corner of the eye picked up. The little knight has just been Zhang's sister soothing asleep. You want a Russian like this, safe will wake him up. Only then did Xiao Minhua officially slow down her steps. She was really worried. The moment she first heard that Xiao Yu had disappeared, she only felt that her heart was going to stop beating. Until just before, her hands were still suppressing light trembling. Little knight, her heart and soul. Don't worry about it, it's a good thing it was a scare. Lu Hao saw that the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and immediately regretted that he shouldn't have been so impulsive to tell her about Xiaoyi's disappearance. He should have resolved everything before telling her, or kept it a secret from her. How I'm really worried to death. Xiao Mizuno's shoulders shook as the worry she had been holding back for so long finally collapsed like a wall. Before her tears fell, Lu Hao smoothly embraced her in his arms, patting her gently with his big, comforting hands. Thinking that he was such a ruthless character who was respected by both the black and white, and usually had an evil and cynical appearance, but once he saw such a special woman like Xia Mianhua, he became a man who didn't even recognize himself anymore. However, he was sure he liked this kind of himself. I'm going to take a look at Xiao Ye first. Xia Mingyuo wiped the corners of her eyes and walked into the house. Xia Knight, her son, was 6 years old. That simple and innocent 17 years old, in order to save his father, he was forced to become a surrogate pregnant mother for the Xiao family, and as a result, the child was born but was not the Xiao family's. Who is the father of the child? Even she herself does not know, because of the abundance of the Emperor Hotel that night extreme fear, panic, shock and shame. She thought that the loss of innocence, unable to fulfill the treaty to give birth to an heir for the Xiao family, and led to the father was forced to commit suicide is the world's most tragic and cruel, but did not expect to later in the displaced fleeing with his mother, found out that he actually had a pregnancy. Xiao Knight, luckily, you're okay, or else mommy really do not know what to do. Xiao Fan Nua ambush on the edge of the bed, her eyes were unblinking as she gazed at Summer Knight's tender face, murmuring uncontrollably. Lu Hao held her shoulders, signaling her not to make a sound, or else she would wake the child up. Only after touching the child's face again did Xia Mingyuo get up and walk with him to the living room. It hadn't been long since the mother and son had moved here, and to put it mildly, it hadn't been long since the mother and son had actually lived together. All of this was after the sudden death of Elder Xiao. There are some twists and turns that are long to say, and some hidden stories that must remain a secret forever, and Lu Hao was the one who knew all the inside information the best from the beginning to the end, so Xia Mianhua and Lu Hao were unspoken good partners and companions. After arriving at the study, Xia Mingyuo gradually regained her composure. How, what's going on? Chapter 4 Chapter 004. Lu Hao only gathers his eyebrows lightly for a moment, and soon stretches them out, his thin lips hooking out a touch of easy smile. Nothing, just a false alarm. The brat was bored at home, so he took advantage of Sister Shang's lack of attention and slipped out to play alone. This play on the play far, the result on the body no money and no phone, become a child in distress. Seeing him talk like he's so relaxed, Xia Mingyuo tried to see something in his long narrow eyes, but of course she couldn't see anything. She asked tentatively, is that really all there is to it? It's really just like that. Lu Hao nodded his head in affirmation. Then why did you call me on purpose? You do not know that I was so worried that she could not help but get agitated again when she thought about the anxiety in her internal organs before. Lu Hao considerately poured a glass of red wine for her, rubbing her long hair. Come on, pressure shock, I was too impulsive, okay? I was afraid that if the brat couldn't be found, you would still strangle a handsome man like me, who is unrivaled in the world. Don't be ridiculous, would I do that? Tell me, how did you find him? Xia Mingyuo took the red wine and took a sip. That kid's brain is not compared to you. As soon as he saw a uniformed uncle, he immediately asked for help. Lu Hao pulled her to sit on the sofa and continued to narrate that the inspector sent him back later. The inspector? Xia Mingyuo's wineglass in the hands of a sudden, I do not know why, these 3 words suddenly let her heart mouth unconsciously pumped, as if a long, long time ago. The time is so long ago that it seems to be like a past life. There is so much people also want to be a prosecutor. That person. Tong brother. That is the memory of her past life, hidden in the bottom layer of her heart, never dare to touch again. XANU, XANAI, and many, many sweet and carefree past events flashed by in an instant like fire and lightning, flashing so much that she suddenly had a splitting headache. Quickly turning back to her thoughts, she fiercely closed her eyes, but her knuckles instantly turned white. Lu Hao only glanced at her, and then noticed the difference, walked over to embrace her shoulders. What's wrong? I said it's okay, don't worry about it. But the heart has sighed, this woman in the end, how to do in front of outsiders so firm and cold? It's okay, you just said that, Inspector? Xia Mingyuo smiled at him. Oh, speaking of that, inspector is not bad looking, of course, compared to me, there is still a little gap. Lu Hao didn't like to see her moping around, and simply wanted to cheer her up. Xia Mianhua couldn't help her whole body trembling for a moment, scrambling to wave away those images. From the moment Elder Xiao found her mother who had taken her around, her life had irresistibly entered another world. That girl who loved pure white lace dresses and wore a pure and sweet smile every day could never go back. Can never go back. Lu Hao converged the light smile on his thin lips, gradually pursed the corners of his mouth, and with a stretch of his long arm, he pressed her head against his shoulder. You, this woman witch. How to look at all lovely, huh? Xia Mingyuo leaned against him and gently closed her eyes. This love-struck man who changed around with different beauties every month, at least it was true when he was by his side, right? When she was working for Master Xiao, the only biggest blessing was that she had befriended Lu Hao, a man who was like a brother but not a brother, whose shoulder could be lent to her to rely on at any time, and whose embrace could give her warmth at any time, which she thanked God for 1,000,000 times over. By the way, what did you do early in the morning? After a long time, Lu Hao asked. With her outfit today, he knew that she must have been busy with some official business. Suddenly mentioning this, Xia Menyuo exclaimed, "Yikes! Oops! I have to go find Xiao Han immediately." Xiao Han? Lu Hao steeply narrowed his eyes flashing. That prince of the Xiao family who left the Xiao family at the age of 18, vowing to never return as long as Xiao Tianxiang did not bleach his identity? Yes, he came back today. Xia Menyuo answered honestly. You didn't tell me about such an important matter and went to see him alone? Hearing that his words seemed to imply some kind of anger, Xia Menyuo quickly pushed his chest and changed her tone. How? Don't be angry. You know, for Xiaoye, I have to find him. Do you think Xiao Han will agree to you? As Lu Hao was speaking, he suddenly glimpsed a petite silhouette appearing at the stairway, and abruptly stopped his mouth. Godfather, are you fighting or quarreling with mommy? Wearing sky blue pajamas, Summer Night walked down the stairs step by step. Hey, brat, when have you ever seen Godfather and your mommy fight? Lu Hao returned to his usual dashing and casual demeanor. So it's a fight? Did mommy lose again? Xia Night came to their side like a little adult. As soon as she saw her son waking up, like a changed person, Xia Menyuo quickly ran over and hugged him. Why did you get up by yourself? Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Please, oh mommy. Sleeping is the most comfortable thing in the world. Summer Night's bony black eyes rolled, turned to reach out and face Lu Hao. I still like Godfather to hold me. Mommy, today this dress up is too thunderous. Xia Menyuo touched her face and frowned. What's wrong with me? Your Godfather's embrace is used to hold beautiful women. Don't come to mommy's side yet. Che, Godfather will also hug beautiful men, especially beautiful men like me. Godfather, don't you think so? Summer Night made it clear that she had to be hugged by Lu Hao, so no matter what, she hugged his sturdy long legs a few times. Lu Hao squatted down, knocked his forehead. Brat, you cannot bad my name. Besides, you still dare to pretend to be young ah. You are already 6 years old, have some backbone, okay? Don't come to this disgusting set with your Godfather. After saying that, he winked at Xia Menyuo who was dryly staring at the side, signaling her to quickly take over the person. Xia Menyuo smiled helplessly. When there was this big and small group around, she could not help but relax. Unfortunately, she treats Lu Hao as a brother, and Lu Hao also likes to hang around flowers. The two of them are basically a ruthless groom with no intention of being a concubine. No matter how much the outside world rumors about their ambiguous relationship, the two of them always do what they want, such as the current situation is only like the closest family. Mommy, when will you find a school for me? I've only been able to see a few of you adults since I moved here to live, and I can't wait to meet new people. Summer Night spoke while still making entanglements with Lu Hao's thighs. Chapter 5 Chapter 005. Kid, it's time for you to go to elementary school. How can you still bar your Godfather's thighs like this? Aren't you afraid that those MMs in the kindergarten who borrowed your handkerchief will see it and ruin the image of Prince Charming? Lu Hao lifted him up and shoved him into Xia Menyuo's arms. He could tell that Xia Menyuo couldn't wait to hug this kid. Xia Night made a face at Lu Hao, cupped Xia Menyuo's face, frowned and said seriously, Mommy, I still like the way you look 18 without makeup. Although you look a bit single and stupid that way, but it's really much prettier than now. 18 years old? Stupid? What is this kid talking about? Even if his LQ is a little bit higher than the average kid, he doesn't need to constantly disparage his mommy at home, right? Xia Menyuo admitted that the coldness outside was deliberately put on to protect herself, but she was definitely not single stupid ah. However, it seems that from a certain day when Xia Night solemnly pointed at her and said, TSK, mommy, although you look smart and capable, but you have done one of the most confusing things under the sky. How can you even do not know who that daddy who has inherited the most excellent genes from me is? At that time, Lu Hao on the side helped nod his head in agreement, so even though she, Xia Menyuo, was the only woman in this family, and a beautiful and lovely woman at that, she was thus regarded as an LQ imbecile. Xia Menyuo had to put down her long hair, and took advantage of one of his inattentions to pounce over and hug, and then slammed a kiss onto that tender face. Brat, dare to dislike your mommy. A summer night she can't escape, so sex backhand hooked her neck. Mommy, you go out today is not for me to find a new school? Xia Menyuo subconsciously glanced at Lu Hao and kissed him again. Yes, mommy wants to find you the most beautiful school. And, I hope that this time mommy's efficiency is a little higher. not like leaving me in a foster home for 4 years. Summer Night said, smiling at her. Seeing his smiling face, Xiao Mianhua only felt a dark cloud of melancholy pressing down, and a thick heartache filled her heart. When Dad committed suicide, the Xiao family even did not let go of their mother and daughter. It turns out that there are rumors that Dad had told his mother Qin Keyun a certain secret about the Xiao family before he died. However, Qin Keyun simply do not know, so in the life of exile, Summer Night gradually grew to 2 years old. Finally, one day, they are afraid of sudden changes involving innocent young children. Only a ruthless had to send the Summer Night to the foster home. This go is 4 years. During these 4 years, too many accidents happened. The most unexpected was when Xiao Tianxiang saw Xiao Menuo, still inexplicably treating her as a special woman, going so far as to use Qin Keyun to threaten her to become an assistant to the Xiao family. She doesn't know the reason why she was chosen as a surrogate pregnant mother to a special assistant, but her mom Qin Keyun was killed in a car accident a year ago, and she has no choice but to remain by Xiao Tianxiang's side. It won't happen again, Mommy promises. This time, I will definitely let you enter the most beautiful school within 3 days. Xiao Mizuno was just about to approach his little face for another kiss when a pair of chubby little hands suddenly blocked her. Xiao Minuo frowned towards Lu Hao as if asking for help. I'm most afraid of women crying. Mommy is 80% made of water. Godfather, it's better to leave it to you. After saying that, the small figure turned, ran up the stairs and escaped. Xiao Mianhua long stared at his back to go back to the room, did not realize that wet eyes, until a long fingers gently wipe away the tears on her cheeks, only then snapped back to God. The brat is right, you are made of water. Lu Hao frowned and squinted at her, but, Xiao Menuo, I really suspect that you are a woman of dual personality. Otherwise, how could you be cold and spirited outside, but simple and weak at home? Xiao Mianhua pouted and punched him hard on the chest, which he alertly dodged away. Lu Hao, I also doubt that you are a born stallion, otherwise how can you handle Lily in 1, 3, 5, and Nana in 2, 4, 6? Lu Hao looked at the figure of her dashingly tossing her head and leaving, his thin lips opening and closing several times. See what words came out of this woman's mouth, who was as soft as anything a minute ago. Horses? Lu Hao is not nasty, and no one says that dating has to be about that, right? Hey, Xiao Menuo, you woman, wait for me. He agilely flashed out, did not forget to turn back to explain his sentence. Sister Zhang, take good care of Xiaoya, we go to help Xiaoya find a school. Xiao Family Mansion covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. The mansion is installed around the most advanced security system. The mansion is hidden or present all kinds of masters. Even the housekeeper is once and 30 years ago raining rivers and lakes of the characters. The black extended Rolls-Royce saloon car stopped in front of Zhao's residence, and Zhang Lirong, the butler wearing a straight uniform, had been waiting for a long time, and respectfully pulled open the door of the car in person. A pair of shiny leather shoes stepped out of the car, and Xiao Han's eyes, which were hidden under his sunglasses, narrowed. Mr. Prince, good day. Zhang Lirong folded his hands in front of him and bowed his head in greeting. Mr. Prince is good. The 2 rows of black-clothed, black-panted, black sunglassed subordinates bowed their heads in unison. Xiao Han's pair of thick eyebrows abruptly twisted up, his sharp eyes almost bursting out through the lenses. See what kind of outfit those 2 rows of subordinates were wearing? Typical triad image, here and there, just afraid that others do not know what they do? What's even more infuriating is that they don't even know that he went to the United States alone because he hates 2 things. He hates the triad background that killed his mother, and he hates being called the prince, which means that he still has an inextricable relationship with the triad family, the Xiao family. Uncle Zhang, haven't seen you for a long time. Your old man's memory seems to be getting worse and worse. Have you forgotten what I dislike the most when people call me? Xiao Han said coldly. Yes, young master. Zhang Lirong slightly lowered his head and waved his hand behind him, and the 2 rows of typical black-clothed boys also changed their mouths in unison. Good day, young master. Xiao Han did not say anything more, stepped past them, walked to the end of the line and was about to enter the door. He suddenly turned back and pulled the tie of the last subordinate, sneeringly picking his thin lips. Brother, the hot sun on the top of your head, you dress up in this outfit is not hot? If you want to cover up to go sick, why not go run a 10 kilometers now? Hearing this, the 2 lines of the team coincidentally dripped beads of sweat from the door of the head. Beads of sweat, cold. The scorching sun above their heads, but they were frightened by the young master they had met for the first time. Young master, you haven't returned home for more than 10 years, I didn't expect to come back this time, but Zhang Lirong slightly lowered his eyes and led the way in front. Xiao Han unconsciously stiffened his spine. Yes, 12 years had passed. He had not set foot here. Even the last time he returned to the country in a covert manner was cheated by the old master. The formation and address that had just greeted his return were already memories from 18 years ago, but he did not care in the slightest about it anymore. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Xiao Tianxiang is really dead, accidental car accident, the car overturned off the cliff, car destroyed. Accompanied by his most loyal and caring private secretary for more than 10 years, they died together, and from then on, all the secrets belonging to Xiao Tianxiang for many years were brought to the grave together. Xiao Han had to accept this fact. The aftermath was handled in a low-key manner, but at the final burial, even the police commissioner personally went to the cemetery and bowed 3 times reverently. Young Master Xiao, regarding whether or not there was a human factor in Elder Zhao's death, we, the police, will do our best to investigate. Regarding these, Butler Zhang Lirong said, that's because over the years, the old master had contributed a lot to the police department's cases, and had always cooperated with the government departments in their endeavors. In fact, from the time the lady had an accident and the young master ran away from home, the old master was determined to bleach. Xiao Han was silent. Even if everyone told him that it was a man-made accident, it was normal. Xiao Tianxiang has made more enemies in his life? The trouble now is that as the only son of the Xiao family, he is the only heir, he inevitably must face this huge stall. Xia Miannuai and Lu Hao went straight to the Xiao family that day, but there has been no opportunity to talk to Xiao Han positively. Until the old man's funeral is completely dealt with, we have time to sit down to meet. In the study, the air conditioning was on full blast. There were only 4 people in the room: Xiao Han, the housekeeper, Xia Mingyuo, and Lawyer Chen. Lawyer Chen spread out the documents on the wide desk and reported one by one. Elder Xiao had not thought that he would meet with an accident so soon, so he did not formally make a will. However, he had planned ahead and had already explained everything that needed to be explained. Xiao Han young master is the legitimate heir of the Xiao family. From today onwards, all the properties under the old master's name belong to the young master, including the Xiao Group's Profound Emperor 5-star Hotel, the Profound Alliance Golf Course and its chain of clubs, the city's eastern suburb of 18,000 acres of newly developed land, as well as the existence of the funds of the Swiss bank. In short, all the movable and immovable property under the old master's name belonged to the young master. Xiao Han deep leaned in the sofa, reached out and rubbed his brow, obviously not very interested in these amazing and enviable properties. These I know, Lawyer Chen, there is no special account? Xia Mingyuo stood aside, her eyes glancing at Xiao Han from time to time. Her complexion was obviously not as calm as when they first met at the airport. Several times the corners of her lips moved, wanting to speak again. Xiao Han picked up his thin lips and nonchalantly cast his gaze at her, direct and sharp. Perhaps, Special Assistant Xia has something to add? These 2 days were so busy that he didn't have much contact with her, but between each of their hurried encounters, his curiosity about this woman grew a few more points. Xia Mingyuo pursed her lips, but the person she spoke to was not Xiao Han. She tuned her head. Lawyer Chen, did the old man mention what to do with the AI Pei foster home? And the matter of adopting that child? Lawyer Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Xia, this old master did not explain. At this time, the side of the housekeeper spoke. Assistant Xia, the matter of the nursing home master has mentioned to me, the acquisition documents have long been prepared, and the adoption of the child a week ago has been completed, and now the child's account has been passed on to the name of the Xiao family. What? You said Xiao knight him? Xia Mingyuo incredulously opened his eyes wide, his dark pupils tightened for a moment. The first time she saw this woman appear with an expression other than indifference, although it was only a slight fluctuation, Xiao Han's eyes shone as if he had seen interesting prey. What foster home? What child thing? The housekeeper owed, yes, Assistant Xia. Little Knight has now officially become a child of the Xiao family. This time, Xia Mingyuo's slender body visibly shook, almost unable to stand on her feet. Goodness, she thought that Xiao Tianxiang had died, so she could get rid of this place in a bright and honorable manner, lead back Xiaoyu, then mother and son would live a plain and happy life together. Which knew that Xiao Tianxiang did not know when he discovered the existence of Xia Knight, secretly acquired the foster home, and wanted to adopt Xia Knight into the Xia family. Why did that old man step forward? Why was there so much interference in her Xia Mingyuo's life? From the moment she found out about this not too long ago, she was busy trying to find a way to stop it, but was it finally too late now? She hurriedly went to the airport to pick up Xiao Han because she wanted to negotiate with him before the lawyer's announcement, but she didn't know that there was no half chance. Now, she doesn't even have any room to negotiate with Xiao Han? Heavily closing her eyes, Xia Mingyuo's face instantly turned pale. After a while, she met Xiao Han's cold but doubtful black eyes, and could only clench her fists to tell herself that there was still hope. This man in front of her was not Xiao Tianxiang, he wouldn't be interested in herself and Xiaoyu, and there was still a chance that she could change her son back at any cost. Uncle Zhang, who is Xiaoyi? What Xiao family's child? Xiaohan finally couldn't help but ask, why would the old man adopt a small child? The housekeeper smiled a bit. Xiaonite is a child from a family called AI Pei Nurturing Home. The old man had a connection with there in his lifetime and also loved Xiaonite very much. Young master doesn't know, you are in the United States these years, the old master especially misses you. The old master decided to adopt little Knight after he saw him. Xia Miannua listened to his words. Busy, Chen lawyer, is not the child found his biological parents? Biological parents have the right not to let the child be adopted by others? Lawyer Chen pushed his glasses. This depends on the sequence of events, and ultimately have to negotiate with the adopter. Butler, this lord left the adopter's name as the young master. My name? Xiaohan was originally surprised and inexplicable. I never thought that the old man would have this kind of mind. But after seeing Xia Minyuo's unusual reaction, the doubt deepened another layer, so he glanced at him with a smile. Or not, I really don't know what conspiracy the old man is up to. However, this means that I, Xiaohan, will somehow have a son? I don't want to. Xia Mianyua blurted out. She also wanted to say that Xiaoyu should somehow have more than one father. Yes, young master. The housekeeper spoke at the same time, amazed at Xia Minyua's pale face. After a while, I will give the information about the relevant procedures to Lawyer Chen to keep together. Xiaohan was non-committal. He had no feelings for that child, but rather what is the relationship between this strange woman and that child? He lifted his deep black eyes, staring at her face which was deliberately pretending to be 30 years old, and asked expressionlessly, Special Assistant Xia, perhaps you have any special relationship with this child? Xia Minyua straightened her body, took a deep breath, and threw down a bomb as if she was going out of her way. Yes, I am his mother. No matter what, I will not allow the Xiao family to adopt him. Lawyer Chen was stunned, and the housekeeper was also a bit in disbelief. You said Xiao Knight is your son? Xia Minyuo nodded affirmatively, yes. Xiaohan's eyes gazed at her without blinking. This answer was also a big surprise to him, but he showed nothing. Although this strange woman often pretended to be mature and old, he already knew that she was actually only 25 years old. And she had a son? Did the child have no father? Why was it placed in a foster home again? This woman was as much of a mystery as her name, everywhere. Therefore, no matter what, I have to claim Xiaoyu back and not allow him to stray into the Xiao family. Xia Mianyua calmly and firmly declared. Xiaohan moved his eyebrows and leisurely folded his 10 fingers to gaze at her. At this moment, the three men in the study simultaneously speculated, why did the old master suddenly insist on adopting a small child? Could it be that he had already known about that child's relationship with Xia Minyuo? Then, what was so special about Xia Minyuo that made the old master treat her with special care both before and after 7 years? I'm afraid that only the deceased Xiao Tianxiong and his private secretary knew the answer to all the mysteries. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth raised a hint of a smile, but the pupils of his eyes were so cold that they could not see the temperature. Very good, so it looks like everything is an exquisite layout. All the old man calculated, if he did not have a car accident, what tricks will be played behind? Then let him accompany the old man to have some fun. After all, this mesmerizing woman has already aroused his interest, isn't it? Lawyer Chen, you said that all assets and affairs under the old man's name belong to me? Yes, young master. Then Xia Minyuo. Xiaohan extended his long finger, pointing at the woman whose frown was getting tighter and tighter. I heard that she had signed a lifetime contract of sale with the old man, right? Then shouldn't it also belong to me? Xiaohan, don't be ridiculous, the lifetime contract has automatically expired by the time the old man died. Xia Minyuo couldn't help but get agitated. Her son had been taken away for no reason, and she hadn't even gotten over it yet, but now she was going to be involved? No. She couldn't wait to leave the Xiao family. This mansion, as well as all the men surnamed Xiao, she just wanted to stay far away. Lawyer Chen pushed his glasses out of habit. This is a special case for Ms. Xia, but if it is to be accepted by the young master instead of the old master, it can be justified. Good. Do you hear me? Xiaohan abruptly got up and walked in front of her. The tall physique brought a stern and overbearing aura. Xia Mianyua pursed her lips and stared at him dead on, even staring back at those black eyes with some hatred. He looked at her for several seconds and suddenly hooked up a thin smile, breaking the innate coldness. I have accepted all of the old man's industries, and I intend to accept his women as well. But you can rest assured, Xia Minyuo. I Xiaohan will not force people, just I can talk to you about a deal. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Deal. Another deal. Since the 17-year-old year when that heavenly accident happened, the thing Xia Minyuo hated the most in this life was a deal. However, why is she always unable to escape the fate of having to trade with others? and she can't escape from trading with people named Xiao. The Xiao family after Master Xiao found the mother and daughter and pointed to her and said, "This girl, from today onwards with me, I want to personally cultivate her." The mother had no room to object, because the old master's gray eyes clearly contained a stern Xiao murderous aura. The 20-year-old Xiao Mianhua even less room for resistance, because she must protect her mother and anonymously entrusted in the foster home of the little knight. The lifelong contract of selling her body began like that. Fortunately, the old master was not valuing her beauty, he was really with some unknown purpose to cultivate her into a fruitful and calm woman. This purpose, no one knows. Now he died, I'm afraid no one will ever know again. In the wide courtyard, Mino sat alone under the large leafy tree and stared. She had been sitting here for a long time, at least half an hour. The prince of the Xiao family, Xiao Han. A face with character to the extreme was amazing, and his eyes that were born with evil were so deep and dark that people didn't dare to look at them. However, he did not belong to the evil people. All those who saw him could only use one word to describe him: cold. As cold as a killer's aura, refusing to let people in, but he was the one who had a stern and domineering aura seeping out of his bones. She could imagine that upright figure should possess sharp hands, a stubborn and proud character, and a sharpness like a panther's, and he expressed these traits belonging to the Xiao family to the fullest. Such a character, she had no previous involvement with him. Why did she have to be inexplicably interested in herself like the old man? The Xiao family was truly sinister and mysterious. Misty Nua ground her teeth and spat out the outside world's comments about the Xiao family, which she especially felt deeply. "Xiao Han, do you have to use me to trade Xiao Yu? Xiao Die and I, no matter who it is, what use is it to you? Why don't you leave us alone?" she muttered lowly to herself, her pair of meticulous eyebrows almost knotted. A whispered conversation came from the balcony on the second floor. "Godfather, should we go down and persuade Mommy? The ultraviolet rays are strong outside right now." "I don't want my beautiful mommy to turn into a black bear," Summer Night said with her big bony eyes pointing at her mommy. She is now thinking about the problem. Who cares about the ultraviolet rays? Don't worry, your mommy is still very different from a black bear. Besides, will the consequences of us bothering her be serious? Lu Hao narrowed his narrow eyes and looked up at the sky. There was no sunlight, but what beautiful woman would choose to sit outside in August weather? Choosing to disturb Xia Mingyue when she was thinking about her problems, would she be rewarded with a roar of anger and tearing? Usually when she was in great distress, he would be the poor victim. Look at the 2 teeth marks on his sturdy arm that can't be erased as hard evidence. At the sight of the teeth marks, Lu Hao's eyes, like those of a cold knight, strangely flushed with a hint of softness. "But Godfather, Mommy is so stupid. In the end, how much longer do I have to think before I come up?" Summer Night poked Lu Hao's solid, taut muscles with her chubby little fingers. "Godfather, or go down and persuade, Mommy can't talk to you anyway." Lu Hao tuned his gaze back and locked it tightly on the woman sitting under the tree. "She can't say me, but she has other powerful ways, not to mention, she might go racing to vent. The consequences are more serious." "Godfather." Listening to him find all the excuses to reject herself, Xia Night seemed to get angry and suddenly twisted her head around and stuck her head in her waist to yell into his ear. Lu Hao frowned hard, knocked the little guy's forehead, and lightly moved his long legs. "Brat, dare to roar at your godfather? I think your mommy is very worried about you. Wait for me to finish asking her, and then come back to settle the score with you." "Humph. No spirit." Summer Night looked at his big step downstairs figure, wrinkled his nose and grunted. Misty Nua was finally startled by Summer Night's earlier heave and lifted his head to look at the balcony. Only to see that little guy was facing her, hands bent over his head in a loving gesture, wiggling his butt while making a face. Looking at such a cute son, she suddenly smiled, and there was a hint of sorrow in her smile that she couldn't hide. "Yes, Xiao Han, no matter what, little knight can only be mine alone. Who are you to compete with me?" Surprisingly, Misty Nua did not get angry at Lu Hao. She even obediently let him pull her into the gazebo. This reaction made Lu Hao, who had originally prepared himself mentally, frown even more. Looking at her like this, things might be even more serious than he had imagined. "What's going on? Xiao Han is unwilling to give up Xiaoyi's adoption rights?" Lu Hao asked. Hao Mingyue glanced at him with grudging eyes. The Xiao family had already done all the adoption formalities a week ago. "The old man moves really fast." Lu Hao rushed forward to wring her shoulders, to show comfort. "This way things will indeed be a little bit of trouble, but you and Xiao Han talked about it?" "Ugh." Mingyue quietly clenched her fists, pursed her lips, and her body tensed up. "What's wrong?" Lu Hao rubbed her hair. "Xiao Han does not look like a man who was willing to inexplicably raise a small child. You want to talk to him? Cannot, I will help you." Misty Nua took a deep breath. He is not interested in Xiaoyi, but he demanded that I must stay by his side in exchange for Xiuyi's freedom. Lu Hao's movements steeply stopped, usually cynical eyes through the points of cold stars, voice unconsciously sank a few points. He wants you to stay by his side? What do you mean? Minhua shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. You know, even if it's to be the same special assistant as the old man, I'm not willing to do it. I'll go talk to him. Lu Hao spat out a low sentence, his eyes insistent. Don't. Misty Nua hurriedly pulled him back and shook her head. How, we've all spent so many years by the old master's side, aren't you clear about the Xiao family's style of behavior? The more we resist, the tougher they get. Even if we file a lawsuit, who can win over the Xiao family in this land? I can only admit it. Lu Hao turned around and held her slender shoulders, his eyes looking straight at her. Admit it? Nua, have you forgotten how hard it was for you to get rid of the Xiao family, forgetting that you want to bring Xiaoyi to live a free life in the sea and the sky? How can you just admit it? No one knows her better than him. How many grievances and hardships did that seemingly weak little woman go through to get to where she is today, and the Xiao family has felt like a nightmare to her since the first time she messed with it. Gone is the old man, and here comes the son. God really forced her to recognize so easily? Misty Nua painfully closed her eyes and lowered her head. Perhaps this is retribution. If it is not that I have been secretly collecting evidence of the old man's involvement in the black, perhaps they will not have a car accident. Nua. Lu Hao finally couldn't stand it and raised his voice, his usual hangdog demeanor completely gone. He embraced her into his arms, patting her thin back like he was comforting a small child. Xiao Tianxiong has done unclean things, naturally there will be evidence. You are collecting evidence but you want to denounce him, but that accident has absolutely nothing to do with you. It was just an accident, it was Xiao Tianxiong's life. No. Listen to me, Nua. Lu Hao cupped her face, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. You absolutely can't stay by Xiao Han's side, he is a more dangerous character than Xiao Tianxiong. You don't care so much about Xiao Knight, leave the rest to me. Xiao Miaonua withdrew from his embrace and smiled gratefully and bitterly. It was not easy for you to leave the Xiao family and completely disassociate yourself from the Xiao family. How could I let you get involved again? Thank you, Hao, I'll handle Xiaoya's matter myself. Why are you so stubborn? Lu Hao's face turned cold in a rare manner. I, Xiao Miaonua, know that this man in front of me lived several years of licking blood from under the knife when he was in the Xiao family, and even though it was all blackmail and the police didn't pursue the matter in depth, it should have been an unbearable life for everyone. Now, Lu Hao himself runs a thriving pub, the Days of Leisure. Just because she and he are close friends who have been through thick and thin doesn't mean she's going to drag him down again and again. Xiao Mingyuo. Ouch, Godfather, you're scaring my gentle and cute like a white rabbit mommy. Xiao Knight's voice interjected in time. Lu Hao immediately changed his expression and pinched Xiao Mingyuo's cheeks. Xiao Mingyuo, you said that men's matters should still be left to men to solve, right? Yes, I agree. Xiao Knight very intentionally patted her godfather's thigh. Xiao Mingyuo was really unwilling to let Lu Hao get involved again, so after a night of deep thought, on the following day she resolutely went to find Xiao Han. The 32nd floor of the Xiao Group building, the president's office. Xiao Han cold eyes, sitting on the wide leather sofa, black sofa so that his whole person appears to be introverted and have a momentum. He just sat there, staring at the woman in front of him like a cheetah. It was still the long hair coiled up meticulously, it was still the face that looked 30 years old, and it was still the dress that hid the delicate curves in a neutral way. Such a woman was gazing at him with her watery pupils open, using an extremely calm tone to negotiate a deal with him. Xiao Han could not help but raise a smile. This was indeed an interesting woman. So what? He listened for half a day and finally faintly opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Mizuno resisted the urge to go up and question loudly, and tried to remain calm. So, I implore you to keep your word. I will stay at Zhao's and work for you, and you will let Xiaoyou's account be transferred to my name. That's all? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. Is he really promised? Joy quietly spread in the bottom of Xiao Mingyuo's heart. Xiao Han suddenly got up, his tall and slender body quietly came in front of her, he slightly bent down, his breath spit on her forehead. Xiao Mingyuo, I can promise you, but my conditions are also very simple. He stood up straight, seemingly leisurely geared up his straight collar, and squarely said, the probationary period of 1 year. Within 1 year, if the work satisfies me, I will return all of Xiao Knight's custody to you. But there is still a trial period? Xiao Mingyuo incredulously raised his voice. I worked for the old master for 5 years, my work efficiency and ability you can casually ask Zhao's employees. Xiao Han, you know that Xiaoyi is my son, but you still want to set a 1 year period. I think you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Xiao Han sneered and skimmed up one side of his lips, shaking his finger at her. His words were resolute and cold. I don't care how much you've done for the old man, whether the conditions are answered or not is up to you. I still have things to deal with, you can go. Xiao Han. Oh, right, now everyone calls me president or young master. You. Of course, I don't mind if you call me Chill, after all, my mistresses like to call me that. As for the word Xiao Han, I really don't like to call it out from a woman's mouth. Before his words were finished, Xia Menuo frowned fiercely and dropped a sentence. Please ask the president to sign the contract. Yes, she had no choice. At those words, he smiled coldly. Chapter 8 Chapter 008. On the third day after Xia Menuo promised to find a new school for Xiaoyu, she didn't manage to fulfill her promise, for no other reason than the Xiao family had sent someone to pick up Xiaoyu. The luxurious black caravan was driving in the direction of the ancient mansion. Under the tall acacia tree, Little Knight had already been forced to change into brand new clothes, carrying a school bag with a green frog doll hanging on it, sitting at the door and waiting. Mommy, do I have to go? Xiaoyi tried to act calm, but in her heart, she was making a final struggle. Xia Menuo nodded helplessly. I'm sorry, Xiaoyi, Mommy will bring you back as soon as possible. Little Knight took her hand, his big black eyes shining with crystal light. He was a child after all, a 6-year-old who had a hard time getting his mother's love, and then he had to go to a strange place. He was so depressed that he wanted to cry. However, he was after all a smart child, and had always felt that he was more knowledgeable and capable than this mommy who was only fighting tears, so he ultimately didn't cry, and instead gestured for Xia Menuo to squat down. A small hand touched her head. Little Knight comforted in an adult tone, honestly, Mommy, Little Knight also can't bear to leave you. However, I would like to see what kind of person that Xiao Han who insisted on adopting me is. Is young master's name something that a little kid like you can call out? The black caravan stopped silently, and an angry voice came from behind it, startling the mother and son who were talking to each other. Ah, Dawn. The mother and son did not have time to open their mouths, only to hear another low and majestic voice coming out from inside the caravan. The man called Ah Dong instantly changed his stance, bowing slightly and respectfully answering inside, Young master. Xiao Han? This low voice was unrecognizable. Xia Menuo wrapped Xiao Yan around his chest and looked toward the car. Ink-colored windows, cannot see the posture of that person. Xiaoyi also guessed that this voice sounds a little cold. Man is Xiao Han. The window slowly lowered, revealing a face of great character. Just the side gives a person a knife-like cold and hard feeling. Sunglasses cover up his stern eyes. Xia Menuo subconsciously embraced Xiaoyi more tightly, and a strong resistance arose. She knew she had already signed the transaction contract, but she really couldn't let go. Xiao Ye, however, broke away from her and bravely walked to the car window under her wide-eyed unbelieving gaze. You're the one who adopted me, right? Hello, my name is Summer Night. Little Knight's tender voice and the summer cicadas resounded together, and the person inside the car was also a little surprised, turned his face to look at this little boy through the sunglasses. Snow-white shirt, plaid pants, black shoes, white cotton socks, he also carried a very cartoonish school bag. Just that pair of black flashing eyes, calm and collected posture definitely shouldn't be what a 6-year-old child should have. Undoubtedly, this aroused Xiao Han's interest, and he even slightly hooked his thin lips. My name is Xiao Han. He replied indifferently. Mommy told me about your name. Little Knight's gaze had an undisguised curiosity in it. Xiao Menuo frowned as she came to his side. The son who was born without knowing what the word fear was a real worry. Feeling 2 lines of questioning eyes falling on her, she deliberately kept her cool and said, Little Knight, when you are in the Xiao family in the future, you will obediently listen to the young master's words. Mommy, his name is Xiao Han, not young master. Little Knight's eyes were still looking at Xiao Han, and as she spoke she felt a strong cold air rushing towards her face. Little Knight. Very good, mother and son are really both equally interesting. Xiao Han spoke coldly and smiled even more evilly at the little guy. You are my adopted son, so of course you don't need to call me young master, much less call me by my name. You can call me daddy or godfather, and you have officially taken my surname Xiao on your account. After saying that, he purposely looked at Xia Menuo for a few moments, and managed to see her face whiten, and beads of transparent sweat flowed down along her fair forehead in the scorching summer air. Xia Menuo knew that it was inevitable, and could only send Xiaoyu to the car. Xiaoyi, however, suddenly shouted out. The comm director that he had previously tried to put on collapsed in a flash. He rushed at Xiao Han. What? I follow your surname, Xiao? Then isn't my name just called Xiao Knight? Xiao Knight, eliminating Knight Mommy, I don't want it. A Xiao Knight good boy, don't be like this, you were surnamed Xia, not Xiao. Xia Mingyue saw his son's small mouth flattened, fearing that he would cry out on the spot if he was not happy. Who said Xia Knight will not cry? He was furious and dissatisfied, clenching his small fists. Looking at her, I have long said that you and Godfather always call me Xiaoya Xiaoya. Sooner or later it will turn into, and now it's good, it's really going to be surnamed Xiao. Xiaoye is a good boy. Mommy promises that soon you will be able to take my surname Xia. Mommy promises. The latter sentence aggravated the tone. Xia Mianhua raised her eyes firmly to look at the man in the caravan, but she saw that he was lightly skimming his lips to look at himself like a play. Ah Dongren brother rubbed his hands together in amusement beside him, muttering, "A child is a child," and thought how different it was. Ah Dong, take the young master to the car. Xiao Han had no intention of getting off the bus at all and directly ordered. The young master is. Ah Dong muttered, answered, and went forward. Little Light hooked onto Xia Mingyue's neck for a while before sniffling and letting go of her. He looked left and right again for a while and whispered, "Mommy, why didn't Godfather come to send me off?" Xia Mianhua frowned. Little Light did ask. As soon as she received the call from the Xiao family to come over to pick up the person, she purposely sidetracked Lu Hao, and she didn't want him, who had already separated from the Xiao family, to be involved. Without seeing Lu Hao, Xiaoyi was obviously disappointed. He was led onto the caravan and sat beside Xiao Han, who was unconsciously permeated with indifference, and only then did he realize that the man he had just bravely challenged was so tall, and a natural domineering aura made his small body feel intensely oppressed. However, seeing Xia Mianhua's appearance of holding back from crying out, Xiaoyi summoned up his greatest courage to push Xiao Han. "That I have a request." "Say." Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel at the fact that having a mother is like having a son. This kid was the same as that woman and didn't seem to be afraid of himself. He was somewhat inexplicably looking forward to what bold request would come out of this little guy's mouth. Little Knight had never come into contact with such a cold person before. He gripped the shoulder strap of his school bag and lifted his breath. "Can I ask my mommy to come live with me at Zhao's house? You see how poor my mommy is. If I left her, she would 80% make a mess of her life." "Oh? How bad?" Xiao Han clearly saw the woman outside the car's face change dramatically, usually calm in front of himself like a sudden attack, instantly collapsed. Xiaoyi Xiaofanhua had a strong bad feeling. Chapter 9 Chapter 009. Sure enough, that kid was encouraged quickly recovered the usual eloquent teeth. "My mommy loves me, every night must I accompany her to talk, she is willing to sleep. And if I'm not with her, she forgets to eat, forgets to sleep, forgets to dress up. Think about it, how bad it is for a woman to forget to dress up, and maybe even cry every day. You don't know, when my mommy cries, her eyes are red as white rabbits, and it's so pathetic to say the least. I don't know. All said and done, my mommy can't stay away from me at all. Do you think it's too irresponsible of me to leave her alone in the living place?" Wow, that's a long, articulate and logical statement. He needed a good drink of water to moisten his throat. He just didn't know if this cold-faced young master had listened to him. Xia Mingyue suddenly had the urge to drill into the hole in the acacia tree next to him. Did this kid not know how shrewd and stable her usual image was? Even if he wanted to gain sympathy points, he didn't have to be so exaggerated and seriously damage her personal image, right? Jelly, who was sitting in the front seat with the driver, couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker, secretly sighing that this kid is not to be underestimated. Little Light dared not drink the water, her eyes staring at Xiao Han's face without blinking, her heart constantly praying, "Grandpa God, have mercy on my mommy. Let this young master promise the invincible and adorable Little Light. You're right, as a man, how can you do something irresponsible? I promise." Xiao Han responded to him. "What? You promise?" Xiao Knight reacted quickly, smiled and hugged his sturdy arm and shook it excitedly, then ran out of the car in a huff and pulled Xia Mingyue up to sit on it. Xia Mianhua never knew that she was not immune to Xiaoye, but she just didn't know that cold and hard as Xiao Han would also agree to Xiaoye's request so easily. Being able to live with Xiaoye was naturally the best thing. At least she didn't have to suffer the pain of being separated for a year. However, why was it that from the moment she got on the bus, her heart sank deeper and deeper into the valley, and instead of vague uneasiness rose? Being with Xiao Yu is the same as being with Xiao Han for a year, this man. And so, just like that, Xiao Mizuno mother and son lived in the luxurious mansion of the Xiao family. She didn't even have time to take a look at Lu Hao, nor did she have the opportunity to clean up her things before she had to start a new life. The new life was a pleasure for Xiaoye, who had adapted superbly. He excitedly visited the Xiao family's mansion in less than a day, letting the usually unsmiling butler Zhang Lirong only have the part of frowning straight after him. The Xiao family occupies a large area, and the building where the master lives is independently separated. Although it could not be compared to a banquet hall, The first floor of the master's building was a large living room, so it was not a problem to invite dozens of people for a party, and in the middle of the living room there was a rotating staircase carved with floral motifs, and the staircase was wide, showing off the luxury and grandeur of a typical rich man's home decoration. Xiao Han's room is on the third floor. I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. Xiao Miannuo's bedroom is arranged in his right next door, while Xiao Knight's room is in the left next door. This arrangement, Xiao Miannuo cannot say more than half a sentence, for that often put a cool face of the man he can promise himself and Xiaoye live together has been very good. Xiao Han was a generous man, or almost extravagant and wasteful. Xiao Miannuo was furious to find that the clothes and supplies that she had purchased for Xiao Yu had all disappeared, replaced by a series of brand-name full set of children's products, and even more so, the same thing has been added to several sets. Not to mention 1 year, she bets that Xiao Yu won't be able to use it all in 3 years. How? What is not satisfied? Xiao Han ring arm, leaning against the door, sharp black eyes like a hawk watching the woman in the room. Xiao Miannuo held back her anger, except for her son and Lu Hao. She was used to being calm to anyone. Xiao Han, where are the things I brought for Xiaoye? The voice was a bit cold. You mean the trash? I had the underlings throw it all away. What? Any complaints about these now? Xiao Han frowned. Garbage? Xiao Miannuo reminded herself to endure. She looked straight at him. Those are the things Xiaoye is used to using. Do you think you can bribe a small child with some name brands? Do you know Xiaoyo's preferences? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. His eyes were a little dark. I was unaware of his preferences, so I purposely had these sent to him, and he can use whichever he likes. As for you, I agreed to let you move in. You should be grateful. Xiaoyi is now my son. You are not qualified to interfere with this. Your son? Xiao Han, the moment you mention your son, the calmness that can be endured even more is provoked. Xiao Miannuo gritted her teeth and glared at him. Very good. Xiao Han said in the bottom of his heart. He saw this look of her being provoked to break the iceberg like it. Thin lips moved, he hooked up a cold smile and reminded, Woman, you seem to have forgotten again. In the company you should call me president, at home you should call me young master. Sure enough, Xiao Miannuo's face changed, quietly clenching her fingers. Okay, young master. I am Little Knight's mommy, please give me the power to arrange the child's life. Oh, I have to think about it. After all, I had originally planned to hire a nanny for Xiaoye. Xiao Han finished and turned to leave, walking a few steps and stopping. His voice came over, Xiao Miannuo, in the future, without my permission, you may not make decisions for Xiaoyu without my permission. What? I should be the one to say this, right? Xiao Miannuo doubted whether this man had stayed in the United States for a long time, or was he a natural hegemonist, saying words without reason. However, did she have any room to resist? Xiao Han anticipated what she had in mind and smiled faintly. Don't forget, if there is anything you do during the 1-year trial period that makes me unsatisfied, I have the right to cancel the contract at any time. Young Master Xiao, there is no need for you to remind me. I only want Xiaoye to live freely and happily here. You can't deprive me of the power of being a mother. For a moment, Xiao Miannuo simply felt that this person was unbelievable, completely more excessive than the legend. He is clearly deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. Could it be that she has been guilty of feuding with the Xiao family in her previous 8 lifetimes? I don't want to remind you for the second time, your room is on the right, not here. Xiao Han shook his black cuffs and took a look at her as he walked away. Xiao Miannuo stared at his tall and indifferent back, his fists clenched with a grating sound. This arrogant and self-righteous guy, when she won back Xiao Xiaoyao, her fist would definitely swing at the bridge of his nose without hesitation. The woman couldn't help but narrow her eyes badly at the thought of that straight nose being knocked askew. Lu Hao couldn't have imagined that he would be deliberately sidetracked by Xiao Miannuo, and when he returned to the mansion, the mother and son had already left the building. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Xiao Miannuo saw the clothes and supplies that Zhao's driver packed and brought over for her, skimming her lips. It seems that Xiao Han's eyes really only have Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu's items are clear of brand-name new products, while her own is completely packed in the original version. Right, does she still hope that he will buy new clothes for himself? She's Xiao Miannuo not rare at all. The phone rang, and the white-bellied little green baby was picked up. Xiao Miannuo, you woman, give me a clear. Lu Hao rarely spoke to her in such a fiery tone. Xiao Miannuo frowned, leaving the phone 2 centimeters away from her ear, and apologetically explained, the incident was sudden, it was too late to tell you. Too late? You deliberately didn't let me see Xiao Han, what are you worried about? Stupid woman, do I need you to protect me? Lu Hao yelled into the phone, how could he not see this woman's mind? She was trying to explain. No? Where are you now? Come out right now, I want to see you. Lu Hao is difficult to accept a return home, the home empty feeling. This seemingly shrewd woman cannot for Xiaoye will be another loss in. Yes, now she has him, she can't have no choice like 5 years ago. Xiaomisuo immediately realized his thoughts, quickly covered the phone and quickly said, "How, I am now busy with something urgent, when I am finished I will definitely ask you out, bye." The phone hung up, she sat on the bed and exhaled. Although she had never experienced Hao's angry and furious behavior towards herself, the threatening roars were already scary enough, so she didn't want to experience it. Let him calm down, Xiaomia Nua favorite is still the wind. Her favorite is still the stylish, dashing, funny and charming Lu Hao. In the evening, Xia Miannuo was finally uneasy about her son, quietly crossing Xiao Han's room, gently walking to Xiao Yi's door. She looked left and right to make sure that Xiao Han and that ghost-like butler wouldn't suddenly appear before carefully unscrewing the door handle. "Xiao Ye? Mommy?" Little Light cooperatively pounced over and rubbed her head in her arms. "Mommy, I knew you couldn't sleep without me around." Xia Mizuno closed the door again, affectionately touched his head. "Brat, specializing in saying the opposite, is that you can't sleep without mommy by your side, right?" Xiaoyi spat out his tongue. Fortunately, mommy is now also living in the Xiao family. "Tomorrow I'm going to a new school and you're going to work again, so we only have time to be together at night." This is actually said to the fan Luo a little heartbroken. Mother and son is not easy to be together, a good scene not a few days, hard to become today such everywhere subject to people's restrictions, think of a belly fire, but there is no place to attack. After a while, the fan Luo holding son on the bed, she had to wait for the little knight asleep before peace of mind to go back to the room. The little knight, however, the bones of the black and white eyes, do not see sleep. "Mommy, do you want a godfather ah?" How? After all, the three of them had formed an exceptionally happy and harmonious family together, and when they were suddenly separated, Hao probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, right? But then again, maybe he's in some beautiful countryside right now. Little Light said so, it must be because he himself misses Hao. This little guy is just tough. Minuo kissed his son's cheeks. "Mommy misses him too, but mommy misses you more." Xiaoyu beamed and wiped his cheeks. "I'm by your side now, you still miss Hao?" "But mommy, do we really have to stay here for a full year?" That righteous father Xiao seems like a very bad person to talk to. Righteous father? Well, he's not my father, and I have a godfather, so of course I can only call him righteous father. The little one explained, and soon asked curiously, "Mommy, what do you think of righteous father? Does he bully you when you work for him? If he dares to bully you, he must remember to tell me." Xiao Han is just like his name, how can she evaluate him? Right now she doesn't know him at all, but she's not willing to get to know him either. A man with a contractual relationship, the most she should do is to reach his satisfaction and win back Xiaoyu as soon as possible, the rest she is not interested in knowing. "Seo, promise mommy that we are now in a foster home, you must be good and obedient. Our goal is to leave here early and get rid of the Xiao family as soon as possible." "Mommy, you seem to be afraid of the Xiao family?" Xiaoyi was sensitive to the fact that mommy trembled lightly when she mentioned the Xiao family. "No, mommy loves you too much. Let's go to sleep. We have to go to a new school tomorrow. Do you want to hear me sing or tell a story? I'm a man who needs to sing and listen to stories to sleep." After saying that, the little guy closed his eyes with a lot of backbone, but his little hands still wrapped around mommy's neck. Study room. Xiaohan lightly gathered his fingers with a graceful clang. A flash of blue light came out between his fingers, and the cigarette on his mouth was lit. He gently inhaled, his eyes falling on the craft paper bag on the desk. In the bag was the information about Xia Menuo that the butler had submitted during the day, and after reading the information, he was even more curious about her in a way that he couldn't explain. Nianua? She is indeed like a mystery. Too much information was deliberately hidden by the old man, so that not many clues could be found. For example, 7 years ago, she was chosen as a surrogate mother. Since she had to carry on the family's legacy for the Xiao family, the old man should have let herself go back to her country, so why did he have no recollection of it in his memory? She has a child, unmarried. The child is not the Xiao family, but according to the age of the child, it seems to be related to the events of 7 years ago. And the thing that attracted his attention the most is that Xia Miannuo has been working for the old man for 5 years in the Xiao enterprise, is a loyal, calm and steady special assistant to the president, but she has been behind the scenes to secretly collect clues on the involvement of blackness in the Xiao family. What was this woman's idea? Would the person she was targeting by checking the Xiao family be the old man? Xiao Han inhaled another mouthful of smoke, his right hand rubbed his brow, and his cold thin lips pursed slightly. After a while, he probed into the inner pocket of the suit in front of his chest and touched out a treasured thing for many years, a pin with a somewhat outdated style, but it can be seen that it is the favorite and most popular model of the teenage girls a few years ago, and the simple rhinestones on the pin refracted into his deep and dark eyes. Looking at this pin, Xiao Han's expression gradually became confused, and unexplainable loss and depression surfaced in his heart. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Zhao's Group Building, 32nd floor, President's Office. The polished and bright floor, the black wide long table, the black leather sofa, on the wall are a few huge black and white abstract paintings, the dark blue curtains. As soon as Xiao Mianhua walked into this familiar and incomparable office, she immediately felt a style that was completely different from the old master's when he was there. This kind of simplicity but gives people inexplicably cold and lonely. Could it be that the room cold air is turned on too low? You are indeed on time. Xiao Han's voice came out from behind the table, the wide leather chair turned, he looked at her head on. Yes, reporting for duty at 8 o'clock, not a minute too soon. Xiao Mizuno was wearing a light gray suit and replied in a completely formulaic manner. Xiao Han hooked his thin lips, very good, it seems that the old man will really train you well, no not to waste a minute of time. Yes, wasting is shameful, especially wasting time. Xiao Mizuno also deliberately wore a pair of flat glasses today. It is not difficult to see that this should be her usual line of work. She had thought that she had completely detached herself from this place, but she didn't know that in less than a month, she had actually come back. Harboring a belly full of fire and pretending to be calm to the point where everything was indifferent, if not for years of well-trained, how could she do it easily? Xiao Han slightly narrowed his eyes, measured her from head to toe, picked up a file box from the table and suddenly raised his hand. Swish sound folder flew into the air. Xia Mingyuo hastily dodged sideways while catching it with a quick eye. President, are you testing my skill? She was not considered an expert, but after years of hanging out in the Xiao family, it was a lie to say that she did not know a little kung fu. Xiao Han laughed, quick enough reaction, not bad. Xia Mingyuo's face did not see any expression. She weighed the box in her hand and frowned, empty? Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, will be in this building all the relevant work information and the list of supervisors reported up. The information is contained in the box. He ordered in a deep voice, quite a bit of a challenge. Xia Mingyuo suspected that he was really looking for trouble. President, please allow me to remind you, the information you want just a small disk can be dealt with, and do not need to go to such great lengths. Her words did not finish. Was he erected a finger shook cut off? No. I prefer to look at already categorized, a book of black and white material. Special Assistant Xia, you have always been the old man's most capable assistant. You won't even be able to do this little thing, right? Xiao Han said while looking at her lightly. No problem, 3 p.m., right? I'll be sure to deliver it to the president's office on time. Xia Mianhua is not willing to waste time to dawdle with these people. She will file box held to the chest. If the president has no other orders, I will leave first. Xia Mingyuo did not want to waste any more time dawdling with this kind of person. Xiao Han saw her turn around and suddenly called out. What is it? Oh, just a little personal preference. I don't like my female subordinates dressing up like an old nun. If I'm not mistaken, Assistant Xia should have a pair of big beautiful flexible eyes, white and soft skin, and slender. President. Xia Mingyuo had to turn around and respond positively to this guy who was judging her. President, how I like to dress up is my business, as long as it doesn't affect the work efficiency. No. Seeing the old aunt walking around in front of her, it is really an eyesore and affects the mood of work. I've always wondered about the old man's taste. How did he become so eccentric? The old man knows better than you to appreciate what it means to have substance. If the president likes to see beautiful women at all times, why don't you hire a vase to sit exclusively in the president's office for you to enjoy at all times? Xia Mizuno nonchalantly finished, striding out of the office. Just out of the door, and hate to immediately bite off their own tongue. Why see this guy, just cannot help but to be angry. She is still not able to understand his temper. Today is the first day of work, in case she accidentally offended him. Xiao Han stared at the closed door with a gloomy face, playing with the lighter in his hand with a cold face. After a while, he pressed the phone on his desk. Half an hour later, a tall and thin shrewd man walked into the president's office. Mr. Xiao. Please have a seat. I wonder what I can do for Mr. Xiao. It turned out that this man was Yi, a prestigious private detective in Yuan City. Xiao Han found this man. Naturally, he believed in his ability and credibility. So, he took out a treasure blue velvet box and pushed it in front of the other party. He suspiciously opened the velvet box, only to see a somewhat outdated style of rhinestone pins lying quietly inside. Help me find out where this pin came from. Xiao Han simply stated. No problem, the price. While Yi glanced at him and guessed that this pin to the president of the cold may have a special significance. $1 million. Xiao Han decisively cut him off. Good deal. Wait for my news in 3 days. He covered the velvet box and put it into his bag, got up and left. $1 million for the provenance of a pin. It is not that Xiao Han is too rich, but he is a person who does not care about money, not to mention that this pin is too special for him. The pin itself is nothing special, but its appearance is too special. A few years ago, one day, he packed his luggage ready to go on a business trip, but found his suitcase lying at the bottom of this thing. It was unremarkable, but when he picked it up, it aroused an inexplicable feeling. For the pin, he harbored deeper and deeper doubts, also had someone to check, basically fruitless, largely said that it is made in China, Chinese style, maybe from the abundance of the city. Later on, I don't know when, he used to hide it in the pocket of the lining of his suit, and took it out from time to time to look at it a few times, and put it in the palm of his hand to study it. Countless times, no matter how much he thought, how much he looked into it, he did not know to whom this pin belonged. It belonged to a style favored only by teenage girls, and with his taste in women over the years, there was absolutely no way it could be related to any teenage girl. What's more, it was no coincidence that it would appear at the bottom of its suitcase. As if there is a force in the underworld, so that he cannot discard, intuition that this pin is related to a very important thing, he must find out, so after returning to the abundance of the city at any cost to the most famous private detective. Xiao Han deeply leaned into a large leather chair, hands folded in his lap. He had never thought that he would take over the Xiao group, much less so soon. The old man simply did not give him the opportunity to choose. However, that old scheming fellow seemed quite pitiful. The Xiao family simply had no other heir besides him. Heir whoops. From the year he turned 18, Xiao Qianxiong's greatest wish was for the Xiao family to have a next-generation heir. The mysterious Xiao family bloodline is not able to find a woman to give birth to a son. Unfortunately, Xiao Qianxiong didn't wait for that day and died with regret. Chapter 12 Chapter 012. Xia Mizuno's office is actually next door to the president's room. She is sitting in front of the computer, under the seemingly calm face is a heart that constantly complains. She is not a person who loves to complain, but this Xiao Han style of speech really makes people look unhappy, helplessly constrained by others, had to endure. The whole building's information to do out, easy to say, do really consume time. Printer brush slides out a sheet of documents, Xia Mizuno carefully categorized one by one to organize open. She was a meticulous person, especially the first time she worked for Xiao Han. She didn't want the man to have any nitpicking words. Originally, with her efficiency, she could have finished everything in the morning, but she soon realized why Xiao Han had set himself up to deliver at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The guy kept sending people to tell her that she needed details of which floor and which department, including the performance so far this year, the department's next plans, and so on. Every time she just finished, someone immediately came to hand over a new task, just like counting the time. Xia's sister, the president, said he also want to the 28th floor advertising department. Xia Mino rubbed forehead hard. Do not feel, glared at the secretary. The small secretary immediately voiced soft down. Not my business as the president. He said he was in a hurry to finish, and could not wait to escape, also like running away. Damn. Obviously deliberately in the hole her. Wait, Shaoli, you go back to tell the president, what other tasks simply once finished, do not toss you running around. Xia Mingyuo said. Oh, small secretary awkwardly responded. Both sides are cold-faced people. It is really difficult for her, this timid secretary. Forget it. Xia Mingyuo exhaled a breath, finger pressed on the desk phone. I was depressed by that guy, forgot to have a phone this thing. The small secretary looked at her with horror. Xia said that guy is the new president who has a cool face and does not smile? Forget it. Anyway, Ms. Xia's temperament is cold and accustomed to, the tricky things will be left to her to deal with it. Xia Mingyuo pressed the phone. Mr. President. Special Assistant Xia. Xiao Han obviously recognized her voice easily. Are the documents sorted out? President, may I ask what other tasks need to be submitted before 3 o'clock? Please ask the president to order together. And oh, you know I've only just taken over Zhao's, so naturally some things don't come to mind all at once. In that case, I'll call you directly when I think of something. Xia Mingyuo told herself not to explore the intentionality of his words, and calmly said, okay, I'll wait for the president's orders at any time. The phone hangs up. She stares at the phone for a full minute before she resumes moving the mouse at the computer. At noon, a look at the time 11:30, Xia Mizuno hurriedly rushed to the little night new school place, personally pick up his afternoon recess. Mother and son ate a lunch together, listening to the little knight told the first day of school anecdotes. Rushed back to work, in the phone line irregularly rang 8 times, the clock is pointing to 3 o'clock. Xia Nianyuan knocked on the door of the president's office, holding a box full of information and documents. Xiao Han opened the documents she had sent, and the white flowers of information immediately scattered in a pile on the table. He casually picked up a few books and flipped through them, then casually dumped them on the other side, lightly picking the corners of his mouth with a careless look. Xia Mingyuo held back her temper and watched his every move. The information that she had painstakingly categorized and organized was actually messed up by him in half a minute. Even if he opened his mouth in a moment and asked her to restore it again, she would not be surprised anymore. There were too many rumors about the prince of the Xiao family, but she had already seen many sides of his character in just 3 days. Cold, overbearing, selfish, autocratic, and disrespectful are all things one would not dare to agree with. Give me order personnel department, will planning department manager dismissal, advertising department supervisor dismissal. Xiao Han raised his hand, drew out 2 pieces of information, and pointed to the side, this sales manager, and this. President. Xia Mingyuo stared unbelievably at his casual movements, unable to believe what her ears had heard. Is he saying dismissal? Picked a few pieces of information at random and want to fire people? This is too much of a child's play. What do you take people's jobs for? Holding back a bellyful of fire, she clenched her fists and reminded, President, are you kidding? Xiao Han glanced at her, dissatisfied that she was still dressed like an old hag. Why haven't you changed your outfit? President, I am asking you, you just said dismissal casually, right? Xia Mingyuo felt that she couldn't accept his work attitude. It was completely different from his old man. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Han threw those pieces of personnel information to her. These few people, immediately let the personnel department remove them from their positions. President. Assistant Xia, I don't know how much power the old man gave you or how much he listens to you. In short, I, Xiao Han, don't like to listen to women nagging, especially women like you. Xiao Han took a few steps to walk in front of her, his cold breath sprayed on her face. Remember your identity, hurry up and do it. Unreasonably arrogant guy. Xia Mingyuo straightened her back, secretly took 3 deep breaths, and calmly said, President, as the president's special assistant, please allow me to remind you. Just now said these several, are the old master's life is very important staff, if you want to. Don't forget who is now the president. Xiao Han increased the tone of his voice, a handsome face shook to her eyes, immediately go to do it. President, please tell me the reason why these people were fired, so I can write a report. Xia Mingyuo didn't think she could change this man, but she needed reasons. Reason? You've just said that they are the people the old man honors. Now that I'm in charge here, I'm going to use my own valued employees. This is the reason. Xia Mingyuo sniffed, pursed her lips, and walked out without saying a word. She didn't know why on earth Xiao Han was doing this. As soon as he took office, he was going to make the world in chaos. Didn't he know that Zhao's group was basically his own? At this moment, she understood one thing very well: this man, if not necessary, she absolutely respected far away. Xiao Han sat in front of his desk and lit a cigarette. Deep eyes full of absolute self-confidence and dominance. Here has been the only one, even if it is the entire economy of the City of Abundance, it is also the only one, what he cannot do? Thinking that he left home at the age of 18, for the reason that he was not willing to take over any matters related to the mob background of the Xiao family, and now, even more unwanted things must be taken over, then don't blame him for being merciless. He wants to take care of all the old man's freedom, including people, matters, and industries. As for Xia Mizuno, there are so many reasons why this woman is still left, at least until the mystery on her is solved, he will not let her go. A person in the United States to fight used to, breakout belongs to his world, now he is the fastest speed will be over their business transfer over here. And the close friends over there will also return to his side to continue assisting him in the shortest possible time. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Xiao Han, his tall figure was illuminated by the setting sun with a lone, clear shadow that fell to the ground. With one hand in the pocket of his suit pants and a cigarette in his mouth, he stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His dark eyes looked down at the city at his feet, radiating a kingly dominance that was hard to hide. Only, this man who didn't even put his own father in his eyes, not subject to anyone's sway, can he really make everyone listen to him as he wished? The sudden change of the successor of the Xiao clan became the headlines of all the major media for several consecutive days. However, this more bizarre than his father's style of young president, but not expected so mysterious, the face of the various reporters, Xiao Han's principle is that he is willing to say can be reported, not willing to say smart people had better not a word of speculation nonsense, or the consequences of. Nonetheless, Xiao Han's name in the overnight became the new generation of the abundance of city. Despite this, Xiao Han's name became a new generation of characters in Yuan City overnight, with multiple magazine covers directly modeling on him, and also capturing the hearts of countless young girls who liked to long for him overnight. He looked at these reports about himself and lazily smiled, both evil and cold. Xia Mizuno frowned at one of the magazines quietly circulating in the office, and stared shamelessly in the direction of the president's office, still with his usual calm and unruffled demeanor. Looking at the time, it was time to get off work. In fact, she was depressed, had to work for Xiao Han, had to even after work cannot escape from the jurisdiction surnamed Xiao, got really against her. The president's office has been full of guests lately, blocking one batch after another, and some of the visitors cannot be blocked. Xiao Han coldly stared at a man sitting on the sofa in the reception room. The other party was wearing a straight and solemn uniform, the badge on his chest indicated his identity. This was the youngest and most promising inspector in Yuan City, Tong Tiansu. The two men looked at each other for a few moments, seemingly weighing each other up. What is Inspector Tong's instruction? Xiao Han opened his mouth as if he was acting like a master and asked. President Xiao, the inspection department has received a report that some of Xiao Group's properties are suspected to be operating illegally. This is the inspector's approval letter from the inspection department. Please ask President Xiao to take a look at it. Tong Tiansu had a pair of extremely clear eyes. This kind of person gave off a feeling of brightness and candor at a glance. Since he became an inspector, he has long been targeting the most negative Xiao clan, but when Xiao Tianxiong was in power, he did everything seamlessly, and even though everyone knew that he had a close and inseparable relationship with the triads, the inspection department and the police couldn't find a single piece of evidence. Or perhaps everyone turned a blind eye and didn't dare to bother. Xiao Han contemptuously glanced at the standard red-top document and threw it on the coffee table. I have just taken over my father's business, so if there are any problems, you can just investigate. If there is any problem, you can just check it out. If you check it out and then notify me, you don't have to scare the snakes this early, do you? Tong Tiansu's face became more serious, his eyes looked straight into Xiao Han's somewhat arrogant eyes. President Xiao, don't worry, we will spare no effort to find out clearly. Oh, you are really a good and dedicated inspector. Come on, since you are here, don't always talk about business. I Xiao Han most appreciate you, such a fair and strict person. I let the secretary to make a pot of good tea, we slowly drink. After Xiao Han finished speaking, ignoring Tong Tiansu's words of refusal, he pressed the desktop phone and asked Mr. Xia to make a pot of good tea. No, it's better to make 2 cups of the most excellent coffee. What? Say that again and she's off duty? Who allowed her to get off work? Tong Tiansu glanced at the wall clock while listening, 6 o'clock sharp. He couldn't help but speculate that special assistant Xia had a good personality. She even got off work on time. Looking at Xiao Han's current stoic and angry appearance, he inexplicably felt a bit of pain. Shit, then you immediately brew coffee in. What? You won't? Xiao Han is very facelessly yelling lowly into the phone, not caring that the little secretary at the other end of the phone is already trembling. Tong Tiansu could no longer hold back his laughter and stood up. President Xiao, there's no need to be polite. I'm going to take my leave now, and I'll come back another day. Hey, Inspector Tong Tiansu, why are you saying goodbye? Xiao Han cut off the phone and watched Tong Tiansu's upright figure walk out of the office door. He pushed the phone away with a bang and his eyes became gloomy. The inspection department can investigate if they want to. He can't wait for the shit the old man did with the mob to be found out sooner. It was just that Xia Mingyue, that woman, what an abomination. The boss hadn't even gotten off work, but she just left privately like that. Who allowed her to be so punctual? The clock on the wall is still clicking silently, climbing the grid, innocently to the depressed and unhappy owner in the office. Tong Tiansu walked out of this imposing office building and gently pulled open the first collar button. The Xiao family, from the time he took away his beloved fiancé's family 7 years ago, he had listed the Xiao family as the object of his greatest hatred. This has too many mysterious and bizarre legends of the Xiao family. Black and white are not easy to mess with the Xiao family. He Tong Tiansu destined with the Xiao family on the dawdle. Thinking of the memories of 7 years ago, he painfully closed his eyes. In his heart once again God shouted, Nua, where are you now? Are you still safe and alive? That year, Xia Mingyue's father suddenly committed suicide. Just after the funeral, the Xia family mother and daughter moved away overnight. No one knew where they went, and no matter how much he inquired, he couldn't find a trace of them. The sudden loss of his beloved, for him who was in love, it was really a bolt from the blue. He frantically searched for her, and the only clue he inquired about was the Xia family had offended the Xiao family, so they could no longer survive here. After 2 years of being intertwined with pain and longing like that, eventually the Tong family could no longer see past it and asked the inspection department to send him on a public assignment to work in a foreign land, hoping that he could forget the cruel memories. It wasn't until recently that he was re-transferred back to Yuan City, and now he finally caught the chance to personally fight the Xiao family. Nua, if it wasn't the Xiao family, who else had such a great ability to erase the clues to nothing? Tong Tiansu silently read, and then start the car. The car quickly disappeared in the early lights of the market. The Tong family has changed its address, but the original house adjacent to the Xia family did not resell, which is the result of Tong Tiansu's efforts to fight for. Although it is very clear that the Xia family's old house is changed to a new owner, Nua disappeared for 5 years and then come back. The chance may be very small, but he has never really given up. The Tong family was very lively this night. Even Tong's father had a rare dinner at home. Tong Tiansu's nature was much more calm than before. Tong Xanu was still as lively and cheerful as before, and Xanai, who was a guest in their house, became the most popular guest. Chapter 14 Chapter 014. After dinner, the two girls went for a walk in the garden below. Seeing Xanai's silence, Tong Xanu casually stretched her waist and hitched her arm. Xiao Ai, it's great that you and my brother are both back. You don't know, you guys weren't in Yunqing for the past few years. My days alone were really lonely and boring. Xanai laughed. Don't you have to be busy lining up dates every day? Why do you still call it boring? It's not like me. Everyone knows that I traveled a long way to seek employment overseas for your brother, only he will always act as if he doesn't know. Xinu sighed softly. You know, my brother, that person is just dead-eyed. One day did not find Nuonuo, he one day cannot give up, after all, when they are engaged. Xiao Ai, don't lose heart. In fact, you do everything for my brother, how can he not understand? He just hasn't gotten over his own hurdle and can't accept it for the time being. Maybe, these years in his heart already can't live without you. Xinai pursed her lips with a bitter smile. I hope so. I understand the pain of losing Nua, so I accompanied him without complaint. Just like that year when he just had a car accident, I almost thought that I could occupy a place in his heart, but I didn't know that, alas. Anyway, I think I can bring him a little bit of happiness and peace now, and I'm satisfied. Don't worry, it always pays off. As for Nuono, I can only pray that God will bring her peace and happiness. Xinu and Xanai and Xiaofan Nua are good sisters. She is also in the Big Brother for the search of Nua after the car accident, only to find Xanai hidden feelings for a long time. Over the years, she had gradually and sincerely hoped that Xanai could be with Big Brother. Basically, there was already a tacit understanding that in front of Tong Tiansu, he would never mention the Xia family. Everyone knows that he did not put down, but no one will deliberately go to reveal that scar. Fate has long ago made arrangements in the underworld. Some people, some things are destined to have to cut off the constant involvement. For example, the Xia family, the Tong family and the Xiao family. Before Xinai left, she suddenly asked Xinu, if your brother finds Nua, who do you support? Xinu was stunned, and for a moment did not know how to answer. This question, I am afraid that I can only respect my brother's choice, right? This unknown possibility will indeed be there, but Nua and Xiao Ai are both their best friends. Perhaps whoever can be happy with her brother will support whoever. Xia Minuo's happiest time of the day was at night, when she could spend time with her baby boy. And Xiaotia's happiest time of the day was the extra daytime when he went to his new school, in addition to spending time with his favorite mommy. Mother and son nestled on the sofa in the screening room, watching the latest cartoon together, giggling from time to time. Xiaohan seemed to have a lot of socializing and returned home late for a few days in a row, which was what Xia Minua was most satisfied with, at least not interfering with them too much. Zhang Lirong, the housekeeper, usually has nothing to do. Every day is to dutifully guard this large mansion. Little Light lay on Mommy's lap and asked with big eyes, Mommy, have you ever thought about your godfather? This is the question again. It seems that this kid into very Miss Lu Hao. This is the Little Light must ask homework. Xia Minuo rubbed his black hair, remembered that this afternoon only with Lu Hao through the phone. Lu Hao said tomorrow weekend, find an opportunity to meet them mother and son. I'd like to. Oh, so tomorrow Mommy will find time to take you to see Godfather, okay? Really? Little Light quickly climbed up, wrapped her arms around her neck and slurped 2 kisses on her face. I knew Mommy missed Godfather too. Wow, I wonder what Godfather is doing now. Does he miss us as much as we miss him? When I see my godfather tomorrow, I have a lot of things to say to him. As soon as Lu Hao was mentioned, this kid immediately came to the spirit, chattering non-stop, along with the first day of school on the female classmates like him to borrow a handkerchief thing also can't wait to say. Xia Minua with a smile to listen to the end, only to have to splash a pot of cold water. however, I take you out of the matter, I have to get Xiao Han's consent first. Ah? Xiao Ye's face immediately collapsed. Will righteous father agree? I don't know, it should be. It's normal for moms to take their kids out on weekends. If he doesn't even agree to that, it would be too unkind. In fact, she really didn't have much certainty. She had been working for Xiao for 3 days now, and she was getting more and more puzzled by his mind. He is a man who is arrogant and authoritarian to a certain extent, but also deep and unobtrusive. Alas, when she thinks of that kind of inexplicable man who makes people uncertain, she has a headache. Xiao Yi said in a serious manner, why don't we talk to righteous father together in a while? If he doesn't agree with you, I'll reason with him. Oh, it's time for you to sleep. Don't worry, what mommy promised you, she will definitely do it. After a while, Xiao Mingyue watched her son fall asleep in her arms before she gently breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying the little guy to bed, she went back to her room with great difficulty before dialing Lu Hao's phone. Lu Hao was in his own pub, the time was but 12 o'clock, and the wonderful nightlife had just begun. The music on the dance floor seemed to vibrate to the bottom of people's hearts, and young men dressed in fashionable and avant-garde clothes were writhing recklessly on the dance floor, squandering their passion to their heart's content. Lu Hao sat on a high chair in front of the bar, asked the bartender for a large glass of spirits, and tilted his head back to drink. Several beautiful women with bewitching figures leaned over in a flirtatious manner at the sight of them. The cell phone vibrated in his pocket for a while before he felt it, and when he saw that it was Xia Mizuno's number, his black eyes unconsciously lit up. Immediately waving away the beautiful woman who wanted to pester him, he hurriedly walked into his own exclusive office. Nua, still not sleeping? His voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of undetectable delight. Xia Mingyue heard the noise on the other end of the phone quickly turn quiet. His heart was more satisfied, smiled and said, do you have time tomorrow? I'll bring little Knight to meet you. Yes, of course. Lu Hao suddenly felt a good mood. A minute ago was still drinking, depression swept away. You and the brats are still adapting to it? Did Xiao Han give you a hard time? How, you've already asked this question this afternoon. Aren't I concerned about you? Great, what time and place tomorrow? After closing the line, Lu Hao lay down on the sofa chair, his eyes becoming deeper and deeper. And that end of the Xiaomai annual, still no sleep, she has to wait for Xiao Han to come back. This tomorrow I give you a phone call and then discuss with him about taking Xiao Yu out. The car slowly drove into the mansion, the gate automatically opened and closed again, the housekeeper respectfully waited for the return of the young master. Xiao Mizuno heard the sound of the car turning off, heard him going up the stairs, and then stood directly on the third-floor corridor, waiting for him to appear. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 Xiao Han casually climbed his hair and stepped up the stairs, the collar of his well-tailored shirt lightly open, slightly revealing his bronze-colored chest. He didn't know where he had just gone, and now this appearance appeared flamboyant and dangerous, somewhat different from the cold and unsympathetic person in the office. Once he raised his eyes and saw the woman blocking the corridor, surprise swept through his dark eyes, then he smiled faintly and opened up. Woman, you are waiting for me? The flirtatiousness in the tone of voice made Xia Mizuno unconsciously frown. Pretending to ignore it, nodded. There is something I want to discuss with you. There are any names to say, I am tired today. Xiao Han stared at her and passed by her side. Xia Mizuno took a step back and blocked it again. Very soon, 1 minute. Xiao Han glanced at her. Okay, you say. I want to take Xiao Ye to the playground tomorrow. She thought, well, amusement park, this place like Xiao Han, this kind of person is absolutely not interested, can have fun and will not run into him. Playground? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and seemed to be sizing up the look of her going to that place to play. No way. Xiao Yu is now the adopted son of the Xiao family, with a special status, she can't go to a complicated place like that. An amusement park is still complicated? That place is a paradise for children, it's the most simple place, okay? Xia Mingyue retorted. There are many people, if I say no, then no. Xiao Han flatly refused. Tomorrow I will arrange a time to take you out together. Xia Mingyue suspected that she had heard wrongly. He took her and Xiao Yan out together? What kind of situation is that? She was crazy to want to see him all weekend. Besides, Xiao Ying wanted to see Lu Hao, so she had to fight for Xiao Ying no matter what. President, if I remember correctly, you still have important work to finish tomorrow, you have to go to the company. Xia Mingyue reminded him. Xiao Han looked at her playfully, right, as if the case of acquiring the AI Pei nursing home is not yet done. The boss is working overtime, as a special assistant how can you rest? Tomorrow we have to go to the office together first. You're going to the nursing home? Xiao Minuo took a deep breath. You really don't promise me to take Xiaoya out to play, right? I'll tell you what, Xiao Minuo, I'll wait until I get a good night's sleep tonight and see if I change my mind. So, what is there to say tomorrow? Xiaohan stretched out a finger and picked through her hair with an ambiguous expression. She hurriedly frowned to avoid it, and he zinged a cold smile as he crossed her body and walked towards his room. Xiao Minuo clenched her fists, her angry eyes itching to burn a hole in that door to vent her hatred. Thinking about when she followed the old man, although the work is intense and busy, at least absolutely no need to work overtime, have completely their own free time, and now even if she knows that his requirements are normal but working with him is simply a nightmare. The next day, Xiao Mizuno very sorry to tell her son, as a competent and good employee, mommy must work overtime. They're going out to meet Lu Hao could only be rescheduled for the afternoon or evening. In short, she would not go back on her word if she promised him something. Then, mother and son pulled the little hook before she helplessly went out. Xiaohan was satisfied to see her submission, and his dark eyes flashed with a sharp aura that no one could understand. It's been 3 days, and Private Detective He appeared at the president's office on time. He placed the dark blue velvet box containing the pin on the president's desk with an air of confidence. How is it? Xiaohan opened the box and scrutinized the pin lying inside. He again and again handed him a professional investigation instructions, answered, of course okay. This little thing is not difficult to defeat me. The pin really has a lot of time, is 7 years ago very popular girls' jewelry, the brand manufacturers are not in the abundance of the city. The owner of the pin is a woman named Xinai, 25 years old this year, is the only daughter of the owner of the Xine Electronics Group. How's that? She's the one you're looking for, right? What makes you sure it's her? Xiaohan collected the box in the pocket of his suit lining. Don't question my expertise, it took a bit of maneuvering, but the result can't be wrong. This is not even a big case, to be wrong my reputation as the first detective can be ruined. He smiled confidently. Good, I hope you are right. Xiaohan opened the check, brushed down the number of 1 million, tear off a sheet and handed to him. He took the check and looked at it, put it on his mouth and kissed it, and turned around in style, cool. I'm leaving, next time there is something to check, despite looking for me, efficiency and quality absolutely guaranteed. Xiaohan cold eyes to send him out the door, and then cannot help but pull out the velvet box, take out the pin inside. He looked at the photo and information of the woman named Xinai on the data, and his eyes softened in a rare way. On the photo was a bright-eyed, beautiful woman. He gazed at her and murmured, "Are you the woman who has been troubling me for years?" Xiao Minuo hated working overtime, especially when she was unwillingly forced to do so. She had no doubt that Xiaohan had deliberately organized herself, but why? Was it because of the old man? Could it be that he already knew? No. If Xiaohan knew that he had been checking the old man's guilt behind his back, he wouldn't let himself off so easily. But that might be possible. Xiaohan's relationship with the old man is incompatible with each other. Perhaps he does not care about how the old man died. Throughout the morning, Xiao Miannuo was in a serious trance, as if the worry and depression that had been suppressed in the bottom of her heart during this period of time had all floated out. She has noticed that the door of the president's office opens and closes several times today. There are a lot of visitors. In the end, what is this guy busy? Look at her watch, it's time to leave work at noon again. Without Xiaohan's order, she doesn't dare to leave her post without authorization. The cell phone rang. Once she saw it was Lu Hao, she quickly walked to the pantry, one hand covered the microphone and lowered her voice. Hao. I've been waiting for your call. What's going on? That guy Xiaohan didn't allow you to come out? Lu Hao nonchalantly went straight to the point. He had been waiting for the phone call all morning, and when he thought that Xiaohan might have prevented the mother and son from going out, he couldn't help but feel a bellyful of fire. Xiao Miannuo frowned. I'm working overtime at the company now. Xiaoyu is being brought by the housekeeper at the Xiao residence. What, you're working overtime? Didn't you never have to work overtime? Alas, the change of dynasties. Xiao Miannuo's mood is also not cool to wear. Xiaohan is an uncertain and very difficult to deal with the guy. I have a lot of things to say to you. Suddenly a hidden anger voice from the sound of the back of the inserted, so that she held the phone hand involuntarily trembled a little. I've got a lot to say to you. Xiaohan appeared unknowingly, glanced at her, and lightning-like shot out to snatch her phone. President Xiao. Xiao Minuo exclaimed in shock. Xiaohan skimmed his lips and brought the phone into his ear, only to hear Lu Hao on the other end shouting uncertainly, Nua? Nua? Speak up. President, please return the phone to me. Xiao Minuo stiffly looked straight at him. Xiao Han sneered and said to the person on the phone, "No matter if you are her lover or admirer, it is now Xiao Miaonua's working hours, and it is not permitted to make private calls." Lu Hao understood in a flash. Just by listening to the two sentences, he knew what kind of autocratic and arrogant guy Xiao Han was. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Han over there had already cut off the phone with a beep. Lu Hao's face became even more ugly, his eyes like a layer of frost. Chapter 16 Chapter 016. It is said that a woman's premonition is straight and accurate. Xiao Miaonua's apprehension was not unreasonable. She was sensitive to the fact that Xiao Han was very deliberately targeting himself. It was related to the death of the old master, and it was indeed the case. From the day Xiao Han received the news of the old master's death, he had been secretly sending people to investigate the cause of the car accident, and by early this morning, he had finally received more precise information. Xiao Menuo, who was chosen by Xiao Tianxiong as a surrogate mother 7 years ago, and then failed to surrogate for some reason, and whose father, Xiao Mulan, was forced to commit suicide due to the discovery of the Xiao family's unknown secrets. Her father, Xiao Mulan, was forced to commit suicide after discovering the Xiao family's unknown secret. 6 years ago, Xiao Miaonua gave birth to Xiao Night in a foreign land. 4 years ago, Summer Night was sent to Ai Pei nursing home, and mother and child did not recognize each other. Xiao Menuo mother and daughter by Xiao Tianxiong found, back to the abundance of the city, on this signed an agreement, for the old man personally cultivated, lifelong work for the old man. A year ago, Xiao Miaonua's mother Qin Kaiyun suffered a car accident and died. Not long ago, Xiao Tianxiong suffered an accident and died in a car accident. And all the information shows that the old master car accident day, it is Xiao Fan Nua arrangements for him and close friends to go to the pier. It is said that the pier side of some matters need the old master personally to deal with, did not think that the midway on the accident. Although there is no further evidence to prove that Xiao Menuo this woman and the car accident has a direct relationship, but Xiao Han has no doubt that Xiao Menuo due to her father's suicide on the Xiao family with extreme hatred. A woman who hates the Xiao family, how would she be willing to do personal assistant for her father's murderer? Xiao Han hatefully thought, Xiao Menuo, the old man is after all my real father. After all, you killed him, how can I easily let you go? From this day onwards, Xiao Han has a new feeling towards Xiao Menuo, a feeling that is more dangerous than a cat trying to arrest a mouse that has fallen into a trap. He was going to slowly tease her and slowly make her pay the price she deserved. And what exactly was to be done with her? Fear not, there would be a long time to come. Her greatest weakness was that child Summer Night was also in his hands, and he would have plenty of time and opportunity for the mother and child to make their repayment. All plans for revenge are quietly starting. Xiao Menuo sat in front of the desk, strangely shivered, an icy chill ran up from the bottom of his feet. Sayaka was bored. At least he had a lot of kids to keep him company when he was in the foster home, and he made new friends quickly at his new school, while his mommy, who he missed the most when he went home, was slow to come home. He had to sit on the front steps of the house with his two little hands resting on his chin, staring blearily at the carved door with his little mouth agape. Zhang Lirong was used to living a life of licking blood from the mouth of a knife when he was young, and only washed his hands in gold after he followed Xiao Tianxiong. When Xiao Han was young, he had also brought that child, only Xiao Han had always been hostile to his father, and his personality was extremely different from the little knight in front of him. Speaking of which, after getting along for less than a few days, Zhang Lirong, who was close to 60 years old, still liked Xiao Xiaomiao's ghostly child. Regarding the matter of Xiao Miaonua's mother and son living in Xiao Mansion, he didn't have a position to speak, but he just didn't know what the young master had in mind. At this moment, looking at Xiao Ye sitting depressed and alone on the steps, he couldn't help but walk up. Young master. Uncle Zhang, how long will it take for my mommy to come back? Little Knight was hoping that the beautiful carved door would open in the next second. Little master, Ms. Xia is going to work, and will be back when she's done. If little young master is bored, Uncle Zhang can accompany you again. Little Knight waved his hand, feeling uninterested. He also remembered that mommy promised herself that she would go see her godfather today, but now the sun has already set in the west, and it is about to get dark and mommy is not back, so it is likely that she will not be able to see her godfather. If I have to live like this every day in the future, how boring it would be. Uncle Zhang, is it true that godfather won't let mommy come back so early? Little Light boned his black and white eyes and asked. He was more or less unwilling to be close to Xiao Han. Zhang Lirong froze for a moment, thinking that this child was really smart and sensitive. Young master, your righteous father is the heir of the Xiao family. He just took over the family's huge business, so he is very busy. Miss Xia is Zhao's most capable assistant, so naturally she has to help your righteous father. Young master is a sensible child. Why don't Uncle Zhang accompany you to read a book first? Alas! Little Knight let out a big sigh, stood up and clapped his hands. I'd better go and call my godfather, hopefully this will dial his number. Oh, Uncle Zhang, you must know my godfather, he used to work for the Xiao family too, his name is Lu Hao. Lu Hao. Zhang Lirong subconsciously frowned. Lu Hao, how can he not be familiar? Xiao Masters under the most powerful bodyguard is a hidden first-class masters, usually hanging a cynical look, in fact, who have heard of him who do not dare to easily mess with. On weekdays, it can't be seen that Xiao Miaonghua and Lu Hao's relationship is much better. How come he has become Xiaoyi's godfather? It seems that the relationship between these young people is really one by one confusing, let a person more and more confused. He, the old housekeeper, should still guard the Xiao family's mansion well and protect the mansion and the little young master's safety. After work, Xia Mingyuo was riding on Xiao Han's black Mercedes-Benz back. This unseemly fellow did not even bother to announce to everyone that Special Assistant Xiao was living in his house, so people should not be surprised to see the two of them going in and out of the house together. Xia Mizuno could imagine what kind of gossip others would attract since the news was revealed, but she couldn't do anything about it to think about it lazily. Xiao Han was a completely egotistical person who wouldn't care about other people's positions. She couldn't help but think sympathetically that perhaps it had a lot to do with his experience of working alone in America. Anyway, she was used to traveling alone, so whatever. As soon as the car entered the large carved iron gate, Seo's silhouette swooped over. Mommy. He waited for the car door to open, and very gentlemanly picked up the bag for Xia Mizuno, and when he saw Xiao Han, who then stepped out, his little face immediately became serious, and he respectfully called out, "Righteous father is good." Xiao Han nodded his head expressionlessly. To the little child, he did not have any feelings. Zhang Lirong hurriedly took the briefcase in the young master's hand, and the driver drove the car to the garage. The four of them quietly entered the house before Xiaoyi couldn't hide her curiosity. Today mommy came back with righteous father. Thank you righteous father for helping me take care of mommy. At these words, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, pursed his lips and said, I'm sorry for affecting the time you and your mommy went out to play today, but righteous father promised you that he would personally take you two out tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 17 Chapter 017. A Xiaoyi's excitement stuck in his throat, how he would like to say that in fact do not need to righteous father personally compensation, can give mommy a day off on the line. However, even though he was small, he was aware of the fact that a person under the roof could not help but bow his head, so he smiled sweetly and obediently. Thank you, righteous father, you're really too good to me and mommy. Mommy, don't you think so? Patting a horse pee works best, Xiao Han revealed a light smile, while Xia Mingyuo only had to hypocritically cooperate and nod her head at the side. Okay, Xiao Ya, mommy will give you a shower to go, and have a good rest tonight. Xia Mingyuo pulled her son up the stairs. Little Light embarrassedly frowned at her. How many times have I said, stupid mommy? I'm a man, how do I need you to help me take a shower? This is for the two men behind to hear, it's really too detrimental to the face of his hallowed Xia Knight. Xiao Han's sharp black eyes flashed a bright light, looking at the mother and son, the corner of his mouth coldly raised. Turning back, inadvertently meeting Zhang Lirong's eyes, he coldly said, Uncle Zhang, come to the study for a moment. An hour later, Xia Mingyuo was startled by the sound of a heated argument in the study. Xiao Han and Uncle Zhang were arguing? Uncle Zhang was a butler who knew how to be respectful and humble to his master. How could he be arguing with him? Xia Mingyuo hesitated for a while, not knowing whether to push the door in or not. Suddenly, there was a bang, as if someone had smashed something. She gritted her teeth and unscrewed the door handle, just in time to see a vase broken on the floor. The round bottom of the vase rolled to her toes. I heard a sound inside. I came in to take a look. Xia Mizuno felt that the study was filled with smoke. She hardly ever remembered when Zhang Bo would display such a stern aura. It seems that things have really gotten out of hand. Why? Doubts hovered. Xiao Han coldly looked at her. Go out. Perhaps there is something I can help? Since she had come in, her Xia Miaonghua character naturally would not withdraw again. Just now, she had also heard Xiaoyi talk about how good Uncle Zhang was to him, so she had to help Uncle Zhang in any way she could. It's none of your business, you'd better stay out of it. Xiao Han warned. Xia Miaonghua did not move and asked Uncle Zhang, what's going on? Uncle Zhang's sullen face, I have been a housekeeper in the Xiao family for nearly 20 years, the old masters all respect me 3 times, now I have done my duty without fault. If the young master wants to drive me away, he must give a reason that will convince people. Xiao Hanlang said, I am now the master here, I have the right to dismiss or hire any employee, including the housekeeper. Uncle Zhang, I also respect you for paying for the Xiao family for many years, so I will give you $10 million for your retirement, enough for you to rest in peace for the rest of your life. If you still think it's not enough, I can always write you another check. That's enough. Young master, I, Zhang Li Rong, have been in the Xiao family for many years, so do I want to be greedy for money? I have sworn in front of the old master that I will serve the Xiao family for the rest of my life. Young master is clearly setting me up for disloyalty and injustice by kicking me out without any reason. Hearing this, Xia Mingyuo completely understood. She raised her head and said, Young master, please allow me to say a few words. Uncle Zhang's loyalty to the Xiao family can't be compared to anyone else's, and he knows more about the Xiao family's affairs than anyone else. Can you find a second such butler in this world? The broken vase on the floor showed that this man was on fire. She was undoubtedly causing trouble by speaking so bluntly, but only a few days ago she saw Xiao Han remove several of the company's patriarchs from their positions, and today she didn't even let Uncle Zhang off the hook. It was really too much. Even if she didn't want to meddle in any of the Xiao family's idle matters, in terms of her personal friendship towards Uncle Zhang, Xia Mingyuo was temporarily setting aside the consequences. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Xia Mingyuo, if you are smart, get out immediately. No, you need loyalty now. Sending away Zhang Bo will not do you half the good. Xia Mingyuo, don't let me repeat the same words for the third time. The warning in his words was very obvious, and his face was grim beyond words. Zhang Bo wrinkled his gray eyebrows. Young master, you don't need to say more. Unless I die, I won't leave here. After saying that, he stored up a furious anger and left. Zhang Bo Xia Mingyuo saw Zhang Bo leave. She threw her head back and bravely raised her step to step in front of Xiao Han. At this time there was an invisible tension on his body that gradually enveloped her. She clenched her fists and looked up at him. Young master, you are the young master. Naturally no one dares to easily disobey your orders. This is your home, and you can naturally kick out whoever you want. However, have you ever thought about the fact that by letting a loyal and dedicated old butler go, you are forcing him to his death? I don't know why you're doing this, but do you really want to go this far? Uncle Zhang is at least one of the old master's most trusted subordinates. No, the old master simply treated Uncle Zhang as an indispensable brother before him. So, you can disrespect Uncle Zhang, at least please respect your dead old master. Who the old master trusted is none of my business. Xiao Han coldly hardened, and even angrily pinched her sharp chin, his burning anger spraying on her lips. Xia Mingyuo viciously withdrew her chin and retreated to a safe distance away. She stared at him and squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. At least, he is your father. She took big steps to leave, and no longer had time to care about how he would be angry and how he would treat himself. Xiao Han's jaw was tightened to death, and he said extremely softly and very lowly, Woman, I am afraid that you do not know what is called cruelty at all. There were crickets chirping low in the courtyard, and under the big tree there was a long white chair where a lonely old man sat. At least, Xia Mingyuo looked over from this angle and found that Zhang Lirong's figure was a gray and cool pallor. Uncle Zhang. She walked over and sat down alongside him. Tonight's stars were good, the summer night sky was just beautiful, but unfortunately no one had the heart to appreciate it. Uncle Zhang let her sit quietly with him for a while, and finally spoke in a deep voice. The year I came to the Xiao family, the young master was only 12 years old, and it was already a period of youthful rebellion. As a matter of fact, he has been growing up very alone, with no brothers, no companions. As you know, the old master actually loves the young master very much, but unfortunately, at that time, the Xiao family's business involved the triads, so there were too many times when he couldn't help himself. In order to protect the young master, the old master seldom showed his love for him in front of outsiders. Oh. Doesn't the young master have a mom? Has he lived with the master since he was a child? This was the first time Xia Mingyuo heard positively about Xiao Han's past. The Xiao family is a mysterious family because the men of the Xiao family all possess a mysterious power. What mysterious power? Xia Mingyuo's curiosity was piqued, and she vaguely felt that it had something to do with the fact that she had been picked as a surrogate pregnancy mother back then. Chapter 18 Chapter 018. Exactly what kind of power? I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I only know that even the mob leaders are willing to worship the master as their boss, only that the master is not willing to get involved at all for the sake of the young master. Uncle Zhang sighed and looked at her. You know that none of the men in the Xiao family can officially marry, right? After they reach adulthood, they just need to find a woman with the right physique to fulfill the task of passing on the family name for the Xiao family. This is also the reason why the old man approached me back then? Because I have just the right physique? Xia Mizuno thought quickly in her mind. She could not help but speculate whether her father was aware of the old master's kind of mysterious power, which led to the final push to the brink of extinction. Zhang Bo patted her hand. This is your destiny with the Xiao family. In all the years I have been with the old master, I have never seen another woman fit to give birth to a Xiao family heir. Unfortunately, you had a little light with someone else by mistake, and the young master went to the United States. It is really the will of God. Xia Mingyuo asked the question she had been asking for years. Does Uncle Zhang know why the old master insisted on cultivating me? and why he insisted on making me his special assistant. One is that the old master wanted to hold your mother hostage. He suspected that your mother knew the secrets of the Xiao family. Secondly, he did not give up on letting you continue to nurture an heir for the Xiao family, but unfortunately, the young master was even more stubborn than he was, and he never came back from the United States after that. Uncle Zhang leaned against the back of the bench, aimlessly looking up at the stars in the sky. Xiao Mingyuo knew that Uncle Zhang had revealed a lot of important information, but why did Xiao Han insist on driving Uncle Zhang away? Young master's nature is too cold and unpredictable. Uncle Zhang need not worry, he may think clearly tomorrow. She comforted. Uncle Zhang seemed to see it clearly. I know his reason. He doesn't want to see anyone who was close to the master around. He hates his father? Usually the word hate is used with stronger feelings. Love and hate, I suppose. Ever since he was a child, he wished to have a mother. The master never told him who the surrogate was. When the young master was 15 years old and finally found out who his mother was on his own, he happened to run into the old master talking business with the mob, and inadvertently the poor woman was kidnapped and then died. These brutal past events, Zheng Bo has personally experienced. He knows that Xiao Han's temperament and what he did today is still understandable. Xiao Mizuno fell silent and spoke only after a long time. Since then, Xiao Han has hated the triads and hated the old man even more, right? When I think of the days before I was 17 years old, it was as beautiful as a fairy tale. And it turned out that on the same piece of land, everyone had such different encounters. Ms. Xia, thank you. Although Master had ulterior motives for you in the beginning, he genuinely valued you. I know that because of your father's death, you have been holding a grudge against the Xiao family, and you have been restricted in every way but to endure, but now that Master is gone, can you let go of the grudges of the past? Zhang Lirong is worthy of having a pair of shrewd and sharp eyes. She can't hide anything in her mind from him. Xiao Miannuo lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. Was it really destined to get into trouble with the Xiao family? The Xiao family has changed her life's destiny. But now, she can only helplessly smile bitterly. So many years, I have my own choice? I can allow myself to learn to forget the past, but because of Xiaoyi, I must fight Xiao Han to the end. Ugh. I will not leave the Xiao family, and the young master is not a bad person, so you can live here without fear. After all, the ginger is old and spicy. Zhang Li roamed in her chat, but as unloaded a heart is easy to go, leaving Xiao Miannuo sitting alone in the night sky, silently contemplating. I already knew that Xiao Han this kind of person absolutely impossible to go to the playground. 80% of his life for 30 years simply do not know where the playground. So, for Xiao Han coolly said to the mother and son, today I will take you out. This pair of mother and son just tacitly looked at each other, secretly rolled their eyes, and did not hold any expectations. Sure enough, it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiao Han decided to go out. He wore a pair of straight black suit pants, an Armani shirt of the same color, and his hair was arranged meticulously, and when he saw Xiao Miannuo and Xiao Zhao's innocent mother and son outfit, his two thick eyebrows immediately frowned. You, Xiao Mingyuo. He pointed at her with an obvious gesture of looking for an interruption. Can you be normal? Where am I not normal? Xiao Mingyuo pulled her son's hand and looked down towards herself. Look at you, either a pair of old nun dress, there is an obstacle to the eyes. Either you turn into a silly big sister, you think you are 17 years old. Xiao Han contemptuously measured her from head to toe and commented in a critical manner. Silly big sister? Xiao Mingyuo almost didn't faint. She wore a floral plaid jacket today, comfortable linen dhoti pants, a solid color lace sun hat on her head, and the bag on her shoulder was indeed a bit bigger because it held Xiao Xiaoyu's supplies. Out to play, of course, to wear relaxed, not to mention who does not know as a mother to take the child out, will always be a little more trouble. This arrogant man know what? She was provoked and was about to open her mouth. Xiaoyu with a flattering sweet smile was afraid to go up and pull Xiao Han's cuffs, tilted her head and said, righteous father really has a vision, the same opinion as Xiaoyu. I have long felt that mommy's dress needs to be improved, usually should wear beautiful and fashionable clothes to work. Righteous father, you look so powerful and handsome. Mommy, do you special assistant, how can you dress up as an old nun? Xiaoyu Xiao Miannuo really want to pull the son over. I do not know what idea this brat played. She raised the big collapsible bag in her hand. Today is to go out to play, and not to participate in any feast. What to dress up or not to dress up? Xiao Han satisfied with patting the little knight's head, very satisfied with this kid to cooperate with himself, so to Xiao Mingyuo hooked his lips and said, yes, today is to take you to participate in the feast. Feast? This time, Xiao Mingyuo and Xiaoyi were surprised in unison. That's right. This young master inherited the Xiao clan. Tonight there is a special banquet at the Profound Emperor Hotel, starting at 7 o'clock sharp. Xiao Han raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch. It was now 4:20, there were still 2 hours and 40 minutes left. It should not be too late to take the two of you to organize your lines. Slow down, slow down. Xia Mizuno raised her finger to interrupt him. Such a big feast, how come I didn't know about it? Moreover, didn't you say yesterday that I was working overtime, so you could let me take Xiaoye out today? No. Xia Minuo, don't waste time nagging. We'll set off immediately and take you guys to get geared up. Xiao Han's eyes hit a wipe of imperceptible calculation, directly pulling up Xiaoye's hand toward the caravan that had long been prepared outside. Little Knight turned around and gave Mommy a sympathetic look. How could he not understand what she was thinking? He helplessly flattened his little mouth. Mommy, anyway, I haven't participated in any feasts since I grew up. It's not bad for righteous father to take me to see it. Chapter 19 Chapter 019. Dong is the driver who specializes in serving Xiao Han's caravan. Right now he is respectful to this mother and son, with a mouthful of young master, bowing his body and pulling the car door open to serve. Xiaoyi saw that Mommy could not hide her displeasure, stretched out her small hand and hooked Xiao Mianyuo's neck, and in a very light and low voice, she said in her ear, Mommy, Godfather taught me to respond to all changes in an unchanging manner. You must remain calm in front of righteous father. Xiao Mianyuo quietly inhaled and nodded her head. Xiao Han naturally didn't hear Xiaoyi's words clearly and glanced at the little guy suspiciously. Little Light quickly hammed and hawed to explain, Righteous father, I'm persuading Mommy to be happier. He then continued to come together and muttered in Xia Minuo's ear, You said that a person can't help but bow his head under the roof. We'd better obediently listen to righteous father. Xia Minuo unconsciously looked at Xiao Han, only to see the cold, hard, unrelenting lines on his side of his face like they were carved out of ice, and sighed in her heart, now that she had no other way but to obey him. Was there any other way? Mommy, listen to this most important thing. Little Knight, this time the voice is even lower, said more carefully, We will quietly call Godfather later, the Knight can sneak out to see him. Ah? Xia Mizuno was surprised and almost made a sound, and when she saw the little one smiling mysteriously, she instantly understood. She dotingly rubbed Little Knight's head and deliberately said aloud, Alright, Mommy will also go to see the feast held for the Xiao family's crown prince. Xiao Han had his arms wrapped around his chest, and without a word, he stared his black eyes straight ahead. No one knew what he was thinking, perhaps how to deal with this woman beside him. He currently did not have a specific plan. In short, he was very clear that he would never let her go easily. 6:30. Xia Mianyuo walked out from the most upscale professional styling store in Yuan City, just like she had become another person. Little Knight let out a continuous exclamation of surprise, Wow! Mommy, I'm so proud of you, you're the most noble and beautiful mommy in the world. He swooped over and gave her 2 kisses on her cheeks. Xiao Han, who was organizing his suit, walked out from another fitting room, and when he saw Xia Mizuno for the first time, his deep black eyes couldn't help but be flooded with amazement. However, the marvel flashed by, he was not interested in praising a woman who might have killed his father. Worthy of being a first-class stylist, although the sparrow couldn't turn into a phoenix, the unsightly feathers were covered up after all. Xiao Han praised the stylist's craftsmanship while viciously commenting on Xia Minuo. Miss Xia is a great beauty. He wanted to recognize Xia Mianyuo's rare natural beauty, but at a glance at the prince's inscrutable cold face, which really made it impossible to guess his mind, the stylist had no choice but to half cover his mouth, swallowing half of the latter's effusive words of praise into his stomach. Xia Mianyuo gazed at himself in the mirror. How many years has it been since he dressed himself like this? 7 years. Since the twist of fate, she no longer allowed herself to dress up like this. She was no longer a golden girl who just dressed up every day and waited for someone to pick her up. She was a woman manipulated by fate, a woman who had to rely on her own hands to change her life. No matter how much she disobeyed fate in her bones, it was still hard for her to escape the quagmire now. The most popular silver high-heeled shoes, black evening dress seems to be tailored for her as if, just right to set off her small waist, elegant lines of the neck, well-proportioned white calves, such as lotus root-like snow-white arms, with a set of crystal and rhinestone jewelry. The woman in the mirror is undoubtedly extremely rich temperament. She was well aware of her own beauty, just that beauty was no longer necessary for her a long time ago. Xiaoyi didn't understand why Xiao Han didn't know how to appreciate Mommy. He clearly noticed the flash of awe in his righteous father's eyes, but why? Does righteous father not like women, or does he not like Mommy? Righteous father, you are also stylish. Little Knight is proud of you. He rolled his flexible eyes, busy patting the horse pea. In fact, under the careful design of modeling, the little guy himself combed the same gentleman's head as Xiao Han, straight black and red checkered small suit, snow-white shirt tied with a small bow tie, a completely courteous little young master look. And then cold Xiao Han also difficult to do to the small horse essence plate face. He leaned down to pat the shoulder of the small knight. Good, really worthy of the righteous father Xiao Knight, very righteous father, proud of the style, ha. A Xiao Knight elimination knight. Xiao Knight resisted the urge to roll his eyes, for the first time found that this tall and majestic figure of the righteous father's lord was actually a bit arrogant. Go! Xiao Han simply ordered, pulling up Xiao Knight and heading out the door. Xia Menuo took the shawl sent by the stylist and hurriedly followed behind. Wow! What a perfect family of three! The chief store manager marveled behind her, and Xia Menuo furrowed her brows, unsurprisingly noticing that Xiao Han's cold and solitary back stiffened for an instant, as if some sort of chill seeped out. Until she stepped into the caravan, she still felt that inexplicable chill for a long time. For some reason, she really felt more and more that Xiao Han held deliberate hostility towards herself, so, a year later, could she really bring back Xiao Yang smoothly? A huge crystal chandelier shone overhead, and the brightly lit floor, with bright red flooring in the center, extended all the way to the front of the large VIP table. There, flowers surrounded the place, the fragrance of strife was charming, and brightly glittering congratulatory messages were plastered on the festive ceremonial banners. As soon as Xiao Miannua stepped into the venue, he had to pull Xiao Yan towards the corner before it was too late. This kind of occasion belongs to Xiao Han. It is best not to bring her mother and son out. She is not rare to become the center of attention. And Little Knight is also very smart. At least he understands that the more noticeable he is now, the harder it will be to escape in a while, so he smiles sweetly in a fawning manner before Xiao Han is about to introduce himself grandly. Righteous father, today is a grand day that belongs to righteous father, you must have a lot of guests. But don't worry, Xiaoyi will definitely take care of my mommy. Righteous father, just go and get busy. Is Xiao Han an ordinary person? How can a child be fooled by a few words? He had even more calculations of his own. In the midst of applause and envious gazes, he personally picked up the almost dazed Xiao Ye and strutted across the red carpet. On the other hand, he nonchalantly held Xia Mianhua, and with an evil smile on his face, he pulled her to his side. Seeing both sides of the people have been surprised at the gaze, Xiao Han will not move to hide the smile. Under the eyes of all, Xia Mianhua cannot escape, and then very depressed to hear the host a large series of almost bragging opening speech, Prince Xiao finally went on stage. He was always holding Xiao Yu, while Xiao Yu couldn't stop looking back at her, with a helplessness in his eyes that only she, his mother, could understand. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Xiao Han was not a wordy person, but what he decided to do he must do. Therefore, he first simply but grandly introduced the little guy who had aroused enough curiosity from the crowd. This is Xiao Knight, the adopted righteous son of this young master, and the young master of the Xiao family. Applause, compliments corresponded with Xiao Knight's leathery, handsome face, and the little guy chose to respectfully salute everyone, and then he kept a stern face and didn't say a word. Xia Mizuno frowned, unable to figure out why Xiao Han had to so deliberately push Little Knight out, knowing full well that he had his sights set on Little Knight's custody. Could it be that after a year, Xiao Han did not intend to let Xiao Ye go? At the thought of this possibility, she even clenched her fists. Xiao Han, are you deliberately doing this? Are you targeting me? Or are you targeting everything that the old man was once close to? Xiao Han was very satisfied with the effect received at the scene. His ghostly cold gaze deliberately fell onto Xia Mianhua, striding forward to take her small hand to face everyone. Please allow me to introduce again, this Miss Xia Minyuo was once my father's personal secretary. He deliberately aggravated the word personal, letting people have a full of imagination space, and then frivolously continued, now as my personal assistant, I am very satisfied with her service, so today specially invited Miss Xia as a dance partner, and at the same time introduced to you all to get to know each other. Clattering and clapping again, Xia Minyuo only felt that her nails were about to poke into her palms, living to bleed. Disguised humiliation. Xia Mianhua clenched her teeth, directly walked onto the stage and hooked Xiao Han's hand, surprisingly spoke, I am honored to become the special assistant of Zhao's new generation of successor, this is the job, do my best to serve for Zhao's, live up to the old master's cultivation of me over the years. However, becoming the president's dance partner tonight is actually temporary, because I don't actually know how to dance. Fortunately, there are many beautiful and noble ladies present today, so I'm counting on all of you to accompany Mr. Xiao to spend a wonderful evening. After saying that, she pulled her hand out of Xiao Han's arm without any trace and politely smiled at everyone. As soon as the 1,000 gold celebrities under the stage, who had long been staring at Xiao Han with glowing eyes, heard these words, their original sour and jealous expressions instantly turned into surprises, and they all bubbled up with love, and pretended to be reserved as they took a few steps closer to the front of the stage. The corners of Xia Minyuo's beautiful mouth gradually raised. Does Special Assistant Xia really not know how to dance? Xiao Han's words pressed with cold air squeezed out from between his teeth. I'm very sorry, Mr. President, Special Assistant Xia is not omnipotent. She blinked innocently. Is that so? With a tug of his wrist, he duly pulled her arm that was just about to leave. Xia Menuo did not expect this sudden move from him, and her body was unsteady, leaning to the side. At this very second, the male strong arm wrapped around her waist, the beautiful little waist fell into his grasp. She lifted her eyes in his arms and met his black eyes with a cold smile. With a quick movement, Xia Mianhua made herself stand up straight with an elegant spin. I'm sorry. She finished without panic. Look at the stage. I do not know which beautiful and elegant lady is willing to accompany our President Xiao through the first wonderful dance. Without waiting much, at the same time several exquisitely dressed women automatically came up. Xiaohan stared at Xia Menuo's back for a while and lazily hooked his lips. This banquet hall has quite a few are their own subordinates transferred from the United States. In the future, no matter what he does, ultimately there is assured that the heart of the belly, and other people hit what idea, he is not afraid at all. Once the hot potato is thrown, Xia Mizuno immediately pulled the little knight's hand and retreated to the side, secretly hush-breath. In fact, the mother and son heart coincidentally complained, damn guy, almost let us not have the opportunity to take time out to contact with how Godfather. Once the main character is not their own, the action is much more convenient. In less than 3 minutes, the eyes of the entire room were focused only on Xiaohan's body. Xia Mianhua and Xiao Yi quickly flashed to the corner, wishing they could hide as much as they could. Mommy, let's hurry and find a chance to call Godfather. Little Knight said quietly. Good. But Little Knight, in front of outsiders for the time being, do not call me mommy, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Xia Mianhua cautiously said, anything related to Xiaoya, she had to be on guard. No. Little Knight nodded understandingly. At this time, Xia Mianhua did not notice, there are quite a few men who know how to appreciate the banquet hall will be adoring eyes quietly cast to her, and these attention to her eyes, there are two most special a long-lost good friend, to the XINE Electronics Group, the identity of the daughter of the XINAI Ms. XINAI. XINAI thought she had misread and misheard, but when she stared at the slim black back again and again, she no longer had any doubts. Xia Menuo, it was really her even after 7 years of not seeing her, XINAI could not be mistaken. That beautiful and elegant temperament is like a natural birth, that gentle smile like a famous family's daughter, are all familiar to her. Although, today's Xia Menuo really looks a little different, but after 7 years, who dare say they have not changed a little? XINAI was just too surprised. Never expected such an occasion, such a time, the person that Tong Tiansu had searched for by all means had suddenly appeared in such a capacity. Nua, it's really you, so you haven't disappeared, but have been in Yuan City all along? Her eyes followed Xia Menuo, and she couldn't help but visualize the scene if Tong Tiansu knew about this news. Xia Mianhua and Xiao Yi successfully broke out, the two of them smoothly slipped through the side door to the back garden while pretending to go to the restroom on the way. They carefully crouched next to a large cluster of flowers, the high branches of the tree just cover their slender figures. Mommy. Shoo. Grace. Saya lowered her voice. Mommy didn't forget her phone, did she? Of course she did. Xia Menuo took out her cell phone from her miniature handbag and quickly dialed a number. Within seconds, a familiar male voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Nua? Where are you? Lu Hao's voice sounded a bit anxious, as if he had been waiting for this call for a long time. I'm at the Royal Abyss Hotel. You immediately come over to pick up me and Xiaoying, we are waiting for you here. She made a long story short, this knight was determined to defy that arrogant guy Xiaohan. Little Knight hurriedly came closer and said into the phone, Godfather, hurry up, Mommy and I are in the back garden of the hotel. Good, wait. We'll be right there. Then without waiting for the mother and son to react, Lu Hao closed the line. Xia Mianhua stared at Xiao Ye and muttered, when did your godfather become so impatient? I haven't finished talking yet. Xiao Ye heatedly rubbed her little nose and guessed, probably because Godfather missed us too much. A minute later, a slender silhouette silently appeared in the back garden. His stance was extremely good, so much so that both mother and son almost screamed when he stretched out his arms and swept both of them behind the flowers into his arms at the same time. How? Xia Menuo's eyes widened. Godfather? Xiao Yi covered her surprised little mouth. Lu Hao wrapped his arms around them tighter and said with a deep smile, I was in the banquet hall just now, but I lost you guys in a blink of an eye. Oh, so that's how it is. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Xiaohan was the host of the banquet, and the truth was that although he was arrogant and sometimes high profile, he himself did not like such socializing. For example, his requirements for women were very high, his body and face couldn't be bad, and his speech and demeanor had to be flavorful enough, and he was always a bit contemptuous of women who took the initiative to fall back on him. This man was arrogant enough and cool enough, and the people in the banquet hall soon felt it. Because the first dance was coming to an end, surprisingly, there was not a single woman who could be his partner yet. His eyes were sharp and lightly evil, a Shao family's inherent majesty and biting coldness yet made people not dare to climb easily. Careful people could easily notice that these sharp black eyes seemed to be searching for a certain target, and people wondered, was Prince Shao looking for his little righteous son or the beautiful special assistant he had just introduced? The dance music continued, the band played a live version, and the other guests danced with great gusto. Xiaohan pursed his thin lips lightly, and simply glossed over the business people who came up from time to time in an attempt to talk. "Damn Xia Menuo, where have you been?" This was the source of his heart's anger. That woman, before he had decided how to deal with her, he would not allow her to disobey him. However, when his eyes searched the entire banquet hall, he couldn't see that black figure, and along with Little Knight, she was also gone. Was this mother and son deliberately trying to antagonize themselves? "Has Miss Xia been seen?" Xiaohan casually pulled in a subordinate and asked in a low voice. No subordinates were forced by the cold air on his body and shook their heads in panic. "Immediately find," he coldly ordered. Very well, dare to privately escape his line of sight? She seemed to have forgotten that the biggest bargaining chip between them was actually in her own hands. Xiaohan coldly hooked his lips, a nasty plan forming in his mind. "Xia Mingyuo, right? Humph. Killing and breaking the laws, he will not do it now, but as long as she is in his hands one day, her days will not be so good again." With a sweep of his sharp eyes, he left behind his identity as the host of the banquet and once again searched for her in every corner. In the back garden, the light flickered dappledly in the shadows of the flowers and trees. Lu Hao looked at the mother and son and inhaled deeply. His expression was a rare seriousness, his black eyes somewhat dark in the night. This atmosphere instead caused Xia Menuo to develop a sense of apprehension. She tried to speak. "How, can we leave now?" Lu Hao gazed at her near-perfect face, and a strange feeling surged up. Even though there were all kinds of beautiful women throwing themselves at him every day, and even though he already knew that Xia Mianhua was good-looking, he realized that this woman did have a kind of beauty that was beyond his imagination when he saw her tonight. "Godfather, hurry up. If we don't find out, we won't be able to leave." Little Knight tugged on Lu Hao's arm and urged. The brat hadn't felt this kind of excitement for a long time. Perhaps he also had a rebellious impulse in his bones, and felt that the more dangerous it was, the more exciting it would be. Lu Hao quickly retracted his gaze, took mother and son under his arm, and raised his eyebrows in a dashing manner. "Let's go then." Xia Mianhua picked up the hem of her skirt, just in time to get up, suddenly heard a voice from the back. Who is over there?" Originally, a guard found that there was a voice of someone talking in the gloom over here, so he walked straight over. "Ahem." Lu Hao cleared his throat, and simply stood up straight and walked to the stone path to the guards. "Know your business, this young master out for a walk." Xia Mianhua's tall figure couldn't be hidden, so she smiled and leaned next to Lu Hao, nodding toward the guard. Xia Minhua's body just happened to be blocked by the bushes. The guard only swept a glance, at that moment did not dare to bother more, whispered an apology and hurriedly left. Luckily, the brat wasn't discovered, otherwise anyone would have known. Lu Hao glanced at Xiaoyi. "This kid tonight is the special focus of the whole scene, easy to attract attention, this time really go." Speaking of which, when Xiaohan turned around in the banquet hall without any trace and still didn't find the figure of Xia Minhua's mother and son, he couldn't help but wrinkle up his too cultivated eyebrows. He no longer hid the unhappiness in his heart and his face looked gloomy. After a while, he still couldn't find the person he wanted to see, which caused Xiaohan's anger to gather more and more, and he completely lost his good looks towards those who deliberately came up to climb up to talk. For a while, comments about this Prince Shao spread quietly in all corners. "What an arrogant fellow. The Shao family has always not put others in their eyes. Aren't these all the mountains and rivers laid down by old Master Shao? He is just inheriting it." "That's what I said, but Prince Shao is not a character to be messed with. Unable to help, here is the city of abundance, here even the black and white to respect 3 times of the Shao family sphere of influence, people on the emergence of Xiaohan such a new figure, more is to watch and speculate." Before understanding each other, even those old foxes who had been in the battlefield for a long time did not dare to act rashly. This time, see Prince Shao, a cold and angry face seems to be in a stoic appearance. Immediately someone took the opportunity to go forward. "Prince, I do not know what I can help?" Xiaohan's sharp eyes swept over to the person, hated the other side of the sentence. Prince, only ruthlessly glared at the other side of a lazy glance. The damn Xiao you better bring Xiao Knight immediately come out, don't give this young master play missing, don't test this young master's patience. Prince Master. Just at this time, a subordinate hurriedly rushed to come close to his ear and whispered, "Boss, there are guards said to see Miss Xia and the young master in the back garden appeared." Xiao Han's fingers tightened in a flash, and the corners of his cold, thin mouth lifted slightly. He knew that they wanted to go to some boring and ridiculous amusement park, and knew that they were compelled to come to the banquet, but he liked to see them being compelled. The less they wanted to do, the more he had to make them do it. Who asked them to have a complicated relationship with the old man? Who called him their master now? He slowly and methodically straightened his lapel, the confidence of victory firmly rooted in his eyes. Invite them back. With such a tone, it was easy for the subordinate to understand the meaning of please. However, in less than half a minute, that subordinate hurriedly ran into the banquet hall again, not daring to be slow at all to report, "Boss, Miss Xia and the young master have both disappeared." What? Xiao Han's large hand holding the wineglass tightened with force, almost crushing it. The deep red liquid shook violently and almost spilled out. Very well, if Xiao Mianhua dared to take Xiao Xiaoyang to leave the confines of the Profound Emperor Hotel privately, then don't blame him for turning his back on him. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Xinai's curiosity about this cold-faced prince stemmed more from Xia Mingyuo. At first, she had agreed to accompany her father to come to the Profound Emperor to attend the banquet because the Profound Emperor belonged to the Xiao family, and the Xiao family had some sort of intrinsic connection to the disappearance of Xia Mingyuo, and seeing Xia Mingyuo here with her own eyes was really a heavenly surprise. Nua and that little boy were missing. Xiao Han was visibly upset and seemed to be ordering people to look around. Xinai observed all of this without moving, and the red wine that was on her lips unconsciously downed a few more mouthfuls. Xiao Han, what a special man, he has an upright figure that cannot be ignored, not to mention that very masculine face. When he introduced Nua to the crowd, he invariably showed a domineering aura of taking over for himself. So is this man and Nua really just a relationship between the boss and his assistant? She carefully collected these bits and pieces about Xiao Han and Nua, and she searched for how to go back and open her mouth with Tian Su, saying that she had met the person he had searched for 1,000 times. Boss Xin, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. The most tried of openings, Xinai heard someone begin to climb into conversation with her father. Soon, less than 5 seconds, the other party's topic of conversation shifted to her. This is? Oh, this is my daughter Xinai. Xiao Ai, this is Director Yang of the Hongwei Group, quickly call Uncle Yang. Xinai was not surprised to hear her father introduce her with a bit of pride. Her father was the owner of Xine Electronic Group. The company was not very big, but it was more or less famous in Yuan City. Every time he brought herself to these kinds of banquets, he naturally let her work part-time in the position of a secretary, who told her to finish her Master of Business Administration? Uncle Yang good. Xinai politely addressed. That young director really happy to praise up. Oh, I have long heard that Xine Group 1000 gold and capable and beautiful, not long ago back to the Yuan City. Today, I really see that the name is true to its reputation. The ability? The first time we meet, we know how the ability Once Xinai heard such polite words, she felt false, smiled back and said, Uncle Yang overpraise. Xiao Ai's seniority is still shallow, there are still too many things to learn. Then there was another burst of complimentary laughter, and in the midst of this laughter, Xinai was suddenly sensitive enough to notice 2 special lines of sight falling on her. She turned around curiously and froze. It was him, Xiao Han. Xiao Han stood under a huge Italian crystal chandelier, his upright figure looking so magnificent. He slightly tilted his head sideways, his deep, dark eyes looking straight at the woman not far away. Xinye Electronics Group's daughter, Xinai, the woman in the photo, the mistress of that pin. He smiled softly, his slender fingers unconsciously touched his left chest, only he himself knew what was contained in the lined pocket of his suit. This woman, he actually saw it with his own eyes. Was it a surprise from heaven? Xinai's thin lips chewed her name with a little excitement and ambiguity. Xinai met his gaze, and the two of them unexpectedly collided straight like that for 2 seconds before remembering to move away. She frowned. It was difficult to explain this strange feeling that suddenly flashed across her heart. Why was Xiao Han smiling at himself? Although he hadn't smiled much since he first appeared, but those smiles were either arrogant, mocking, cold, or confident. Only this instant smile at herself just now was indescribable. Why? Boss, Miss Xia subordinates have not yet come forward. Xiao Han erected a finger to stop him, and then walked towards the direction of Xinai in large strides. Xia Mingyuo's matter will be put aside for the time being. He is still afraid that she will never return to the Xiao family with Xiaoyi. Right now he had more important things to do. Ms. Xin, may I invite Ms. Xin to dance? Xiao Han acted like an extremely elegant gentleman, slightly bending over and stretching his palm upwards in front of Xinai. Xinai was even more stunned, and before she could think too much, her snow-white fingers were already held in his hand. They stepped onto the dance floor, the other guests automatically stepped aside, and in the countless pairs of astonished gazes, the man and woman who had met for the first time silently matched their dance steps. Who is that woman? The people on the side couldn't help but talk to each other. Everyone thought that Xiao Han wouldn't invite any woman to dance, but this pair in front of me is so right. The woman is beautiful and the man is straight. Xinya Electronics' daughter. Could it be that Mr. Xiao was looking for her just now? They have known each other for a long time, right? Another voice of speculation sounded quietly. No, Prince Xiao clearly brought that beautiful assistant, Mr. Xia. Someone immediately denied it. Right, why is that Miss Xia missing? At this moment, Xiao Han had no one else in his eyes but the woman who was half leaning on his arm as he stepped on the elegant dance steps. Bright big eyes, straight nose, she is a beautiful woman, and very confident. From the first moment he had heard her name and seen her in person, he had had an uncontrollable thrill. As her small hand was now in his palm, he didn't dare to make a move easily for fear that he might surprise her. Feeling the probing gazes from all directions, and clearly seeing the surprise on her father's face, Xinai's smile had a slight stiffness. What was wrong with this Xiao Han? Has he taken a liking to himself? There were at least 24 well-dressed ladies in the room, and where was Nua Nua? Hadn't he introduced Xia Menuo as his specialized dance partner tonight? She was sure that she had never met Xiao Han before, so what was this now when he suddenly made this move and she somehow didn't refuse? Xinai cleared her throat and tried to open her mouth to say something to him. My name is Xiao Han. Before she could speak, his low voice came from above her head, husky with a hint of moving sensuality. Xiao Han. Xinai pursed up her red lips and smiled. She raised her eyes and saw his solid and strong jaw. The deep and cold hard lines were softened by his own name, and then her smile couldn't help but pause for a second when she met those eyes that were as deep as the deep sea. The men of the Xiao family were really something else. It was just that there had been only one man in her heart for many years, and no one could replace him. Even how outstanding the man in front of her was, it was impossible for her heart to be moved. Can you tell why President Xiao asked me to dance? Xinai looked at him with a smile on her brow. Xiao Han lowered his head, the large hand on her waist unconsciously tightened, and answered with a smile, feeling. Feelings? Ugh. Xiao Han nodded. There is a rare seriousness in his eyes. Xiao family's feelings have always been accurate. The first time I saw you, there is a special feeling. Just like the first time he saw that pin, he surged a very special feeling. That feeling remains unchanged even after these few years. Xiao family members were born with a strange power that outsiders could not know, but Xiao Han himself knew very well that his feeling could not be wrong. The owner of the pin had a special connection with himself, and as to what exactly that connection was, he would soon find out. And the owner of the pin Xinai, he also believed that he saw her feeling, he cannot miss her. She should be the woman born to belong to him. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 Xinai had no interest in his so-called feeling theory, but her face was unchanged with a sweet smile. What special feeling is it? Xiao Han gazed at her, his black eyes deepening, a feeling that cannot be missed. Oh. Xinai's eyes suddenly a little afraid to face him. Xiao Han had already deliberately shown that he was gentle and courteous, but she always felt that this pair of black eyes had a possessive and overbearing spirit that people could resist, as if she was the prey he had his eye on, and just now that sentence was even a declaration of encroachment. She still likes the gentle and outstanding Tong Tiansu. If it is not in order to find out the news of Nua Nua, she will not. Xiao Ai. Xiao Han bit her little name not lightly, like a whisper. Xinai suddenly felt a numbness in her spine, and her beautiful eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. I am sorry, it is me who is abrupt. Xiao Han noticed her subtle reaction and explained in a low voice. Mr. Xiao, where is your beautiful assistant, Miss Xia? Isn't she your dance partner? Oh, she can't dance, everyone heard it. Xiao Han took her slender waist and gently swirled his feet, his pace flowing in the clouds. If I had known Ms. Xian a day earlier, I would have graciously invited you to be my dance partner tonight. However, tonight you are still my only. Beautiful music stopped at the right time. Xinai flew to stop the movement to interrupt him, maintaining an impeccable smile on her face. Mr. Xiao, the dance has ended. Thank you for your invitation. The palm of the soft vegetal hand has been drawn away. Xiao Han thoughtfully stared at her eyes. The smile in the black eyes is deeper than her. To invite the beautiful Miss Xin is my honor. Xinai but smiled without saying anything. The crowd's applause then clattered. Undoubtedly, tomorrow's newspaper headlines will have such a Zhao's Crown Prince and Xin's $1,000. The silver sports car ran on the wide road. The cool light breeze blew comfortably on the face, reducing the summer heat. Especially at this moment, the mood of the three people in the car were as soaring as this breeze. After cheering for a while, Xiaoyi began to hold Lu Hao's body with both hands. Lu Hao held the steering wheel with one hand touched the little guy's head, flirting. Hey, brat, is not very Miss Godfather's thighs ah? Little Light hemmed and hawed and laughed. I'm checking to see if Godfather's thighs are as strong as they used to be. Oh, you brat. Just admit that you miss your Godfather. Lu Hao laughed while looking at Xia Mingyue sitting next to him. The three of them were sitting together in the front seat of the car, and the spacious seat at the back was empty, but no one minded. They were always so casual and comfortable. I do miss my Godfather, and Mommy misses him too, right? Mommy. Xiaoya hooked Xia Mingyue's arm over with one hand, and finally sat down between them. Right? You miss me too? You miss my warm chest, don't you? Lu Hao winked at Xia Mingyue and half joked. You're so lucky. Your chest is better left for those Mimi and Nana. Xia Mingyue replied with a calm demeanor, gathering her son to her side so as not to affect Lu Hao's driving. Lu Hao casually picked up, what Mimi, Nana, my little Nua, you jealous ah? Oh, don't worry. Those women, even if they beg me, don't want to lean over. I'm this chest, let you labeled Xia's label, I'm this sturdy thighs well, labeled on the brat's label well. Che, who cares? Xia Mingyue funny to whack him. Good also, Godfather you say oh. Xiaoyi eyes are smiling curved, excitedly interface. After the jokes, the car finally arrived at the place where the amusement park was located. The playground is still open at night, but the crowd is obviously not as large as during the day, and from time to time there are children's clear laughter across the sky, reflecting with the bright streetlights on both sides. Lu Hao parked the car, helped Xiaoyi take off his straight little suit jacket, took off his bow tie, and casually pulled up the sleeves of his shirt himself, in a posture ready to play to his heart's content. When he turned around and saw Xia Mingyue's gorgeous black evening dress, he whistled, Beauty, you can't play with our masters with this look. Xia Mingyue frowned, helplessly spread her hands, you take Xiaoyi to play just fine, I happen to be resting here waiting for you guys. Aya, women are just troublesome. Little Light looked up and down towards Mommy, and finally shook her head as she wrapped her arms around her and issued a conclusion. Still nagging. You two hurry up and go, otherwise the playground will be closed. Xia Mingyue patted her son's head and handed him over to Lu Hao with a sense of humor. I'll leave it to you, this is what we promised him a month ago. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and took Xiaoya's hand. A large and a small walked to the edge of the playground garden. He squatted down and looked at the eyes of the little one. Listen, summer night, Godfather asked you a few questions. Little Light didn't understand what Godfather was going to ask and nodded seriously. What kind of people is this playground dedicated to? Little children. Xiaoya answered quickly. Is Godfather a little kid? No. Of course, Xia couldn't possibly think that the tall and imposing Godfather was a child. Very well, that means Godfather is not suitable to play here. A smile gradually appeared in Lu Hao's dark eyes, and he asked, Are we men? Of course. This is something that Little Knight wouldn't deny no matter what. What about your mommy? Mommy is a soft woman, and sometimes more confused. This was a question that Godfather seemed to have asked before. However, Sayaka began to wonder why her Godfather had to ask so many questions when she went to the amusement park. That's right, your mommy is soft woman and sometimes confused. On a night like this, and in an unfamiliar place, the two of us manly men put down your mommy to go play by herself. What do you think the consequences might be? Lu Hao took 7 turns and finally poked the question straight to the center. Little Light suddenly opened his dark eyes wide and understood. He flattened his little mouth and said in a long voice, Oh, after all is said and done, Godfather is simply not at ease with mommy. Lu Hao nonchalantly knocked his forehead. Brat, don't you know that leaving a beautiful woman alone on the side of the road and dashing off alone is a very unseemly thing to do? Also, the consequences of leaving a beautiful woman alone on the side of the road are often more serious than imagined. Remember, in the future, when a beautiful woman is around, you must never fasten yourself alone. Xiaoyi scratched her ears and nodded knowingly, yes. Godfather, let's just accompany mommy out for a walk tonight, she's working hard under her righteous father. Xiao Han? At those words, Lu Hao's originally relaxed expression gradually became grave. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 Xiao Mizuno leaned her body against the back of the comfortable chair, but her emotions had been difficult to relax. She thought of Xiao Han, that man with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. If he found out that he escaped from the banquet with Xiaoye, he would definitely be furious, right? However, I wonder what it would be like for such a cold man to be furious. Anyway, she had already messed with him, so now she could only take it to the end. Ha? Why are you back? Xiao Menuo had just turned her eyes towards the playground when she saw Lu Hao's dashing figure walking towards the car. Lu Hao pointed to the amusement park, only to see Xiaoye sitting in a tiny pirate ship with a little girl with 2 pigtails. The brat met the beautiful princess. He wants to be the valiant prince, so he drove me, the old man in the way, back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Lu Hao exaggeratedly shook his head. In fact, his handsome face was all smiles. Xiao Mianhua also cannot help but laugh out loud. Eyebrows and eyes vaguely have regret and hurt. I really do not know the little knight like who, full of heroism and dead face, young and arrogant, very small. Lu Hao jumped into the car and gave her a worried look. What? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person. Xiao Mianhua shook his head. Xiaoye is 6 years old. Even if I think about the past, I will not feel much pain. Sometimes it feels like a nightmare, but whenever I see Xiaoyi, I can't help but thank God that no matter what, Xiaoyi is now mine alone. Lu Hao covered his hand on the back of her hand, vaguely guessing that she was thinking of the Xiao family when she said the last sentence, and said with concern, How is it? Did Xiao Han give you a hard time? Xiao Mianhua couldn't help but open her eyes. Her fingers moved slightly, and softly said, Okay. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can. And, although some arrogant and unreasonable, but most of the time is quite normal. Normal? Then what does abnormal look like? Lu Hao seemed to be very interested in the Xiao family's prince. Xiao Mianhua looked at the sky full of stars, felt a few sleepy, frowned and said, Abnormal is to order you to do something without reason, deliberately make things difficult for you, test your determination and patience. He is a person who only likes to do things according to his own ideas, and does not like others to disobey his orders. This point, like the old master, is quite similar. About all Xiao family members are like this. Sometimes he is very cold, making you feel like a cold-blooded killer. Sometimes he is very arrogant, making you feel that he is ignorant. It sounds like, but in 3 or 4 days, you already know him very well. Lu Hao gazed at her thoughtfully. Her tone was light, but she could say such a bunch of things casually. It seemed that Xiao Han had made her do a lot of things in the past few days. Xiao Menuo also unexpectedly skimmed her lips and couldn't help but laugh at herself. No, I don't really know him. I just know that I have to know myself and my enemy if I want to fight a year-long protracted war with him. This man doesn't like to play by the book. No one knows what he's going to do next, even a temperamental guy. She paused for a moment and suddenly sighed, looking a bit melancholy. How? I don't know if I can successfully win back Xiaoyi after a year. I'm not sure at all. Lu Hao rubbed her hair and took the initiative to lend his shoulder to this melancholic and fragile-looking woman. Nua, you care too much about Xiao Yu, so you put too much pressure on yourself. The Xiao Menuo that I know may make a little bit of a mess in life, but when she wants to do something seriously, she will definitely be able to do it. Really? But I'm also impulsive and capricious, regardless of the consequences. Xiao Menuo naturally leaned her head against this broad shoulder. I don't know since when, he always provided his shoulder and chest without stinting, and she was at ease and comfortable to lean on it whenever she wanted to. Perhaps, from the first time they carried out the same mission for the old man, the two of them had already treated each other as confidants in the midst of common hardships. Lu Hao embraced her and patted her gently. Of course it's true. Xiao Menuo actually has a strong and brave heart, with a delicate and sensitive mind. As long as Xiao Menuo does not give up, she will not be defeated. Oh. Xiao Menuo smiled. This is something she had heard before. Every time when she encountered difficulties, he would encourage her like this. And every time she heard such encouragement, she would sincerely thank the heavens for letting her have a good brother and friend like Hao. Hao understood her. If Xiao Menuo was so easily defeated, so easily discouraged to give up, she wouldn't have lasted until today. Hao, thank you. She said sincerely. You always say thank you. What's the point of just saying it? How about a sizzling kiss from a beautiful woman? Lu Hao smiled and brought his handsome face closer. Xiao Mizuno stretched out her index finger to poke him away, and sat upright while laughing. Tell me, how am I going to deal with Xiao Han well? He is clearly bullying me now. It's not like I'm that kind of meek woman who offended him again tonight. Lu Hao pondered for a while, frowned and said seriously, Xiao Menuo, to make a man listen to himself, then first conquer his heart. Conquer his heart? Xia Mianuo had a moment of midsummer, not quite understand. Lu Hao stared at her eyes, fingers pinch her soft cheeks, seems to bring a great determination to suggest, Nua, if you have a way to let Xiaohan fall in love with you, then do not say to win back Xiaoyu, even if he gave himself, he will be willing. Really? She murmured in a low voice. Because he has the blood of Zhao's family in his veins. He replied in a low voice. The banquet ended at 10 o'clock. Xiaohan was very gentlemanly and gave Xanai a business card and promised with a special meaning, Miss Xan, if there is a need, you are welcome to come to Zhao's to look for me at any time. This sentence, let Xanai in the after countless times to think back, cannot figure out this man why the first time to meet, on their own so special? She was really confused because of Xiaohan. This kind of confusion is not the confusion of a woman being conquered by male charms, but the inability to read the other party's mind, not knowing what the other party intends, more or less a little uneasy. Xiaohan, this man in any way, let a person dare not ignore. However, what about Xia Mianuo? Why has not seen her again? Why was it that after Xiaohan had deliberately introduced her like that, he seemed to be unconcerned about her disappearance? Xanai stared at the business card in her hand, on which was clearly the name printed in gold powder, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If she went home and told Tiansu about her encounter with Nua, what kind of uproar would it cause? If she didn't tell him, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Since Nua had already made a public appearance, perhaps tomorrow's newspaper headlines would feature her name, and Tiansu would see it all the same. Tiansu, these years, you no longer like the old days hanging Nua on the mouth, but your heart must still always think of her, right? Tiansu. Xanai's fingers tightened, and the business card in her hand immediately creased slightly. She frowned, slowly stretched it out, and said softly, Xiaohan, what on earth do you have in mind? Chapter 25 Chapter 025. Xiaohan was alone in his study. He was leaning on the wide black leather chair, his legs folded and resting on the desk, looking leisurely. In fact, a pair of long and slender ink eyebrows were slightly gathered together, seemingly troubled by something. Fingers caressing a pin. The pin has a fine pattern, still beautiful. There are a few small diamonds on it, still shining. The pin's owner had danced in the crook of his arm half an hour ago. Thinking of this, the movement of the fingertips do not feel gentle. Xanai, he placed the pin in his palm and gazed at it steadily for a long time, his thin lips slowly raised a little arc. As a matter of fact, the men of the Xiao family were really confident, they especially trusted their intuition. Xiaohan was no exception. For women, he was neither flirtatious nor repulsive. There were many women who automatically posted themselves to the door. If the other party could still meet his own vision and taste, he was happy to accompany. Basically, he is also a man who has the power of determination. He has never been infatuated with any woman who is beautiful and charming, and he respects the rules of the game between men and women. Of course, like him, from the appearance of the absolute advantage of the man, no matter where, there will be women who are not willing to let go. It's just that he's definitely not a man who can be forced. So far, no woman has the guts to dare to really die on him. As long as he wants to refuse, the cold and lonely atmosphere that emanates from time to time will make people retreat. Today, it is the first time Xiaohan took the initiative to take action against a woman, because the other party is Xanai. He intuited that she is the woman who belongs to him. Xanai is a special woman. She did not show other women like surprise and pandering to him, nor did she evade and reject his invitation. Her attitude towards him has a kind of indescribable special. In any case, he was already interested in her, with a determination to win. I don't know how the reporters will report tonight's news. I guess there will be some gossip on the entertainment and economic stations. AI, we will meet again soon. I will make you belong to me. Xiaohan said word by word. There was a special emotion in his tone. Just at this moment, a soft knock came from the study, and the butler's respectful voice rang out, Young master, Miss Xia and young master are back. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the room instantly chilled down 10 degrees, and the chill came from him. Xiaohan quickly put away the pins and stood up. The large black leather chair was vigorously pushed away from him, and he walked to the door in 3 steps. Zhang Lirong looked up just in time to see his master's face icy cold with obvious anger in his dark eyes. He secretly screamed in a bad way. The young master seemed to be furious. Were Miss Xia and Xiaoyi ready to bear the wrath? Zhang Lirong just turned around, his eyes covered with fine lines couldn't help but widen. Miss Xia, only to see that Xia Mianua was already standing in the corridor. She was confronting Xiaohan without changing her face. The noble and elegant evening gown had already been changed. It seems that she had already returned for a while. Xia Mingyuo. Xiaohan gritted his teeth as he called out her name, his black eyes habitually narrowed with a dangerous light flashing through. I am. Xia Mingyuo replied indifferently, unable to see any nervousness or evasion. Zhang Lirong stood in the middle of them and felt the unusual low air pressure, so he could only pretend to cover the corners of his lips and cough lightly twice, and owed Xiaohan a polite debt. "Young master, I arranged for the kitchen to make a nightcap. You go down first." Xiaohan ordered without refusal, knowing in his heart that this old man was trying to protect Xia Mianhua. After all, that night he insisted on condemning him. It was this woman who helped him speak. "Uncle Zhang, I have something to talk to young master. You go down first." Seeing Zhang Bo's obviously worried eyes, Xia Mianhua couldn't help but smile at him, indicating that she was fine. Zhang Bo looked at her unhurried and prepared appearance, so he said no more and quietly retreated. Xiaohan's face was cold and his eyes were gloomy, glaring at her before turning back and walking into the study. Xia Mianhua looked at his background, quietly inhaled a breath, clenched his fist to himself to encourage, silently followed into the study. Xiaohan's figure was straight, invisibly radiating a calm and fierce aura. Xia Mianhua stood 5 steps away from him, estimating that this was a safe distance. She had long known that this man's aura was compelling, especially at moments like this, making one's heart flutter a few times in a row. However, as if they were comparing whose patience was better, for eyes forced each other, the room was silent for a moment, only to hear a wall clock of some age clattering away. Finally, the man couldn't help it, gritted his teeth and said, "Summer Fan Novo, you have big guts." The meaning of accusation is self-evident. Xia Mianhua's eyes flashed for a moment, and in her heart, she secretly said that the first round of victory, she would have to wait for this man to open his mouth first. At that time have the guts to bring the little knight to leave the banquet, naturally have the preparation to meet back to the confrontation, with this man to carry out as a long war, she cannot lose. So, straighten the waist pole to step forward. I did not do anything bad, what courage not courage? Xia Mizuno, are you really unaware of the mistakes you have made? Xiaohan never thought he was a good-tempered man. His long legs together quickly shortened the distance between the two. As my dance partner, you deliberately left the table, and even took away Xiaoyu without saying a word. Tell me yourself, what should I do with you? Attention came over nonchalantly, under the light, his figure enveloped her petite body, as if as long as she moved, he was going to pick her up with one hand. Surrender? How can I? Repeatedly tolerate yield, will only bring more trouble, but how said to find a way to conquer Xiaohan's heart? Forget it, she is not interested in conquering any man's heart, simply put the words straight out of the box. Xia Mianhua eyebrow raised, bravely on his sharp black eyes, in that pair of deep black pupil is not unexpected to see 2 clusters of small sparks. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Young master, the dance partner is you imposed on me. I said I can't dance, stay there instead will affect your excitement. Before I went to the banquet, I promised little knight that I would take him to the playground today. I am an adult, I cannot break my promise to a child." Young master, what are you saying is wrong with me going to fulfill a promise I made beforehand? What a sharp tongue. Xiaohan condescendingly stared at her slender body bones, not understanding how this woman had the guts to compete with her enraged self. It seems that after hanging out with the old man for a few years, it's just not the same. Unfortunately, by as Xiaohan stared at the woman, how could easily escape? With a big hand, he directly lifted her chin. This sharp and delicate chin in his hands feels so good. Xiaohan rose a wave of complacency, the fire invariably dissolved a few points. He lowered his head, his thin lips were only 3 centimeters away from her, and his cold breath sprayed on her white porcelain skin. Chapter 26 Chapter 026 Xia Mizuno, perhaps I should remind you, if you really pissed me off, a year later cannot get what you want cannot blame me. The voice was low and soft and hoarse, but it was the most threatening, and after he finished, he looked at her with a cold smile. Xia Mianhua secretly gritted her teeth, wanted to retreat a step away, but her chin was grasped more tightly by him. She frowned and had to look into his eyes angrily. Young master, you are not so easily angered, right? But thanks for the reminder. I remember the contract we signed only states that we will do our best to cooperate and obey the arrangement at work. The night is a private space that belongs to me, and I'm thankful that you agreed to allow me to stay here with little knight. I think, young master, you are not someone who does not distinguish between public and private matters, are you? At least it's human nature for a mother to love her child. Should young master be displeased by this? To be controlled and threatened like this and still be able to speak at such length, she is truly an impressive woman. Woman, you really did come prepared. Xiaohan mockingly hooked his lips, clearly seeing his own expression in her crystalline pupils. Not really, I've wanted to say these words to you for a long time, but I just didn't have the right opportunity. In Xiao Mansion, I respect you as the young master, but it doesn't mean that I have to obey your arrangements even in my personal life. I hope you can give me and Xiaoye some freedom. Okay? The last sentence carried the accent of a consultative request. She knew deep down that the man in front of her couldn't really be offended after all, and that she had to be submissive while maintaining her own opinions. Xiaohan slightly loosened his fingers, but his other large hand quickly held her waist. He lowered his head and pursed his lips, seemingly restraining his temper and pondering over something. Xiao Miannuo waited for a while, see him still do not speak, also gradually pursed lips, thinking that this man is in revenge. Revenge she just held back did not speak, let him open the mouth first. What a petty man, then he will agree. After another moment, the tug of war continued. Xia Miannuo cleared his throat, young master, we still have to cooperate for 1 year, is not it? Can we discuss it again? Okay. Xiaohan quickly answered. Ah. What good? She hadn't finished. Xiaohan raised his eyes, a decision already made in his mind, and spoke in a deep voice, let's discuss it, I say okay. Xia Mizuno, you said that the contract only stipulates the work arrangement, but don't forget, you are living here now, and your private life has something to do with this place as well. I've decided to rewrite the contract. Reorganize the contract? Xia Miannuo's eyes widened, and she felt a chill down her spine. If even her personal life had to be restricted by the contract, then what freedom could she speak of? Everything is subject to others, moving to threaten herself with Xiaoya, explicitly or implicitly, it is a loss. She tightened her fingers, and her heart was caught in a contradictory struggle. Xiaohan is simply to see a trap, he only need a bait, can let her have no choice to jump down. He clearly wanted to make things difficult for herself, something Xia Miannuo had always felt deeply, and would occasionally notice it in his flashes of shrewd gaze. However, he hadn't acted too eagerly, and every time when she thought he was going to hold back a fiery attack, he lazily and suddenly turned a corner like he was doing now and set her up again. Xiaohan, your mind is even harder to figure out than the old man's, am I destined to be in your hands for a year to be controlled? What do you want? Xia Miannuo asked directly, she hated this feeling of being mastered, very much hated it. Oh, felt her rare nervousness, he laughed lowly, his thumb ambiguously caressed her cheek. Xia Miannuo trembled, quickly averted her face, and her body also wanted to struggle away. Unable to do anything about it, Xiaohan had prepared for it, and instead hooked his big hand tighter, and the two of them then pressed their upper bodies together. Let go of me first. There was a strange heat like lightning rising from behind her ears, she tried to restrain her heartbeat, but she couldn't help but her breathing messed up for a beat. God couldn't blame her, she definitely didn't have any ambiguous feelings for this unreasonable man in front of her, it was just a kind of instinctive reaction that hadn't been treated so dominantly by a man for a long time. Most of such emotions came from anger. Xia Miannuo was angry. Please let go. Do not let go. Xiaohan looked at her playfully, his eyes unconsciously colored with a burning light. Damn. Damned bastard. Xia Miannuo secretly cursed, she had only been embraced so intimately by one man in her life, that person. She shrugged her head off, no longer thinking about it, it had been 7 years in the past, a distant old dream. And Lu Hao, even if the chest will be lent to her at any time to rely on, she has never done more than other ideas, just as a safe haven. However, Xiaohan was a sinister and difficult fellow. Why is he so close? Why did he tighten her waist so tightly? By what right did he caress her? Asshole bastard with his fingers? His fingers wickedly caressed her lips. Xia Miannuo's eyes glared, and without even thinking, she raised a leg and kicked at his lower body. Xiaohanli's eyes narrowed, dodging even faster, and in just a few seconds he actually buckled her back into his arms. Her back was helplessly against his chest, her hands were held by him backwards, how could she not struggle away? Woman, stop struggling, but I've been practicing karate since I was 3 years old. Hearing his smugness full of threats, his tone was cold, but his breath was scorchingly exhaled behind her ear, the snow-white root of her ear suddenly became even redder. Xia Miannuo simply stopped moving, knit her brows tightly, what do you want in the end? Xiaohan lowered his head, just in time to see her small white earlobes into a pink, bad raised lips. We may as well add a contract. Xia Miannuo's private life in a year completely belongs to this young master. You dream. Xia Miannuo's calmness practiced over the years was damaged, heel stomping at the same time, elbow forcefully back atop, hard to struggle away. If Xiaohan did not intentionally let go of her hand, it was impossible for her to break away. When she turned around to face him, she only saw an iron blue handsome face that was colder than an ice sculpture. Xiaohan, you must learn to respect others. Xia Miannuo called him by his name. Xiaohan's cold and thin lips pursed up a slight arc, his face was still chilly that could not be forced to look at, and his words were contemptuous. Xia Miannuo, you are also too high on yourself. What do you think I want to do to you? Do not say do my woman, even do my mistress, you are not qualified. A child is already 6 years old woman. Xia Mianhua's pretty face instantly dyed white. He was humiliating her. And he had hit her dead center the child. But is that her fault? The Xiao family is to blame, causing her fate to change overnight, causing her to lose her innocence, losing her father. Xiao Tianxiong, Xiao Han, all surnamed Xiao, are her longtime enemy. It was not easy for her to let go of her resentment, to put down her burden, to turn her heavy burden into gratitude to God, to be completely subverted once again. Xia Mizuno's body trembled lightly, her fingers gripped deathly tight. She was grateful for his contempt, but she rejected his humiliation. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Xiao Han. She shouted in a cold voice, I know that you have the same cold and hard temper as the old master, and I know that the Xiao family must not be offended, so I won't be surprised if you try to torture me with whatever method you want to use right now. Don't worry, I, Xiao Han, am at least a person who sticks to his principles. Xia Mingyuo, although you dare to challenge my temper, but I am not so bad as to use any means to torture a woman, at least I won't do the hook of killing people and breaking the law. She hid the worry in her eyes well, but still did not escape Xiao Han's sharp eyes. He was not surprised by the old man's ruthlessness in dealing with his men. The woman in front of him was definitely aware of the consequences of angering the Xiao family, but she was still able to be so calm, a point that forced him to develop a touch of appreciation. Xia Mizuno thought for a while and lifted her chin. People are equal, I don't owe you anything, I just hope to get Xiaoya back earlier. It's fine if you want to modify the contract, as long as it's within reason, I can accept it. Hearing this, Xiao Han finally showed a faint smile in a triumphant manner. His dark eyes flashed as he asked, Xiao Misty Nua, I'm very curious about where Little Knight came from. I have read your information, you are not married, that is to say unmarried children, when you were only 18 years old. Xiao Han, this is my private matter. Xia Mingyuo interrupted sharply, her chest heaving slightly. No one was willing to reveal the tragic scars they once had. Xiao Xiao was the beginning of her severing all her dreams, and the source of her renewed hope. However, if it was up to Zhao's family to question this, she would not be able to help but renew her hatred. The hate that took 1,000 tries to quell. I bet you love Saya's father. Xiao Han. There is a limit to my patience. Xia Mingyuo raised her voice, he had damn well provoked her deepest hidden pain. You are really an enigmatic woman, just as your name suggests, Fan. Xiao Han lowered his lips and suddenly said with a straight face, Xia Mingyuo, starting tomorrow, in addition to working as a special assistant in the Xiao group, you will have to be at my disposal in all other aspects as a condition for letting you stay in the Xiao mansion. What do you mean? As soon as he was in the right color, Xia Mingyuo also temporarily suppressed all emotions and her expression became serious. Isn't your driving skill very good? You are now officially hired as the president's exclusive driver. In addition, I don't like to hire hourly maids into the Xiao household, so you will also have to take on the maid's job starting tomorrow. What you mean is besides being your special assistant, I have to add on the driver and maid? Xia Mianhua repeated, unable to believe that this man was making the best use of his talents so well. He was really getting back at her, just in a very different way than she had imagined. Xiao Han smiled and nodded, raising his eyebrows, his previous bad mood completely thrown away. To be able to live in such a luxurious mansion, Xia Mizuno, this is your good fortune. Being a chauffeur and maid is cheap for you. That's it, sign the contract. Xia Mingyuo bit her lower lip, held her breath for a long time, and nodded her head fiercely. Thus, they quickly printed out an added contract. Maid is maid, at least she can be more open and honest with Xiaoyu, just the problem is. After this contract is signed, he will definitely have more opportunities to humiliate her. How can he let her off easily? She had seen the coldness and hatred in his eyes, and she was sure that it wasn't just an illusion. Xiao Han, what exactly are you playing at? The next day. Xia Mingyuo reluctantly opened her eyes from her daze, took a look at the alarm clock, and quickly sat upright, remembering her new duties starting today. Wash her face and brush her teeth, change her clothes, make breakfast, wake up Xiaoyu, help him clean up, and then go downstairs, all these actions in one go, without stopping for half a minute. When Zhang Bo entered the door after picking up the newspaper, Xia Mingyuo was walking down the rotating staircase to the dining room with Xiaoye. Ha! Ms. Xia is so early today. Uncle Zhang held the newspaper in one hand and greeted her with the other. Xia Mingyuo nodded her head, I'm going to be the young master's chauffeur from today onwards, so I have to rush to take Xiaoye to school at 8 o'clock and come back to pick up the young master at 8:30. Uncle Zhang come over for breakfast together. Little Light was quite happy to hear this, because mommy could personally drive herself to school every day. Oh? Young master is up to something again. Uncle Zhang was a bit surprised, guessing that it was something that was set last night. The wall clock showed 7:30, he shook his head and turned his attention back to the newspaper. The newspaper was indeed full of reports, and he had known that last night's banquet at the Profound Emperor Hotel was going to make headlines. Thinking that when the old master was alive, the Shao family avoided the media as much as they could, which newspaper dared to report on the Shao family's affairs? Why is there such a big difference between father and son? Shao Han is eager to be in the limelight. Xia Mianhua led Xiao Yan to the table and sat down, began to eat breakfast. Zhang Bo looked upstairs. There was no movement upstairs for the time being. It seemed his young master hadn't gotten up yet. He looked at the newspaper in his hand again, and the headline happened to feature a huge color photo with the caption "Prince Xiao and famous girl fall in love at first sight." Then look down, there is another set of photos seen to contrast general, also proposed eye-catching title "Famous Family Daughter versus Mysterious Assistant." This famous family daughter, Zhang Bo does not recognize, but that beautiful assistant, although only a back photo, but he can be familiar with it, is not sitting next to the breakfast of Miss Xiaot? Just these two sets of contrasting photos is obviously someone deliberately arranged so that the gold is not only the front of the whole body appearance, and with Xiaohan dance, the camera is close. Summerfan Luo with Xiaohan up a hand, the photo only shows her beautiful side shadow, cannot see the whole picture. Ms. Xia. Uncle Zhang walked over to the dining table. He had always been polite to Xia Mingyuo. Even though she repeatedly told him to just call himself Nua Nua, he still insisted on respectfully addressing Miss Xia. Xia Mingyuo stopped her breakfast and looked up at him, waiting for the following. Miss Xia, last night's banquet was still grand, right? Zhang Bo actually has a curiosity, last night from the banquet to the end of what happened between her and Xiaohan in the study? Miss Xia nodded, and it was a bit grand. Almost all the upper-class celebrities of Yuan City were gathered, can it not be grand? Miss Xia is the young master's dance partner, did she accompany the young master to dance? Zhang Bo pretended to ask casually, actually regretting that he didn't go with her to the hotel yesterday. Xia Mingyuo paused, I don't know how to dance. In fact, she not only knows how to dance, but also dances very beautifully, especially when paired with the prince buried deep in her heart. The two of them are like golden children. Every time one countless admiration and envy gazes nowadays, she simply will not dance with any other man. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Ahem. Zhang Bo understood, according to common sense speculation, must be the Xingye group to take advantage of the opportunity to borrow this 1,000 gold hype, and the Shao family to climb the friendship, before deliberately enlisted to the media, expanding the publicity of the relationship between Xiao Han and Miss Xian. And similar to such reports, Xia Mianhua became an innocent companion. Xiaoyi's clear and tender voice came, Uncle Zhang, do you want to have breakfast with us? My mommy's breakfast is delicious. Cough cough. Uncle Zhang cleared his throat again and smiled at the child. No need, you guys use it first, I will go and ask young master to come down now. Xia Mianhua looked at his figure hurrying up the stairs, frowning, his eyes consciously glancing towards the newspaper on the other side's coffee table. Although it was hard to see, the huge photo on that newspaper was vaguely visible, as if it was Xiao Han embracing and dancing with some woman. She withdrew her eyes uninterestedly and picked up her breakfast and continued to put it in her mouth. As a result, in less than 2 minutes, Xiao Han came downstairs with his clothes on, and from a long distance, he shot 2 chilling lights at Xia Mianhua. This woman was even leisurely sitting there and eating breakfast? Did she forget that she is a maid from today? Xia Mingyuo keenly felt a touch of coldness, and it really originated from the man who tensed his face early in the morning. Righteous Father Morning. Xiaoyao shouted with a smile. Xiao Han nodded expressionlessly and directly glared at the woman who still didn't know how to get up. Xia Mingyuo, do you need me to remind you of your identity? What identity? Xiaoyao asked curiously, and Zhang Bo finished descending the stairs and also quietly waited for the answer. Xiao family maid. Xiao Han replied not too gently and not too heavily, just enough for everyone to hear clearly. Xiaodia put down her spoon in surprise and stood up. Maid? Righteous Father, how did my mommy become a maid? He knows that a maid is the kind of person who often does laundry, sweeps the floor, cooks and waters the flowers for the master as shown on TV, and mommy clearly didn't have to do any of this in the past. Xia Mianhua appeared very calm, not panicked to get up, to the little knight smiling to explain, mommy has a new job is not good? In the future, you can personally cook for you every day. But Xiaoyi flattened her mouth, but then mommy is not working hard every day? I don't want mommy to work hard. Between one pair and one answer, Xiao Han had already walked to their side. He condescendingly stared at Xiaoyi. I promised to let your mom live here, but it doesn't mean that she can eat and drink here for nothing. Work is what she should do. Little Light tilted his little face up and looked into Xiao Han Long Rant's dark eyes. He had known that this righteous father was cool, much more imposing and intimidating than his godfather, but he really didn't like the way his righteous father was treating mommy. Xiao Mizuno understood the child's mind. She straightened her clothes and pulled up Xiaoyan's hand. As long as I can be with Xiaoyan, mommy is not hard at all. Oh, have you eaten yet? Let's send you to school now. Xiaoyu nodded, and Zhang Bo hurriedly brought her school bag. Xiaohan stood there straight. The feeling of being ignored was really depressing. He spoke sternly, Xiao Menuo, where is this young master's breakfast? Xiao Menuo turned around. I know that young master likes that Yuji breakfast place on Saigon Street, so I ordered a meal for young master early in the morning, and it will be delivered in about 10 minutes. Xiao Han's face sank even further. 10 more minutes? Xiao Menuo, do you want to starve me to death? Looking at the table's still sumptuous breakfast, he glanced at Xiao Ye and lowered his lips. Since you, the maid, can make breakfast, why do you still need to order takeout? It's obvious that you want to waste this young master's money. Deliberately provoking. Xiao Mizuno composed herself. She was not willing to be pissed off early in the morning, and Xiaoyi also sensed that the atmosphere was tense, causing him to want to go up and flatter this righteous father, all of which was tugged by mommy. Young master, you're used to eating fine food, I'm afraid the breakfast I made won't be to your liking. Xiao Mizuno replied without respect. The three of you even made this much breakfast, it's simply a waste of the Xiao family's resources. Xiao Menuo, it's not up to you to decide whether it's to my liking or not. Xiao Han had to go against her, striding over to the dining table. The gazes of the other three people involuntarily followed his movements as he swept his head down and stretched out his hand over each dinner plate. Righteous father, mommy's breakfast is very delicious. Little Knight saw Xiao Han pick up a piece of toast and finally broke away from Xiao Menuo's hand, her little face unfolding into a bright smile. Xiao Han put the toast into his mouth, lightly chewed a few mouthfuls and spat it out, his thick eyebrows wrinkled. Too hard to eat. Xiao Knight's face collapsed, glancing at his calm and collected mommy, once again smiling, pointing to the kanji next to him. Why don't you try the lean meat kanji? This is the rice that a mommy soaked last night before she went to bed, the flavor can be fragrant. Xiao Han picked up the spoon and took a sip. A few seconds later, under Xiao Yi's expectant gaze, he indifferently spat out a sentence. This is also called fragrant? Sure enough, it's just coaxing little kids. Righteous father Xiao Ye couldn't laugh even if he wanted to, and only had to retreat back to Xiao Mino's side, wrinkling his little face in depression. Xiao Minua stroked Little Knight's head, and met the man's critical eyes. I have long said that these are not suitable for your appetite, eldest young master. I think you'd better wait patiently for Yuji's takeout. Little Knight, mommy will send you to school first, you'll be late later. She didn't bother to pay attention to what kind of face this man would have. Anyway, she didn't expect him to spit out any good words from the start. Xiaoyi nodded his head obediently and took his school bag from Uncle Zhang's walk. He suddenly looked at Xiao Han again and asked, Righteous father, is Yuji's breakfast really even better than mommy's? Xiao Han glanced at him, his face unhappy. Xiao Yu spat out his tongue and took the initiative to grab Xiao Minua's hand and walk towards the door. Then, Righteous father, Uncle Zhang, 88 La. Xiao Minua stopped at the doorway and suddenly turned around to raise a light smile. Young master, don't worry, from tomorrow onwards, I will call Yuji 10 minutes in advance to ensure that I won't let you go hungry. After saying that, she left in a dashing manner. Uncle Zhang raised his old eyes covered with fine lines, and was not surprised to find that his confident and proud young master's face was indeed uncommonly ugly. In the car, Xiao Ye smothered a small face. The smile he had put on in front of Xiao Han was all gone. He looked at Xiao Minua, who was concentrating on driving, and pouted, Mommy, aren't you even angry? Breakfast is obviously very delicious, it seems like Righteous father is trying to be angry with you on purpose. Xiao Miannuo pinched his face with one hand and smiled. Since I know that he is deliberately angry with me, why do I still want to fall into the trap? It's better if he doesn't like to eat, so I can save some work every day. It's better than him having the chance to pick faults every day, right? Little Knight thought about it and nodded in agreement. Still, mommy is right, then I won't be angry. He. Seeing the smart and understanding son, Xiao Mizuno heartily smiled. You just gave him a smile, didn't you? Chapter 29. Chapter 029. That's because I want to make my righteous father happy. I don't want him to make mommy work too hard. Oh, Little Knight is such a good son to mommy. But mommy is willing to accept these jobs. After all, mommy can't live in the Xiao family for nothing. To be able to be with Little Knight every day, mommy doesn't feel hard at all. Xiao Mizuno sincerely said. Xiao Ying suddenly frowned. It would be good if Godfather was there. Godfather said that women are meant to be loved. He definitely couldn't bear to see mommy doing so much work. Alas! What are you sighing for early in the morning? Don't you see that mommy is fine? Your godfather and godfather are two completely different people. Especially when it comes to treating women, there's a huge difference between the two men. Lu Hao had always cherished women, especially her, while Xiaohan seemed to not know how to write the 4 words of pity, and was cold and heartless to any woman. No. This morning's newspaper. A flash of light like lightning flashed through the mind. Xiao Annual lips slightly raised, some mockery recalled vaguely in the newspaper to see Xiaohan embraced a woman in the dance. I don't know which unlucky woman invited him to dance. Or perhaps the other side initiative wants to climb on Zhao's young president, after all, still can't extinguish this man's capital. Momentary flash of God has long existed in the heart of the feeling of rejection floated to the heart. She hated to be restricted by Xiaohan in everything, hated to be forced to work for him, and hated his self-righteous and unselfish attitude. Mommy, what are you thinking? Seeing that she didn't even speak anymore, Xiaoyi asked. Mommy is thinking that it's better to just ignore the existence of someone you don't like. Is Mommy talking about righteous father? Sayaka saw something in her face. Xiao Mizuno turned back and winked. This is a secret, don't reveal it. ENN. Xiao Shanya nodded her head and could not help but ask in a short while, Mommy, why is the righteous father always cool to you? Have you offended him before? Xiaohan, you are really bad, even small children can see so clearly. Xiao Menuo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone was serious. Xiao Knight, there is a kind of person in this world who is incomprehensible, even if no one offends him, he doesn't know how to be friendly to others. You remember, we will only stay in the Xiao family for 1 year, after 1 year, Mommy will definitely take you out of here. Alas! The little guy sighed long and hard. Why are you sighing again? People can't sigh all the time. Xia Mingyuo frowned. I am sighing because we still have to stay in the Xiao family for 1 more year, Mommy. Is there no way you and Godfather can like each other? If Righteous Father liked you as much as Godfather, he wouldn't make you work so hard anymore. If Mommy could also like Righteous Father, then there would be even less to worry about. Little Knight analyzed with his own mind. Xiao Mizuno was a little surprised that he was able to say such a big paragraph, it did sound reasonable. Lu Hao had also said that if she wanted to make things easier for herself, she should find a way to get that man's heart. But to make her and Xiaohan fall for each other? Even though Xiaoyi was talking about a liking that couldn't be more simple, how could it be possible? For a man with no manners like Xiaohan, she would rather ignore his existence. And Xiaohan is also impossible, at least he is harboring some kind of hatred towards her, before repeatedly finding opportunities to deliberately make things difficult for her like this. Little Knight, a year passed quickly. The school was not far ahead, and Xiao Minuo began to carefully reduce the speed of the car. Xiao Yu held his school bag in his arms and asked one last question. A year from now, are we going to return to our godfather? Since when did he feel that a place with Lu Hao was home? Xiao Mizuno stopped the car, turned around to carry his school bag for him, stared into his eyes and answered with incomparable seriousness, no. A year from now, Mommy will take you to a place that belongs to us mother and son ourselves. As for your godfather, maybe a year from now he will already have a beautiful godmother and won't be able to live with us. Sayaka stared at her blankly for a few seconds and sighed for the 3rd time, ugh. Mommy, I think it's better for us to live each day now. Oh, right. Why don't you smile then? Kids are never allowed to sigh again. Xiao Minuo hugged her son and gave him a kiss before seeing him through the school gates. Time was the best remedy for any injury. Every time she thought of the Xiao family, she would think of a whole bunch of tragedies that were fresh in her mind, and she couldn't help but set off her hatred. However, as long as she thought of such a smart and cute son again, she told herself that she should let go of everything, and any time to wash away everything. She had to give her child a happy and joyful future. Little Knight was truly a lovable child. Growing up in a foster home, he did not develop a withdrawn and dark character, instead he was full of optimism and curiosity about everything. Xiao Minuo knew that this child's sensitivity and loneliness always lurked inside. She had to treat him like the world's most precious treasure. Little Knight, you're right, we should live every day now. Mommy will make you happy every day too. She said to herself before restarting the car and quickly running towards Xiao residence. Xiaohan saw the newspaper and scrutinized the huge color photo on it, feeling a few points better. Zhang Bo was surprised by the miraculous gentleness that surfaced on his face, and curiously coughed lightly twice, probing, "Young master, last night's banquet was a great success, wasn't it?" Xiaohan glared at him suspiciously. Do you still need to ask? Could it be that when the old man was around in the past, the banquet was a mess? Cough. No, in the past when the old man was around, he rarely attended banquets. Or rather, there were almost no banquets held over the decades. Xiao Tianxiong simply disliked these public socializations. Xiao Han note, his eyes turned back to the newspaper. This photo was taken at such a poor angle, and still dared to be on the front page? Miss Xinai herself is much prettier than the photo. Even half of this young master's fluttering demeanor is not captured. Ahem. Uncle Zhang could only cough twice more. Xia Minuo had just stepped into the living room when she vaguely heard Xiao Han mention a familiar name, and her heart suddenly jerked tightly. When she met Xiao Han's eyes, any fluctuations turned into calmness. Young master, you can go to the company now. The car to the company is a new black Bentley. On the way, Xia Minuo honored the driver's role, silence like gold. There are only two people in the car. Xiao Han sat in the back seat of the car, gloomy face from the rearview mirror to focus on her expression. She appeared calm, could not see the joy and anger, pursed lips gazed straight ahead, did not look at him from the mirror at all. In fact, Xiao Mizuno from vaguely heard that familiar name. The heart has been irregularly beating until now. Premonition is not something will happen? Xinai, the name Xiao Han mentioned before going out, was really the Xinai she knew? After so many years, are those deceased people going to reappear? Chapter 30. Chapter 030. Xiao Han looked from behind. She was still in a modest beige suit, her dark hair was fixed behind her head, and her nose was still the same pair of obtrusive glasses. Xia Minuo. He suddenly opened his mouth. Xia Minuo. Xia Minuo thought that when he opened his mouth, it would not be good. However, he suddenly poked out his hand and quickly pulled down her hairpin from the back. The movement was clean and precise, making her silky black hair instantly fall and drape behind her. Young master. Xia Minuo's fingers suddenly gripped the steering wheel, suppressing the sudden anger. This is much more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Han deliberately leaned forward to get close to her ear. One hand quickly removed her glasses. From the mirror clearly see her color change. He satisfied with a low smile. Xia Minuo, last night can be seen, you actually look not so bad. This young master has already said many times, not allowed to dress up as an old lady. You still like this is not intentionally against this young master? Xia Minuo really wanted to kick him out of the car. She hated to think, sooner or later one day, she want to do this once, see how this man again complacent. What's wrong? Xia Minuo, if you have an opinion, say it. Don't you dare to say anything? As if sitting in the car was too idle, he had to find something to talk about to provoke. After all, Xia Minuo was a woman who had been trained for a long time. Her face quickly regained its calmness. In fact, she didn't want to cause more trouble at all. Good, then please ask young master to respect the habits of a small staff. I've been following the old master for many years and I've never been like this, so I hope that young master won't intentionally joke about me. Do you think I am joking? Xiao Han hooked up the corners of his lips and smiled lazily. His eyes were more or less cruel. Xia Mianua, this young master is just like the old man, he likes to look at beautiful women. But I doubt it, you purposely put yourself in this appearance. Is it the old man's request? Or are you trying to hide something yourself? Hearing the implication in his words, Xia Minuo dared not be careless and replied calmly, the old man respects the personal habits of his subordinates, and I'm not trying to hide anything on purpose. Thank you for caring so much about your subordinates. Xia Minuo was just a small chauffeur plus maid and assistant, so I don't need you to bother about it. Xiao Han stared at her, his eyes always revealed a touch of sharpness. Xia Minuo, it seems that the old man is not generally fond of you. As far as I know, the old man has always only kept beautiful women by his side. He can tolerate you like this. Could it be that the relationship between you and him? Xia Minuo finally couldn't help but frown. Young master, if you think that the old man is that shallow, then you don't understand your father too well. Oh? In that case, you understand it well? Xiao Han sat upright, seemingly purposeful step by step into the chase. Xia Misua's fingers have not been loosened, cautiously said, more or less some understanding. Tell me, I want to listen to it. If young master really want to know more about the old master, should not have fired those managers and supervisors in the first place, and also should not want to drive away Uncle Zhang. Xia Mizuno replied as she freely turned the car across the street. Xiao Han pursed his thin lips, are you lecturing me? This young master has his own reasons for doing things. Zhang Bo, I have stayed, if you want to thank me, be good in return. This time, Xia Mianua did not make a sound, only focused on the road ahead. There is another intersection, Xiao Group building will arrive. She is going to start looking for the driveway to drive the car into the underground garage. Xia Minuo, do you hate the Xiao family? He threw a bomb through his teeth. The car lurched slightly as Xia Minuo replied in a cold voice, is young master joking? I have been working for the Xiao family for 5 years. Xiao Han narrowed his morose eyes, his gaze fixed on her whitened fingers. Xia Minuo, the old master loved you so much, why did you have to leave the Xiao family in desperation once he died? When the car drove into the passage of the underground garage, the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Xiao Han's cold voice came from behind. Xia Mianhua subconsciously straightened her spine. She found out that Xiao Han was doing it on purpose. He had been confirming step by step that the old master's death had something to do with himself. What with the special assistant, the driver, and the maid, they were all steps for him to unfold his revenge. Has he already found the evidence that he designed the old master to drive to the pier with his secretary? She never doubted the ruthlessness of the Xiao family, but what exactly would Xiao Han, a man that people simply couldn't understand, retaliate for? A name suddenly flashed in her mind. Xiao Xiaoyugad, absolutely not allowed. The feud between the Xia family and the Xiao family, why can't it be resolved like this? Even if she can't break it off in her lifetime, she absolutely can't let anyone hurt Xiaoyi. Xia Mianhua stepped on the gas, quickly rushed the car to the forefront of the passage. A few beautiful turns, the car nimbly backed into it. She picked up the work bag next to her and got out of the car first, pulling the door open for Xiao Han. As his tall figure loomed above her, she tilted her head back and forced herself to calmly answer his earlier question. The old master is dead, everything is over, there is no need for me to stay in the Xiao family at all. I don't know what you mean by asking that, but I'm going to reiterate I'm staying now because of my son, and I hope you're still a man who keeps his promises. The sound of high heels resounded in the underground garage, a sound that seemed hollow. Xiao Han frowned, the corner of his mouth was still a cold smile, and he murmured in a low voice, Xia Minuo, do you really not know why I asked? As soon as she entered the company, Xia Mianhua heard the female staff members talking, and the topics were all centered around the news headlines of the day. Her heartbeat intensified a few points, picked up the newspaper on the table to take a look, and then her body, like being under a magic spell, forgot to move. Breathing still, movement still, eyes also still. The woman who danced in Xiao Han's arms, it was really Xanai. Dusty memories were instantly opened, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and pain in the hot air suddenly rushed up to the eye sockets. She quickly rushed into the restroom. Leaning against the cold wall, her mind took a while to regain its composure. Xanai appeared, and even got involved with Xiao Han. They both fell in love at first sight? Does that mean that he and she will inevitably have to run into the people and things of the past in the future? Is it impossible to escape to reappear? Is her life going to start having irreversible accidents again? No. She is no longer a 17-year-old girl, now she is mature and calm. She will make all kinds of mental preparations in advance, ready to meet all the upcoming accidents. Chapter 31. Chapter 031. Work was hectic, and Xiao Mizuno's office had been transferred to the outside of the president's office. Simply put, the president's office is very large, divided into 3 layers inside. The outer layer is the special assistant room, the center is the big president's room, the special assistant room and the president's room with a piece of transparent flower glass separation. That is to say, if the curtain is not pulled down, the president and the special assistant lady, as long as a lift of the eyes, you can see each other. Inside the president's room, there is a lounge, like a hotel room, so if you are tired of working on weekdays, you can rest inside. Xia Minuo hated this kind of working environment, but she had no choice. This was a disguised surveillance with no independent space at all. After taking a few deep breaths, she gathered up her chaotic mood, never wanting to let Xiao Han see that she had any irritated behavior. Perhaps she should take the initiative this time and go to Xinai first. Things came to a head far faster than Xia Misty Nua had imagined, because just this morning, the Tong family was also caught up in unusual excitement because of the headlines on the various news pages. The situation is like this. The Tong family's father and son traditionally had the habit of reading the morning newspaper, and this morning, even Xinu had opened the newspaper most actively and positively because she was curious about Xinai's participation in the Xiao family's banquet. With such a large photo, it would be difficult for anyone not to want to see it clearly. However, what made Xinu let out a gasp of surprise was not Xinai's intimate dance with Xiao Han, but the small photo that was deliberately arranged at the bottom as a foil. Xiao Han was with a woman in a black dress, with the woman only revealing her beautifully defined side. Brother. You quickly look at it. Xinu's hands trembled a little, her voice revealing incredulity. When did you yell? Tong Tiansu glanced at her suspiciously and took the newspaper. Brother, do you see if this girl looks like? Before she finished her words, the newspaper was already tightly grasped in Tong Tiansu's hands. A pair of deep eyes stared straight at the woman's side, his handsome face revealing ecstatic excitement after being stunned for a few seconds. Xinu was taken into her brother's arms, and she heard her brother's hoarse voice trembling. It's her, it's really her. It was Xia Minuo, it was his Nua. Once so in love, once so familiar, just a little bit closer, she was about to become his wife. Goodness, how could he possibly be mistaken? He had finally found her Nua Nua, the fiancée he had loved and searched for years. Surprisingly, she had been in the Xiao family all along? A short sentence contained countless irrational emotions. Tong Tiansu grabbed the car keys and dashed out the door. Brother, where are you going? Xin chased after him from behind. Looking for her. Tong Tiansu's figure quickly disappeared. Xin held onto the gate, a pair of beautiful eyebrows knit tightly. If Big Brother found Nua Nua, what about Xin? Thinking of her love at first sight with Xiao Han that was reported dramatically in the newspaper, Xin began to feel a bit of a headache. These few people's affairs were really complicated. She had to make a call to Xin right away to ask what was going on. Tong Tiansu couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been this excited. A heart was beating faster than the speed of the car, almost about to pop out of his chest. His mind, thoughts, consciousness, eyes, and heart all cried out a name: Nua Nua. A fiancée he had cherished, searched for, and pined for years. When he first saw her, he already knew that he would never fall in love with another woman in this life, and he pampered her so much that he finally had the chance to become her prince. However, fate had its way. That year, when he was looking for her, he had an accident and he couldn't walk on his legs for most of the year. He kept asking himself what he did wrong. Did God want to punish him over and over again? Losing Nua Nua and having to lose his legs. Tong's family and Xinai took care of him and encouraged him unceasingly, and finally he recovered again. Later, leaving Yuan City did not mean that he was going to give up Nua Nua, and for Xinai's silent vigil, he could only choose to be cold time and time again. Tong Tiansu grabbed the steering wheel and ran straight towards Xiao Group building. He has always been a steady and self-possessed person. Only in front of Nua Nua will show the most relaxed side. In fact, having just lost Nua Nua, he really fell into madness. Now that Nua Nua finally appeared for real, even though he had 1,000 questions, he only wanted to see her and say it again. The phone desperately thought, Xinu was looking for him, Xinai was also looking for him. He glanced at the phone and didn't pick it up. His mind automatically generated a string of questions. Looking at the meaning of the newspaper, Xinai should have seen Nua Nua last night. Why didn't she make a phone call earlier to inform? Nua Nua, when the family suffered a huge change, obviously with the Xiao family has a relationship, why would she still work in the Xiao family? Could she be taking revenge? As soon as he thought of the word revenge, Tong Tiansu's body tensed up. He quickly shook his head to reject his own thoughts. He knew Nua Nua, simple and kind, has a delicate and soft delicate heart. How could she go to revenge? However, why would Nua Nua become an assistant to the Xiao family? There is absolutely no simplicity in this. Nua Nua. Working for the Xiao family that persecuted your family to death, how did you spend your days like this? Is that why you don't want me to find out no matter what? The car ran like an arrow through the straight streets. Tong Tiansu made an incomparably firm determination amidst his heartache and headache this time. Even if it was the end of the world, he would not let Nua Nua disappear from his life again. Xia Mingyuo inexplicably suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Her heart was stuffy. She suspected that it was because she didn't sleep well last night. In the final analysis, it was all the fault of the man sitting in the president's office who didn't know what bad ideas he was playing. Thinking of Xinai, she stood up in the contradictory pull and knocked on the door of the president's room. Xiao Hani outside her initiative to enter his office. He knows this woman. If nothing is absolutely impossible to step through this door. What's the matter? He sat in the wide black leather chair. Cold face cannot see the idea, but sharp eyes noticed her hand holding the newspaper. President. Xia Mingyuo looked at him, forced herself to calm down, stepped forward, and spread the newspaper in front of him. President, perhaps you are happy to be the focus of the media's pursuit, but I am very reluctant to do so. Please ask the president to respect my opinion before doing such things in the future. Bringing up last night's banquet again? Xiao Han sized her up suspiciously. I remember this opinion you already said last night. Xia Mingyuo, did you come in the door just to emphasize it again? Sure enough, it was sharp. Xia Mingyuo carefully dropped her eyes to the giant set of photos and said as immovably as possible, in fact, a famous family like Miss Xinai is the most suitable to be alongside the president. President, you knew Miss Xin before? Or is it the same as what the report said? Chapter 32, Chapter 032. Slow down, Xia Mingyuo. Xiao Han's dark eyes became deep and sharp, staring at her tightly. Don't tell me you're jealous? As if she had heard the world's funniest joke, Xia Mingyuo almost wanted to label the man in front of her directly as a narcissist. She said with a smile on her face, the president's confidence level is the strongest I've ever seen. I just want to ask the president, this Ms. Xin is a rare beauty, do you want me to book flowers for the president to send? In fact, she was tempted to ask Xiaohan directly, will you continue to have any contact with XINAI? Or the reporter writes, nonsense, you and XINAI just unintentionally encountered, and there will not be any development in the future. You still have a few points of self-knowledge. Listening to her praise XINAI, Xiaohan's ghostly gaze and flooded a few soft, raised his thin lips. Xia Menuo, you are indeed a very understand the boss's mind of the assistant, no wonder the old man so reuse you. You give me to find the city's best florist, from today onwards every day to send me a bouquet of the most beautiful flowers to Miss Xin. Xia Menuo subconsciously frowned when she heard this, the thing she was most worried about had still happened. Xiaohan simply intended to have room for continued development with XINAI, perhaps this was the way he pursued beautiful women. Oh, as a sign of sincerity, you will personally deliver it for me today. Where Ms. Xin lives, you should be able to find out very quickly. Xiaohan added. XINAI, are they going to meet soon? Did you hear that? Xia Menuo, you're not really jealous, are you? Seeing that she froze for 2 seconds, Xiaohan suddenly stood up and poked his body forward, one hand supported in front of the desktop, one hand quickly hooked onto her chin. Look at the rare look of your license, are you envious of others? Xia Mianhua took a step back and escaped from his grasp. I will immediately go to order flowers. Oh, it seems to be really hit by me. Xiaohan smiled confidently, his big hand wrapped around, dragging her arm even more. He slightly lowered his head, clearly saw her long and thin eyelashes gently flickering, laughed. Is it true that no man has ever sent you flowers? Seeing that you take the initiative to care about Ms. Xin today, I can generously order one more and send it to you by the way. Xia Mizuno grew more and more disgusted with his arrogance and hubris, her body moved and her arm broke free. She calmly stared back at him. No need, I won't like it, why should the president waste it? Do you really not like flowers, or do you not like them because no one sends them to you? The more she struggled away, the nastier he didn't want to let go. His tall body simply leaned right up against her, his male breath exhaling right at the nape of her neck. I only like to receive flowers from people I like. I'll go out first. Before his big hand was about to touch her hair, Xia Mianhua abruptly turned around and walked out of the office without stopping for a moment. Xiaohan's fingers stopped in mid-air as he looked at her long, silky, flowing hair, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anger. He still wanted to play a good trick on her for a while. What did she just say? That she only liked to receive flowers from people she liked? Did she have a favorite man? Little Knight's real father? At the thought of this possibility, Xiaohan's fingers slowly closed and gripped hard. Xia Mizuno must have loved Xiaoye's father, that's why she was so precious to Xiaoye. Humph. Xia Menuo, no matter who you like, now in my hand, you can't escape no matter what. At this time, Xiaohan could not understand that a woman who became a mother after a 10-month pregnancy had immeasurably deep feelings for her own child. This was the nature of being a mother, sometimes it had nothing to do with whether she loved the father of that child or not. Xiaohan had not been loved by his mother since he was a child, nor did he know the warmth of living with his mother, and he was somehow disobedient and hateful towards his father, Xiao Tianxiong, so he simply could not understand the heart of a woman like Xia Menuo. Perhaps, in his lonely growing up career, he had never felt the unique tenderness belonging to a woman, nor would he understand that a woman's heart is fundamentally different from a man's. He is overbearing, stubborn pride and arrogance, he has suffered a lot of setbacks, but he has never been in the eyes of the world. He overcame all the difficulties with the tenacious and mysterious power of Zhao's family and built his own kingdom in the United States. However, in the deepest part of Xiaohan's heart, there was a plausible and absurd dream, and he was inexplicably but surely dreaming about the pin. Xiao family has a strong and accurate intuition, his speculation is rarely wrong, subconsciously this kind of hazy desire, this kind of feeling that cannot be explained, in the last night after the encounter with XINAI himself, so that he even more firmly believed that she is this life belongs to his woman. So now, he began to have a woman he really want to get. Xia Menuo returned to his seat, his mind in a bit of a trance. It was very easy to find out XINAI's address, after all. The identity of XINE Group's daughter was recognized by the people of Yuan City overnight. She picked up her bag and cast a complicated glance towards the president's office before leaving in a hurry. Xiaohan ordered her to personally deliver the flowers to XINAI's hands, so it was good that after 7 years of running away from everyone, she finally had to inevitably face it. At this time, Xia Menuo did not know that when she drove away from the building, Tong Tiansu's hurried steps were stepping into the company's first floor hall. Two people who have not seen each other for 7 years, in the minutes and seconds to miss again, perhaps, today is not the day they are destined to meet, or perhaps, there will be heaven will be their destiny has long made arrangements. Xiaohan left the office after Xia Mizuno, just after receiving a phone call. The caller is his most capable subordinate transferred back from the United States. Boss, the clues from the day of the old man's accident have been fully grasped. The brief sentence made Xiaohan's body tense up. Send the information over immediately. Ordering in a low voice, he quickly opened his computer to receive it. A minute later, this man's face was cold and incomparable as he glared out the glass window. The people on the seats outside happened to leave. His ice-like and fire-like gaze stared dead on for a long time, slowly clenching his teeth. Xia Minuo, I will make you pay the price. A softly spoken sentence carries an icy coldness that quickly spreads out in the room, almost freezing the surrounding air. Just then, the phone on the table rang sharply. Damn you, most importantly. Speak quickly. The words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. The little secretary on the other end of the phone trembled lightly and carefully reported, President, there is a child inspector who has urgent matters for you. What the hell, inspector? Not to be seen. He was in a bad mood and was in need of a good look at the information to see clearly how that woman, Xia Minuo, had devised a murder plot. But the chief president's little secretary was shaken with fear, and his voice panicked for a few moments. Tell him to roll, said the phone, snapped and cut off. Chapter 33, Chapter 033. Small secretary and anxious and chagrin, why is the president every day so difficult to serve? Today seems to be extraordinarily excessive. If Sister Xia was here, this horrible situation wouldn't have fallen on herself. I'm sorry, Mr. Inspector. The president, he is not convenient to meet guests now. You'd better make an appointment for another day. Tong Tiansu's emotions were just as agitated as Xiao Han's in the office. It was just that the two were agitated for different reasons. He took a look at the young little secretary with a difficult look on her face and about understood something, frowned and said, Miss, then let me ask, does your president still have an assistant surnamed Xia? At the mention of Xia Mizuno, the young secretary immediately felt relieved for a few moments, and nodded her head back and forth, yes. Sister Xia is the president's special assistant, specializing in dealing with the company's important case. Tong Tiansu suppressed his heart that was beating badly and continued to ask, what is the name of that special assistant? Previously also worked for Master Xiao? The little secretary opened her eyes wide, facing this imperious and a bit strange feeling inspector. She didn't dare to hide it in the slightest. Sister Xiao's name is Xia Minuo. She used to be the old master's special assistant, because she is smart and capable, so after the new president took over, he kept her to continue working for Xiao. Mr. Inspector, are you here on official business? Our president, he doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. I have long heard that the police and the inspector general's office came to check the bottom of the Xiao family after the old man passed away. Is this person in front of me trying to check something from Sister Xia? The little secretary bit her little face, a little afraid, do not know what to answer good. Tong Tiansu saw her nervousness. This is a poor little secretary who has been under work pressure for a long time. I don't know if Nuanua is gentle and pure. It is surprising that she will serve as a special assistant for a few years in the Xiao family. He is really too surprised and too unbelievable. You don't have to be nervous, just answer my questions properly. He pondered whether he should rush up and go to see Nuanua directly. He really longed to see her a second earlier. However, when he really arrived at this place that was so far away, he couldn't help but hesitate. Nuanua was clearly in Yuan City, but she had never contacted anyone. Even Xinu and Xinai couldn't find any trace of her. Would she be able to accept it if he ran to see her so impulsively? How much had she gone through in these years? How much had she endured? What kind of condition would she be in if she saw herself without being mentally prepared? Mr. Inspector, Mr. Inspector? The little secretary called out softly. Mr. Inspector. Tong Tiansu came back to his senses in the midst of conflict. At this time he was much calmer than he was on the road just now. I don't know what other questions you have to ask. In fact, I don't know much if Miss Xia is here. She knows the company very well. She should be able to help you. What do you mean Miss Xia is not here right now? Tong Tiansu keenly grasped the meaning of her words. The little secretary nodded. Yeah, Miss Xia happens to have just left the company. Probably the president asked her to go on an errand, and she doesn't know when she'll be back. This way, It seems like it's really not the right time for me to come today, so I'll make an appointment for another day. Thank you, Miss Secretary. Hearing that Nuanua happened to leave just now, Tong Tiansu was suddenly lost, although he was a little afraid that an impulsive meeting would make Nuanua escape. but missing out in this way creates a strong sense of loss. He politely smiled at the secretary and turned to leave. The little secretary looked at his upright back, then remembered the angry roar of the president on the phone, frowned and said to himself, if only all men were as graceful as Inspector Tong, it would be good. Tong Tiansu re-entered the car and lit a cigarette. He quietly smoked it, his gaze sullenly looking ahead, knowing full well that Nua couldn't possibly come back right away, but he couldn't stop the longing in his heart. A glimpse from afar is fine, as long as he can see his real figure, to make sure that this morning is not a dream. After an indeterminate amount of time, until the inspection department called to ask why he didn't go to work, he complexly and incomparably glanced at Zhao's mansion and drove away. Nua, I will come to you soon, but I hope that you are also early to prepare yourself mentally. Xia Mingyuo had the florist order a bouquet of dainty red roses, and the fragrance of the flowers filled her car. She glanced sideways at the beautiful petals that were still dripping with water droplets, her mind complex. When she thought of Xiao Han's almost resolute order, she couldn't help but wonder if that man really fell in love with Xinai at first sight. Xinai and Xinu were both classmates and close friends that she had spent many years with, and the three girls had always had their own temperaments and were evenly matched in terms of appearance. Xinai definitely has the qualifications and reasons to make a man fall for her. Is Xiao Han serious? Or is he intentionally using the opportunity to come to mock himself only? Last night's banquet, if he brought Xiao Yang, did not sneak out, whether it happens to meet Xinai, that kind of accidental meeting, and what kind of situation will be. Xia Mingyuo took a deep breath and picked up the phone. The phone just checked the number. Seriously, to find Xinai's phone is not difficult at all. She even remembered the landline number of the Xin family. The phone was connected. The beeping sound on the other side made people so nervous that they couldn't breathe. What was she nervous about? In fear that the present very different life will overlap with the past world, these interlaced people and dreams, she is afraid that she can't afford. Hello? Hello? Who is it? Who is it? Xinai answered the phone, her voice has not changed at all, as in that year, clear and confident. Xia Mingyuo moved her lips, her heart beating fast. Hello? Intuition over their Xinai also wrinkled both eyebrows. Xia Mingyuo stabilized her breathing and tried her best to say in a calm and formulaic tone, hello, may I ask if this is Miss Xinai? Yes, who is this? Xinai did not expect a woman to call for herself in the early morning. The voice made her inexplicably feel familiar and momentarily indistinguishable. It's like this, on behalf of President Xiao of the Xiao Group, I'm here to send you flowers. May I ask where Ms. Xin is now? After Xia Mingyuo finished speaking, she heard a silence on the other end of the phone, and she asked again doubtfully, hello? Miss Xin. You are Nua? Xinai suddenly said this sentence, words have not hidden excitement. Xia Mingyuo gripped the phone tightly, both of them were silent. Hello? You really are Nua, right? Xia Mingyuo, isn't it? Xinai steeply became anxious, then vaguely heard someone else's surprised voice on the other end. Xia Fan Nua gritted his teeth, as if he used his whole body's strength to answer softly, and is me, Xinai. Nua is really you. Xinu, you are right. Nua finally found. Then, Xia Mingyuo heard a voice that was more surprised than Xinai, even with a little crying and resentment. Xia Mingyuo, you finally still know to contact us. After the phone hung up, Xia Mingyuo suddenly lost her strength and deeply nestled on the back of the chair. She closed her eyes, a hot tear slowly overflowed from the corner of her eye, those like a dream, like long-lost people and things, alternately in front of her eyes. The sweeter the memories will be, more like a sharp knife cut her heart. Chapter 34. Chapter 034. The meeting place is about to meet in the Xin family. Holding a large bouquet of fragrant roses, Xia Mingyuo stood outside the gate surrounded by iron railings and looked at the once familiar house inside. In the past, when she was in school, she and Xinu would often come to visit Xin's house together, but now she had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. She hesitated for a moment and was just about to ring the doorbell when she saw two figures appear hurriedly in the garden. Nua. She only felt a sudden heat in her eyes, but she blinked her eyes several times in a row, blinking the heat back in a flash. Xinu and Xinai pulled open the door together and ran out at the same time. These two girls, their bodies were still overflowing with a lively and confident flavor, only that Xia Mizuno didn't notice that Xinai's eyes flashed with a particularly complicated emotion the moment she actually saw herself. Xinu, Xiao Ai. It was impossible for Xia Mingyuo to pretend she didn't recognize them, but she just calmly and faintly called out their names. Xinu stopped in her tracks, but Xinu jumped up and hugged her and cried, "Bad Nua Nua, you even disappeared for 7 years like this ah. Do you know how much we want you, especially my brother, simply to go crazy?" Oh, Tiansu. Xiaofan Nua felt a burst of heart-pumping livestock. Her most do not want to face the people and things. From now on it is really difficult to escape. Quietly took a deep breath, she released the flowers slightly, while pulling away Xinu's hand that was holding her, faintly smiled and said, "It is a long time no see." With a turn of her head, she met Xinu's look of wanting to speak, the arc of her mouth increased by a few points, polite and sincere. "Miss Xinai, this is the flower that our CEO Xiao ordered for you, please accept it." The expression on Xinai's face changed several times, and when she saw the bright red roses in her hands, she still asked in disbelief, "Are you really working for the Xiao family?" Working for the Xiao family. This sentence is like an abyss. Xiao Mianyu fell in and couldn't save herself, she was helpless and forced. Every day she worked she was conflicted and depressed. Does Xinai know about the hatred between her and the Xiao family? She must know it by looking at her expression. What about Xinu? People have several masks, and a woman like Xia Mizuno, who has been through many trials and tribulations, is forced to wear a mask even in front of her once best friend. Yes, I am now the assistant to the president of Xiao. Xia Minuo personally handed the flower to Xinai's hand and met her studying and inquiring gaze. Xinu was obviously much more agitated than Xinai. She pulled over Xia Minuo's arm. "Nua Nua, what kind of attitude are you having? Aren't you happy to see us? Why are you so cold?" Xia Minuo frowned and faced her. Her tone was the usual calmness of these years. "Xinu, I'm at work now. If we want to catch up, we'll have to make another appointment." God knows how much effort she had to put in to make herself act so calm. She really didn't have enough courage and preparation to catch up with them yet. Xinai seemed to have some understanding. After all, she had been hiding from everyone for 7 years for some reason, and it was a miracle that she had taken the initiative to show up today. "Thank you, Nono. Although we have countless words to say to you and countless questions we want to be answered, if you're not ready we'll make another appointment another day." Xinai took the flowers and only glanced at them, casually throwing them into the trash can next to her. She faced Xia Minuo directly and said, "You picked these red roses for me, right? Although I've always loved red roses, but if it's not sent by the man I love, even the most beautiful rose is just a pile of trash." Whether Xinai liked these flowers or not didn't matter at all to Xia Minuo, she was just here to fulfill her mission. With such a sudden morning, not only her, I'm sure each of them needed time to calm down. Xinu understood Xinai's love for her brother, which she was surprised to find out after Nua Nua's disappearance. But now that Nua Nua had reappeared, Xinai had never gotten a response from her brother, but wasn't it even more hopeless? Nua Nua is acting so coldly now, is she leaving the past behind? Does she still love her brother? Look at Xinai for brother quietly pay for so many years, and Nua Nua is brother truly loved that remembered not long ago. Xinai asked himself, if one day brother found Nua Nua, they will support who? Who will support? Xinu's eyes hovered between the two good friends. This time, she really did not know who to support? Perhaps, the only thing to do was to look at the arrangement of the heavens. Brother rushed out early in the morning to look for Nua Nua. Look at Nua Nua, this look should be still not found it, is this also the arrangement of heaven? Xiaofan Nuasi was innocently discarded in the garbage can of flowers. In fact, inexplicably feel a wave of cozy. If the proud and arrogant Xiaohan know such treatment, what will be the reaction? How to deal with these roses is your freedom, my work is done. The smile on Xia Mizuno's face was unchanged. However, starting today you should receive beautiful flowers every day. In fact, it's not bad to put them in a vase. Xiaohan is such a boring guy. Xinai mocked. She was also holding her fire for today's news headlines in various newspapers, because even if Tiansu didn't have any affection for her, she didn't want Tiansu to misunderstand anything. Xia Minuo said nonchalantly, if Ms. Xin doesn't like it, she can personally call our president. Nua Xinu has been trying to interject and say something, but Xia Minuo's expression and words let her interject and do not know what to say. On the contrary, Xinai looks much calmer. Xia Minuo glanced at Xinu apologetically. I'm sorry, Xinu. I'll ask you guys out on another day. Xinu finally somewhat understood her complex emotions, and reappeared forward to hug her shoulders, whispering, Nua Nua, we really care about you, especially brother. Xia Mianua's body stiffened for a few minutes, pain spreading in her heart. She slowly reached back and hugged Xinu back for a bit, suppressing the bitterness in the bottom of her throat, and there is time to make another appointment, goodbye. She let go of her and glanced towards Xinai one more time, nodded slightly and turned to leave. The car started, first slowly turning a corner, then speeding off down the street. Xanu wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and sniffled as she faced Xanai. Nua really has changed so much. Xanai frowned. After 7 years, some people change too much, while some people remain unchanged. Are you talking about brother? Xanu vaguely felt the sadness of her words and hurriedly wiped away her tears and comforted. Xiao Ai am sorry, I know that Nua came back, and you and your brother. You don't have to say sorry, none of this has anything to do with you, and I have never been monogamous to Tiansu. It has nothing to do with anyone. Nua is back is also good, at least Tiansu will be happy. Xinai said these words, the beautiful eyes obviously dimmed. She glanced at the roses in the trash can in front of the door, thought of the man who asked her to dance last night, and a question surfaced in her mind. Nua had hidden herself extremely well for 7 years, and a simple order from Xiao Han could make her appear there. Didn't she have a deep past not with the Xiao family? And what exactly was the relationship with Xiao Han? Why did she listen to him so much, even going so far as to break the identity she had worked so hard to hide for 7 years? Tiansu, after you saw Xiaomia Nua, do you know that she is no longer the same girl as back then? Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Xiaomia Nua drove her car and drove around the market aimlessly until her mind calmed down a little before returning to Xiao. She didn't know if she had become extra sharp, feeling that something like an iceblade glow had been added to Xiao Han's gaze as he looked at her. For a moment, she was almost sure that it was really an emotion called hate, that Xiao Han hated her. In the president's office, the cold air was always low. Xia Mizuno stood in front of his desk, straightening her spine and waiting for any possible cold words to pick at her. The flowers were delivered? Xiao Han stared at her expressionlessly. It was delivered to her personally? Xiao Han asked again in a cold voice. Yes. Where is she? At home. Did she say anything? Xiao Han glanced towards the computer as he asked, stood up and took a degree step to her. Every time he stood within 3 steps of her, Xia Mingyuo would always feel a huge compelling force, so what she had originally expected to mock him with Xanai's reaction was now stuck in her throat because of the unusual atmosphere. She said thank you. She replied with a calm demeanor. Xia Mingyuo, look up at me. Xiao Han ordered while his fingers uncontrollably tried to pick her chin. It was as if he liked this action very much, always wanting to lift her face up to fully face himself, not allowing her to escape in any way. However, this time, Xia Mingyuo quickly skimmed her face and took a step back, changing her mind. President, please forgive me for being blunt. In fact, Ms. Xian did not like the flowers you sent her at all, she directly threw them into the trash and had a message for you. Xiao Han steeply narrowed his eyes, not quite able to accept this statement, although he was not sure of Xinai's surprise reaction to receiving the flowers, but such behavior as throwing the garbage can would be a normal behavior for a woman to receive flowers? Unless it is the woman in front of the ghost. Xia Mingyuo, what kind of flowers did you order? I don't believe Ms. Xin would refuse my flowers. His confidence was undeniable. What woman doesn't like flowers? When Xia Mingyuo heard this, she really felt funny, naturally the corners of her mouth raised in mockery. President, do you think it has a lot to do with what kind of flowers you ordered? I ordered Miss Xian's favorite red roses, but unfortunately, if it's not sent by your favorite person, then even the most beautiful flowers are nothing but trash. Xiao Han's sharp eyes did not spare her in the slightest, scrutinizing her expression. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, he suddenly said something that made Xia Mingyuo's palms go cold. How do you know that her favorite is red roses? Xia Mingyuo raised her head and tried to calm down. It wasn't hard at all to find this out. Oh, President, just now that sentence is what Ms. Xian asked me to bring to you, saying please don't waste it in the future. Did she really say that? Or did you not follow my words at all, Xia Mingyuo? Xiao Han pressed a step closer, his icy anger not only came from Xinai's refusal, but also from the evidence information shown in the computer. Xia Mingyuo was really extremely tired of his acerbic and skeptical attitude, so she raised her eyebrows impatiently. If the president doesn't trust it, he can ask someone else to try again. I think I have tried my best. Based on the principle of not spreading waste, please ask the president to think twice before acting. Damn it. Xia Mingyuo, do I still need you to remind me how to do it? Xiao Han's thick eyebrows frowned, a pair of big hands had already clasped her shoulders, he domineeringly lifted her jaw and looked at her lightly. Don't think I'll be as stupid as an old man. Starting tomorrow, you order me 999 red roses every day and send them to her again. Xia Mianhua tried hard to free her jaw, he favored a tight grip, she helplessly tilted her head and stared at him. President, if you really want to show sincerity, why don't you personally deliver them? Even if I, the assistant, deliver it 1,000 times, I'm afraid the end result will just be beautiful roses turning into garbage. Isn't the president very much against waste? The mouth said this, but the heart is clenched into a ball. Xiaohan, you are to Xinai to really? Are you really going to drag her into Zhao's vortex? And I have no place to run to? Xiaohan's fingers did not relax the force, his eyes flickered a few times, gently bent his head. Yes, this point you are right, in order to show sincerity I really should personally send. Xiao Mianyuo's eyes widened in surprise, her black eyelashes flickered on her face. At this moment, she truly felt Xiaohan is to really, he to Xina I really love at first sight than the future days, one must face the past. Xiao Mingyuo, I want to chase that woman. Therefore, you are limited to find out all the information about Ms. Xinai this afternoon, including her preferences and habits, and report to me without omission. Xiao Han's words were like a declaration. Xiao Mianyuo saw the seriousness in his eyes and the flickering tenderness, suppressed the suspicion and tried to say, I thought the president had already checked out all of them. Xiao Han's thin lips gently, at least I still don't know that Ms. Xinai loves red roses. Xiao Mingyuo, don't give me a refusal, this is your job. Can't she refuse? Why the hell is he so overbearing in everything that people can't refuse? President, it's not my job to help you chase women. Xiao Mingyuo is absolutely unwilling to see Xinai being fingered by this guy. He doesn't even have the most basic respect for women. Besides, who dare to guarantee that he isn't borrowing to chase after Xinai to get back at himself? No. She does not want Xinai innocent implicated. Even if she has accidentally involved Xinai, she hopes that it is not too late to find a way to stop it. How could Xiao Mingyuo have ever imagined that Xinai is not an accident or an object of revenge for Xiao Han, but rather, he is pouring his unprecedented seriousness towards women? What, did not help the old man chase women before? His words were frivolous and did not hide his sarcasm. I thought the old man could not leave women for a day. But isn't it true that you are responsible for the old man's life, so he doesn't need any other woman at all? Xiao Mianyuo shrank as if stabbed by a needle. You don't respect me, do you not even respect your own father? You really don't understand the old man. He doesn't need to chase any woman, because he knows how to respect women. Even if Xiao Tianxiong had once caused the Xiao family to be destroyed, objectively speaking, she had been by his side for 5 years and was increasingly unable to overrule the merits of Xiao Tianxiong's style. This was also the biggest reason why she had tried her best to collect evidence of the Xiao family's crimes in the beginning, only to change her decision in the end. Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Xiao Han was heavily enraged because of this time. As a son, his feelings towards Xiao Tianxiong could no longer be described as complicated or love-hate. In a sense, Xiao Tianxiong could be said to be the murderer who killed his mother, but on the other hand, Xiao Tianxiong was always the one who bestowed his bloodline. Therefore, before he figured out how to seek justice for his mother, how could he allow others to send Xiao Tianxiong to the Yellow Springs? He stared at Xiao Mingyuo's pale and stubborn face, his eyes suddenly deep as a pool, and his fingers tightened again. What, you know the old man so well? Could it be that you are also one of his women or mistresses? As soon as Xiao Han's words fell, he immediately saw that her face became even paler like paper, as if she had been nailed in the acupuncture points, and even her breathing became rapid. Xiao Han. These two words were squeezed out from the inside of her lungs, enough to see the anger of Xiao Mingyuo at this moment. Did I hit the nail on the head? I was wondering how could the old man trust you so much? He clearly knows that you have always hated the Xiao family. Xiao Han held her slender shoulders with one hand, his gaze poking into the depths of her soul, his black pupils flashing with obvious hatred. Xiao Mingyuo could not have imagined that the topic would evolve into this. Today she and Xiao Han are not normal. Don't you hate the Xiao family? Xiao Mingyuo, tell me, how did you manage to endure humiliation in the Xiao family for 5 years? How did you manage to become the woman of an enemy? His fingers gripped tighter and tighter and her face became more and more pale and transparent. Her eyes widened as she gazed at him, not avoiding it, her crystal pupils reflecting his almost cruel icy face. He was right. She was enduring humiliation for 5 years, she was struggling in hatred and contradiction for 5 years, she had lived helpless and painful days. She finally came to the day of relief. It was him, this despicable and hateful man, who pulled her back into the abyss again. What do you want? Xiao Mingyuo clenched his fists and gave up. In the end, what do you want? Xiao Han grabbed her body hard to shake a few times, and then vigorously a bunch of, she was not prepared for an unsteady center of gravity fell back. Slender body just hit the back of the sofa, waist was hard hit a piece. Xiao Misua do not need to touch also know that the waist must be bruised. Xiao Han is simply a cold and heartless man. She has long known, I did not expect him to finally hate on their own shot. Xiao Han's big step collapsed close, leaned down to catch her chin again, burning breath directly sprayed on her skin. Xiao Mianhua, am I wrong? You this snake scorpion woman, the old man since so good, why you have to elaborate a conspiracy to assassinate him? Xiao Misua heard the words, her body steeply stiffened, her pupils violently tightened up. She held her breath and stared at him fixedly, and in an instant she completely understood. Xia Mian Nua. His voice sounded chilling, and his black eyes narrowed into a line. Today, I have already grasped all the evidence, and from today onwards I will make you pay for the old man's death. Remember, you don't have a chance to resist at all. Xia Mian Nua completely understand. Today, he is really will be the old man will become a father. He wants to take revenge for his father. Just, she really have no room for resistance? Yes, it is today. What should come, all of a sudden came, calm for many years of the heart, cannot restrain the chaos. Xiao Mizuno shrunk her legs and moved her body back a step. Her eyes also gradually became cold and hateful, and her slender white hand grabbed his large hand that clasped her chin. When he didn't let go, her hand gripped tighter, like she was trying to pinch her nails into his flesh. He frowned, and she glared at him in defiance. If she had known that the two of them would end up like this because of their entangled hatred for each other, she should have found another way to take back Sayaka. God knows, the only thing she was most worried and nervous about was Sayaka. No, she couldn't let this man have the chance to exploit her weakness. She had to find the time to fight back. His fingers tightened and a bruise appeared on her chin. She gritted her teeth as if she was going to lower her head and take a bite out of his hand the next second. In fact, she couldn't help but do it when she thought that. He flinched in pain, and she pushed him away with both hands quickly, her body dodging from the front of the couch to the door. She hadn't been pliable since 7 years ago, when happiness had been hard and brutally stripped from her, and she was no longer the simple, harmless young girl she had been. She would also fight back when necessary, and would also plot revenge. She had weaknesses, but no one should presume to control her forever. Xiao Han, are you going to kill me? Xiao Mizuno pressed her back against the door, her waist hurt but she stood straight as if this would give her more strength. Xiao Han looked at the back of his hand with blood marks on the teeth marks, and then looked at the dent pinched out by her nails. There is no temperature in his eyes, only cruel irony. Kill you? I said, I won't do anything that is illegal to kill, but I will torture you properly. Torture, 2 words, he bit exceptionally light, but also exceptionally dangerous. Xiao Mizuno didn't let him see that she was flustered, at least he didn't mention Xiaoya in this moment, making her subconsciously relieved. Xiao Han, whether you believe it or not, I still have to say one thing: the old master's death was really just an accident. I didn't try to kill him. Xiao Han's body is taut with anger, and his gaze is gloomy. You dare to say that you didn't kill him? You dare to say that his death has nothing to do with you? Xia Menuel looked at him with wide eyes, moved her lips, unable to speak. Although she did not kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren is indeed because of her only, so she is anxious to stay away from right and wrong, and all grudges. You dare to say that day is not you arranged the old man and the secretary to go to the pier? You dare to say that you had nothing to do with the temporary breakdown of the old man's car? You dare to say that you didn't know that the black boss waiting at the pier had been wanting the old man's life? You dare to say that Xiao Han aggressively laid out the evidence he had gathered one by one, leaning forward with every word. Enough! Xiao Han, since you don't believe me, that means you don't believe me no matter what I say. Xia Mianhua bravely and stubbornly interrupted him. Her eyes were even colder than his. Since you have already convicted me, it's useless for me to discern, but one day the truth will come out. Is that so? The truth? Humph. It's true that I won't believe every word you say. Good, I understand. Now you won't let me go, but I implore you not to make things difficult for Seo. Xia Menua's large eyes blinked and flooded with watery light. She had to protect Seo. Oh, Xia Menuo, so you also have someone to worry about, so you can be afraid too? Xiao Han picked up half the corner of his lips and sneered devilishly. Chapter 37. Chapter 037. Xiao Miannuo frowned fiercely and shivered. Xiao Han, count on me to beg you. Xiao Knight is just a child, and he is still your righteous son. You can deal with me however you want. I can endure until the day the truth comes out, but you can't hurt an innocent child. Do you think I will let him go? Xiao Han looked at her with a cold smile. Xia Mianhua shook her head, and in a moment of emotion rushed to him and grabbed his arm, tilting her head to look at him. Xiao Han, I don't believe that you are really so inhumane that you won't even let a small child go. Think about it, Xiao Yu was personally adopted into the Xiao family by the old master. Do you really want to do that? Xiao Han's face changed, having a momentary flash of concentration. In fact, he did not intend to affect the little knight. There is a head and a debt. Although the little knight as her son is quite lovely, he wants to revenge from beginning to end is only this woman. Xiao Mianyu will understand their own pride and stubbornness may bring harm to the little knight, but she also bid herself struggle. In the face of such a hateful Xiao Han is really difficult to lower his voice. Xiao Han, when she called him this way, the tone of voice with unprecedented light trembling, unconsciously implicitly vibrating heartstrings of the Chu-Chu pity. Xiao Han then tightened his eyebrows, his heart was poked by her unprecedented tenderness, really some inexplicable. He lowered his head, saw two pools of deep water general eyes, black shining, inside the water mist. I do not know why he more disgusted up. Humph, Xiao Menuo, less pretending to be pitiful. Is this your trick to deal with men? What kind of woman have I, Xiao Han, not seen before? Don't think that by shedding a couple of tears I will pity you and sympathize with you. He didn't care to play the villain to the end in front of her, deliberately aggravating his icy tone. As long as you obediently listen to me, I won't move. Xiao Xiao Niao. Xiao Han, you are a man who speaks his mind. Xiao Menuo will not shed tears at all. She is no longer a greenhouse flower, but a weed that survives tenaciously in the strong winds, and the more adverse the environment, the more fighting spirit. What she wanted was nothing more than this man's promise. She would bet on his creditworthiness. Xiao Han propped up one hand on the door, trapping her body between himself and the door panel. He liked pressing her like this, it felt painful. Yes, I am a man and I keep my words. So, you obediently obey me. Xiao Mianhua closed her eyes, staring at his hard jaw, frowned and said, perhaps, you can hand over the evidence to the police. No. No. I favor to like this. Slowly torturing you. Slim fingers slowly touched down along her forehead, heart, to the eyebrows, to the tip of the nose, to the lips, to the chin, and then down. Xiao Mianhua body taut, trembling, she bit the corners of her lips, fingernails tightly pinched tightly in her own palms also held back. Not a slap. She bit the corner of her lips, her nails tightly pinched her palm but also held back from slapping. She hated any man touching her. And he had found out. He hadn't meant to tease, he hadn't been that interested in her. However, after seeing her so stoic reaction, seeing her white and small earlobes flushed with a red color again, the evil light surfaced in his eyes, the corner of his eyes picked up, and he had a new idea. On this day, Xiao Mizuno's peaceful life really began to encounter upheaval, such as the Satan with a skeleton standing behind her at any time. She spent in extreme uneasiness. It felt as if she had returned to 7 years ago, when her mother suddenly told her that she couldn't marry Tong Tiansu because she was going to go and become the woman of the Xiao family's crown prince. At that time, her world faltered, collapsed, and disintegrated into ruins, and she struggled to get up, making a painful choice between her loved ones and her lover. In her favor, at that time, fate played a trick on her, and she lost touch with Xiao Han by mistake. And today, she really couldn't escape. When Xiao Han with a devilishly evil cold light smile will be cocky breath enveloped her whole body, she knew to be tested and tricked by fate again. Xiao Mianhua, I want you to be my woman, starting tonight. His tone was incomparably ambiguous, incomparably mocking, and incomparably cruel. Her body was stiff and unmoving, but her heart was hard and trembling. Today, she had only met her former friend from 7 years ago, and she had only thought about getting ready to no longer run away from the people and things of the past, and she had only thought about what she should say and do when she met with Tiansu again. This man of the Xiao family issued an overbearing and unreasonable order. Be his woman, his mistress. 7 years ago and 7 years later, when she was closer to happiness, a little closer, this damn Xiao family prince became that Satan with a skull. It was him all along. He was destroying her peace, destroying her happiness. The surname Xiao harmed the Xiao family, and she did retaliate against the Xiao family, from her father's generation to Xiao Han and her. Who can't escape their destiny. Xiao Mianhua has no choice. Once she chose her relatives, then today she can only choose her relatives even more. Xiao Yu is all she has. She can only agree to the condition that makes her so ashamed that she can't wait to kill him. Xiao Han, one day, I will make you regret everything you do today. Xiao Mianhua lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes covered her eyes, leaving a row of shadows, just like her heart. Heart recovered the shadow, was slowly covered by hatred. The phone rang. Xiao Mianhua jumped back to God, picked up the phone. Hello. The unfamiliar number made her heart beat faster inexplicably. There was silence for a second, and then a low, hoarse voice that could not hide the excitement of the voice into the eardrums. Nuanua. It's him. Xiao Mianhua grabbed the phone, instantly sour throat, choking up. There are tears in her eyes. She could not imagine that when she heard his voice again, she would still be so excited. She quickly got up from her seat, pushed open the door and rushed outside, because she couldn't lose control of herself anymore and wouldn't forget that there were a pair of cruel eyes like wolves through the transparent glass window. And indeed, Xiao Han did notice. He only needed to raise his head to see her move. For just a moment, he also saw it clearly. What call had made her so perverse? He had never seen her so panicked, let alone with a face so agitated that she looked like she was about to cry. She ran away so hurriedly that he almost rose to his feet to go after her to see what was going on. But in the end, he didn't do that, just stared morosely at the empty seat there, his thin lips pursed into a straight line. This woman was a woman he had full control over. He didn't believe there was anything she could hide from himself. Xia Mingyuo was running towards the quiet corridor when he heard the urgent calls coming from the other end of the phone over and over again. Hello? Hello, Nua, are you listening? She turned to the stairwell and finally steadied herself against the wall, but her body's strength seemed to have been emptied. Chapter 38 Chapter 038. I'm in. Her voice was low and light. Nua, it's really you, I didn't make a wrong call. Tong Tiansu was pleasantly surprised. She could almost imagine the way he used to be excited about things. Her phone number, he must have gone through a lot of trouble. Nua, will you say something again? Are you listening? Do you know who I am? A series of questions came over in a hurry. Xia Mingyuo sat on the stairs, the phone close to her ear. She sniffled and tried to make her voice sound calm. Oh, it's Tensu, right? Thank God you remembered me, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Tong Tiansu couldn't wait to embrace God. He thought of a million possibilities. He really didn't expect Nua to directly recognize his identity and didn't reject him. I am now working, very busy. There is time to ask you again. After Xia Mingyuo finished speaking, she hurriedly cut the line almost without waiting for him to answer. Since he had already found her phone number, it was impossible for her to avoid it. But many times, she was a cowardly woman. Just like just now, she was afraid that if she said a few more words, she wouldn't be able to hold back her aggrieved tears. How could she possibly forget him? How could she not recognize his voice? If a woman once put all her dreams, all her hopes, all her love, all her joyful sweetness on one person, then it is impossible for her to forget him for the rest of her life. Even more so, because since then, there is only death, escape, cruelty and defense in her world. All the sweet and beautiful dreams have only been turned into a dream of a past life. Who would want to forget such a beautiful dream? Who would forget such a beautiful dream? At the same time, who would not regret and feel heartbroken when thinking of such a beautiful dream? Who is Tiansu? A voice without temperature suddenly resounded in the stairwell. Xia Mingyuo looked up sharply, only to see a tall black shadow blocking the light, the darkness enveloping her slender body, making her appear even more petite. She stood up quickly and lowered her head to try to walk past him. He stood at the top of the stairs and reached out only slightly to tug her arm precisely. Why are you crying? Another question, with a questioning that could not be ignored, with more than a hint of temperature that contained fire. Xia Mingyuo reflexively touched her cheeks, only to realize that she had shed tears at some point. She quickly skimmed her head to wipe away the tears, and when she turned her head again, her complexion returned to normal and she could not see the slightest abnormality. President, please let go, I'm going back to work. You still haven't answered the question, who is Tiansu? Why are you crying? Xiaohan stared at her with a gloomy gaze, with an obsession to probe to the end. Xia Mingyuo lifted her chin. Xiaohan, I am your assistant, driver, maid, and the mistress you just promised, but it doesn't mean that you have the right to ask about everything about me. She waved her arm, he grabbed it and didn't let go. She glared at him and he frowned, the corners of his eyes twitching livestock. She was just so out of touch, so stubborn to the point of near stupidity when she clearly had a fatal weakness in her own hands. And he, on the other hand, was set on mastering all of this woman's business, private affairs, doings, and thoughts. Because he told himself firmly that he was not used to seeing such a woman, and he wanted revenge for the old man's death. I'll ask again, who is that ghost Tiansu? Is he your lover? Or is he Seo's father? You are so boring. Mr. President, if you're interested, you can find out. Xia Mingyuo made up her mind, how he wants to deal with her is fine, her will cannot yield. So, taking advantage of the moment of bewilderment, she forcefully tried to shake off his hand. Xia Mingyuo, you dare to disobey me, are not afraid that I am not afraid of Xiaoye. He really has never seen a woman who was so unafraid of herself. Unfortunately, Xia Mingyuo did not end up telling Xiaohan who Tiansu was, without realizing that this name was stuck in the bottom of this man's heart like a thorn. Xiaohan is an absolutely overbearing man. He cast a dense net, simply not allow the fish in his net to have half a bit of freedom. However, Xia Mingyuo's stubbornness and tenacity also exceeded his surprise. Even if he wanted to move out Xiaoyi to blackmail, she was only cold as ice, and even with a disgusted face to ask a rhetorical question, Mr. President, you care about everything about me like this, are you in love with me? Are you in love with me? As a result, he was like being bitten by a snake and scorpion, so angry that he pushed her away with a face so blue that he couldn't speak. She returned to her desk with a mocking smile, realizing that a person's self-love once in a while was also very lethal. Just when Xiao Miannuo was secretly exhaling, she didn't know that Xiao Han's mind scurried over an inch of thought. The best way to get back at a woman is not only to get her person, but also to capture her heart, and then to abandon her ruthlessly. Although this method is commonplace and old-fashioned, but the implementation of the final must be extremely painful. Extremely cozy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at his plan, and then he returned to his office with a sneer of derision, regaining his unshakable pride. A jilted woman must be in pain, he thought confidently, but at least he could never lose himself, because he had the woman he really wanted. His hand dug into the lining pocket of his suit and pulled out the delicate pin, gently touching it several times before putting it back away. No matter how much one tried to stall time, the night eventually came on time. He said in the office, "Xiao Misuwa, I want you to be my woman, starting tonight." He said on the way home, "Xiao Misuwa, you'd better have self-awareness, to be my woman only needs to be submissive. Use your body to repay the blood debt is your blessing, otherwise this young master simply do not care to touch a woman like you." The second before he stepped into the Xiao residence, he said, "Xiao Misuwa, if you don't want your mistress' identity to be known, you'd better obediently come to my room before 12 o'clock. Xiao Mianhua kept the same expression from start to finish, which was expressionless. She was already too lazy to pay attention to this overly arrogant and authoritarian to the point of incomprehensibility of the man. Regardless of whether he was emphasizing or proclaiming, she left ear into the right ear out, not letting the harsh and sad words remain in her heart. 9 o'clock. She tucked Seo into bed. Little Light before going to bed told her a lot of things that happened at school. Said another little girl borrowed a handkerchief from him. "I guess it's still the same as in kindergarten, the handkerchiefs are borrowed but not returned. Mommy will have to prepare another dozen for him." Little Light said that today the teacher assigned him a new desk, a very well-behaved little girl, but unfortunately that little girl seems to be as confused as Mommy, and will even misspell her own name. The girls in the world who can misspell their own names and can't tell who the child's father is are really the most confused. Little Light also said that he missed his godfather so much and hoped that Mommy wouldn't work too hard, and that when 1 year was up they could go back and live happily with their godfather. Yes, Lu Hao left them happy, and even Little Light knew that this Xiao family wasn't really suitable for them as a mother and son. Chapter 39 Chapter 039. 10 o'clock. She took a shower for the second time, solely to relax her tense nerves and wash away the soreness and pain. 11 o'clock. She hesitated in her room, walking back and forth again and again, her hands gripping the snow-white bath towel wrapped around her body and trembling slightly. This tension was somewhat similar to when she walked up to the top floor of Emperor Yuan alone 7 years ago, the same apprehension, the same panic, the same reluctance. The object was the same man, both were Xiao family princes, but that fatal mistake changed her family and destiny. Since then, she often had nightmares about that unknown man with the tearing pain of losing her innocence. She felt she was no longer pure and had no intention of accepting another man in her life. Xiao Han was a despicable guy who had no problem exploiting her greatest weakness. Tonight, was she going to start being humiliated by him? 50 minutes past 11. Xia Mingyuo was in her room taking deep breaths in front of the mirror. Xiao Han was draped in a silk robe leaning on the bed waiting with all his patience. 11:58. His last ounce of patience was exhausted, and like a panther, he jumped up violently from the bed and took several big steps to the door. Pulling open the door, he saw a white and fresh face. She stood outside the door in her pajamas, biting her lip lightly, and was raising her finger to knock. Without saying a word, he dragged her into his arms, and the door closed gently but firmly. "I'm always on time." Xia Mingyuo tried to speak, hoping to minimize her nervousness. Please forgive her for having gathered a lifetime's worth of courage and determination to stand here. As soon as she opened her mouth, she smelled the fresh scent of a man's shower, and the man in the silk pajamas seemed less somber than usual. The pajamas were lace-up style and could not hide his firm chest. When he tugged her into his arms with one hand, her face fell against the naked skin by inertia. Xiao Han lifted her chin, and his deep and ghostly line of sight was like a large net covering every millimeter of her face. Her nervousness and helplessness couldn't escape his sharp eyes at all. Her trembling eyelashes were like two small fans under the light that kept flapping. Her skin was fair and almost transparent, and her dark hair seemed to have a sweet fruity fragrance. This woman's current appearance was simply not connectable with the image of an old aunt in the daytime, nor could she be connected with the noble woman at the banquet last night. At this moment, she was like a white and flawless piece of paper, extraordinarily pure, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her white skin was so delicate that she couldn't see a single blemish, but no matter how she looked at it, she seemed to be lacking a little bit of femininity. But why, damn it, damn it. In the moment he just pulled open the door and saw her, his body unexpectedly reacted uncontrollably. Yes, it must have been too long since he had enjoyed a woman, and tonight he would have to wait for her to serve him. Pushing her away without expression, he walked to the bedside with a stride of his long legs. Sitting up, lying down, in her apprehensive line of sight, holding a hint of playful cold smile, slowly pulled open the robe's belt. Xia Mianhua swallowed her saliva and suddenly uttered, "Wait a minute." Xiao Han's eyebrows twitched as he glared at her unhappily. Turn off the light." Not allowing him to reply, she turned off all the lights in the room in a second. Dim, a room of dimness, only the street lamp in the garden downstairs penetrated into a very faint and faint. Xia Mizuno forgot that when a person is in the dark, all their senses become sharper. She opened her eyes wide, in the darkness vaguely saw an oversized bed in the middle of the room. The air conditioner's cold air permeated around the room, letting her from the soles of her feet to run up a chill. The era belongs to the man's breath, quietly expanding. This scene, this feeling. Our déjà vu. Xiao Prince. This time the bed is lying on the real Xiao Prince Xiao Han. After 7 years, she still want to repeat the nightmare of that year. God. Who can save her? No light, dim is best. She don't want to see Xiao Han's mocking and contemptuous eyes. However, at this moment, she couldn't restrain her thoughts, her mind rolling over the memories of 7 years ago. So painful, but so clear, as if the painful wound was just yesterday. Over. The man's voice was low and hoarse, full of orders. Xia Mizuno subconsciously bit this lip, lips do not know how, but suddenly was bitten through, immediately tasted the flavor of pain. She gently wanted to move her legs, but like a nail could not take the slightest step. Why was that voice, that command so familiar just now? Why was it exactly like a nightmare? Xia Minyuo. What the hell are you still dawdling for? Get your ass over here right now. Xiao Han's voice was extraordinarily clear in the dimness, and the danger was self-evident. She gritted up her teeth and finally groped her way over with her eyes closed. Massage my back first. Xiao Han rolled over and flopped onto the bed. Her eyes adapted to the darkness, and through the blurred light, she saw that his robe had been undone at some point, and his entire back was uncovered in front of her eyes. Still not quick. Xiao Han yelled lowly with some impatience. He inexplicably felt grumpy, as if the fire in his body was rapidly burning and spreading. However, Xia Mizuno was really too abrasive, drawing him to the point where he simply didn't want to admit that he was in a hurry because he longed for this woman. He was going to let her slowly massage herself first, soothing his whole body right. All in all, it was that he didn't care to get this woman at all. Having her here was just a way to humiliate her, to get back at her, to irritate her. Anyway, in any case, in the final analysis, even if he had some kind of impulse, it was just a natural physical reaction. Right. That's it. Xia Minu bites her lips and turns into a statue due to his order, feeling the blood is receding from her face and her fingertips are cold. Why was the scene so similar? Why? What on earth was wrong with it? Or? She gasped slightly, simply did not dare to imagine, did not dare to compare Xiao Han's low, husky voice with that voice back then, did not dare to ask if it was his personal habit to let her massage a woman before possessing her. Could it be like that? Is it possible? Perhaps it was just a momentary nervous fantasy of his own? Everything is just a coincidence, amazing mistakes plus amazing coincidences only. Xia Fan Nua. The sound was definitely a warning. Chapter 40. Chapter 040. She shivered from the chill and forced herself to caress his back, an extra thought coming to her in this instant. Small hands soft as bone slowly ran up his back, as if to explore something, to verify something. Certain maneuvers to cope with men she remembered, for it had been her mother who had once forced her to teach her that unequal bargain between man and woman, who had taught her to try to make herself as little pain as possible. She pressed gently, from his cervical spine along all the way down. The skin beneath her palm carried a natural warmth, but where the soft palm passed, it restrained more fire than she had realized. Will it be the man in room 3009 back then? Xia Mizuno bit her lip, fingers some control force. She would not be what massage, she would have been in the heart of the rejection of such a transaction. She would have been so nervous that she simply cannot distinguish, light such a touch, the man in the end. What is the difference? Doubts widened, unanswered. However, squeezed a pair of sharp thick eyebrows of the man can no longer stand. She is like groping military map, as careful but no rules, but strangely get him all hot. Xia Minyuo. Do you know how to massage or not? Maybe it was the lying down position. Xiao Han's voice sounded low and sexy. Basically, Xia Minyuo had no understanding of men's sexiness, but at this moment, her heart did thump a little when he suddenly made a sound, and her fingers retracted in panic. "I'm not a masseuse, of course I don't know how to massage," she casually retorted. Xiaohan suddenly rolled over, leaning back to face her directly, his black eyes flickering in the darkness, but his mouth was cursing. "Damn. Won't still what to pretend." With a large hand, he pulled the body kneeling on the bed closer to himself. Her long hair was cascading, soft and shiny, the slightest hint of it drifting across his face before falling to the skin of his chest, and he instantly sucked in a breath. The fresh, natural scent smelled girly and fruity. Damn it! She was obviously the mother of a 6-year-old. Why was it so strange for him to think she was still a teenager? It had simply been too hectic and stressful lately, which was why he felt so out of sorts tonight. But no matter how much he tried to make excuses for himself, the warm scent that naturally emanated from Xia Menyuo's body in a steady stream ran hard into his nostrils, and his male breath grew more and more urgent. Thus, the next action quickly and domineeringly, almost rudely, clasped her in place and reversed the pressure. Xia Menyuo held her breath and forced herself to turn her head sideways, her hands clenched into fists, but her mind was a confused mess. She no longer confused will not be unaware of the man's condition at this time. After all, the reaction on his body is so obvious, even the skin of the two against each other is hot as fire. She was afraid, she excluded, she panicked, she trembled. She stared wide-eyed at the blurred wall, she pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. She was taut, the original soft body under his pressure more and more stiff, breathing deep. A shallow one seems to be in a desperate attempt to hold back. Summer Fan Xiaohan violently lowered his head, hot and inexplicably threw the cold lips toward her pressure. He found her lips closed, lips are cold, but also with a faint salty flavor. Her lips were injured? Nonetheless, based on her cold and resistant reaction, he bit her lip lightly in dissatisfaction, defiantly consuming her. She closed her eyes, a pair of delicate eyebrows wrinkled tightly, but her mouth was pursed even tighter, no matter how savagely he domineeringly roguishly provoked her, but never broke into that sweet place. Xia Mianhua. Xiaohan, if a little more patience can find her nervousness, can understand a little more about women, can find that she cannot help but resist. A woman is absolutely unwilling to be forced, especially when conscious, especially when there are other men in her heart, especially when she still has nightmares replaying in her head. Xiaomisuo, you are here to be a mistress, not a dead fish. Xiaohan chilled a low growl, extremely angry at her reaction, and the impulses that filled his body reduced a few points of enthusiasm due to this growl. He wrenched her chin squarely and deliberately and harshly pressed his full weight on her body. I don't know whether it is by his words stabbed, or that like a big stone heavy body pressure her breathless, Xia Menyuo slightly opened small mouth back, Then, he defiantly once again kissed her. He was so happy to see her, he was so happy to see her, he was so happy to see her, he was so happy to see her. He held her chin steady with one hand. Good. Not in vain, he used a little means. This taste is really different from any woman he has ever had. The pure and fresh woman's fragrance inexplicably stimulate him. Well, Xia Mizuno felt the blood rushing up, a strong feeling of being humiliated, in this life. In addition to that 3009 man, no one has ever been so savage and unreasonable to her. 3009's nightmare, Tiansu's tenderness at this moment, rushing up the blood is almost solidified. She wanted to try to obey, but neither reason nor her body's reaction could do it. She knew she should submit, she could try counting sheep, counting stars, but enduring a second unbearable humiliation soberly in life was actually harder to take than the first. She tried, but couldn't do it, at least not now. So desperately twisted her body to break free from his hold, but as soon as she moved, he sank down and pressed even tighter. Just lifting her knees up a bit, his legs were faster than her movements, pressing down on her with precision and force. She suddenly opened her mouth of her own accord and was about to bite down when he also moved his head away in an instant reaction, his large hand still clasped on her chin. Quietly releasing her clenched fists, she tried to pinch on his skin, and with a chill in his gaze, he captured her firmly with his free hand. The two were like two stubborn beasts, attacking and tearing each other apart. Finally, there was silence in the room, only the sound of defiant gasps could be heard. Simply because of how she couldn't outwit her, her hands were so slender that he could clasp them above his head with one hand, and then with his other hand, he would then pull off her pajamas without leaving any room for error and throw them under the bed. Xia Menyuo was powerless to resist anymore. Perhaps she never knew she couldn't resist. She is just stubborn and obstinate, not willing to give in easily. She hates this kind of compulsion. She hates the fate that repeatedly play tricks on her. Xiaohan's chest also rose and fell violently. For the first time in his life, a woman was so difficult to deal with in his bed. This was not only the greatest irony to his personal charm, but also challenged the irresistible desire to conquer in his bones. Xia Menyuo, you can't escape. why bother? He leaned over and whispered in her ear. Xiao Mianua's stiff body lightly trembled. A long time, she coldly replied, Xiao Han, I did not think I can escape. Then why are you so stupid to resist? His large hands began to roam over her body. I thought you wouldn't force a woman. She remained cold. The movement of his big hands stopped abruptly, and he picked up the corner of his cold and thin lips. I, Xiao Han, never force a woman. Then let me off tonight. She closed her eyes, feeling like she was really going to lose all her strength. This day from morning to night, there were just too many surprises. Why should I promise you? You walked in on your own, it can't be considered forcing. He lowered his head and lightly bit her neck. Xiao Mizuno did not defend, involuntarily lightly draw breath, immediately heard his low laughter spread in the darkness. Originally, so that you do this you will feel he once again lowered his head. Xiao Fan knew I embarrassed to struggle hands hard in and his sturdy arm gouged down 2 scratches. Xiao Han, a pain, unexpectedly loosened his hands, she flew away from the head. Xiao Han, do not force me tonight. Her tone so cold, so resolute, so disgusted, this time, the man's pride suddenly really stabbed. Chapter 41 Chapter 041. He abruptly got up and pushed her away, forgetting that just now he was still thinking about enjoying himself. At this time, interest was all broken by the pride and self-esteem of the stabbing, so he pushed with a little more force, and could not be called compassionate at all, and Xiao Mianhua did not expect his sudden reaction to be so big, and her petite body rolled and fell to the ground. Not caring about the pain, she smoothly picked up the thrown pajamas from the ground and quickly put them on. Xiao Han's solid jaw was tightened to death, and even how dim the light was, he clearly sensed that she couldn't wait to escape. Anger burned in his chest, more violent than the impulsive longing of the previous few minutes, and his ethereal coldness erupted. Xiao Misty Nua, you'd better not test my patience and keep to the rules. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the rules as well. Xiao Mingyuo wrapped her body tightly and stood up, taking a deep breath. I know, I'm the one who broke the rules tonight. Humph. Hearing her tone weakened a bit, he felt that his anger also weakened a bit, but how could a man who didn't get satisfied be so easily demoralized? A strange atmosphere flowed in the room as Xiao Mingyuo carefully walked to the door and stopped. Just when Xiao Han thought that she was going to change her mind, she slowly turned around and suddenly asked a question. You have something to say quickly. Have you ever stayed in room 3009 of Emperor Yuan? She summoned up the courage to ask, and silently waited for the answer. The Emperor of the Abyss? Why would I stay in a hotel? Xiao Han felt that she was simply inexplicable. Oh, cannot see her color, this response is also a little blurred. Xiao Mingyuo walked out, but he was in deep thought. Why did she ask this question? Is it important? This night, Xiao Mianhua had a sleepless night. When she took a shower for the 3rd time, was soaking in the bathtub for a long time, did not come out. Looking in the mirror at Xiao Han's pinched red chin, she rubbed it, thinking that she must have left several marks on him as well. For better or worse, she was sure that the reason why Xiao Han proposed the mistress condition was never because he had feelings for himself, it was all just for revenge. But in the end, he did not force her. About this she did not want to say thank you, but in her heart she did breathe a sigh of relief for this. She lay in bed, unable to sleep. Alternating people and events, unforgettable images intertwined, like a huge net of darkness to bind her. To the Xiao family can no longer say resentment and hatred, she must find a way to escape, but she can only fight alone, no one can be trusted, no one can rely on, and even more so, she cannot even involve anyone. The next morning, she did not forget the maid's role, silently did a good job of breakfast, and 10 minutes ahead of time to the UG to order Xiao Han's favorite set meal. Uncle Zhang still got up early, and when the sun rose and bright sunlight poured into the garden, he was already watering the grass. Little Light sat at the dining table, and at a glance, he could see that Xiao Mino's face was pale with an obvious look of weariness, and frowned his little eyebrows and asked, Mommy, are you really working too hard? Xiao Mianhua touched his cheeks, smiled and added a bowl of porridge to him. Mommy is not hard, don't think too much, quickly finish eating. Mommy Xiaoyu suddenly lowered his voice and looked towards the upstairs. Mommy, is it true that righteous father bullied you? Mommy, is your righteous father bullying you? If he dares to bully me, I will tell your godfather. Xiao Mizuno stroked his head and assured him as if nothing had happened. Oh, right. Mommy, if you're unhappy, just tell me, godfather and I are both men, we'll protect you together. Sayaka patted his chest and said. Oh, why would Mommy be unhappy? Looking at her understanding and lovely son, Xiao Mianhua was touched for a while. Xiaoyu is a treasure given to her by God, she has already abandoned him for several years, in the future, she must not let this child be wronged again. As long as she can protect Xiaoyu, there is nothing she can't get through. After eating, Xiao Mizuno pulled him into the car, put the new handkerchief into his school bag, and instructed, "Here, this is the new handkerchief that mommy prepared for you, but you also need to appropriately curb your handsome charm and economize on it." Little Light confidently revealed a smile, "Hee hee hee. Mommy, handsome men are meant to be gentlemen, I can't be too stingy. But don't worry, mommy, in the future I won't just lend my hanky to those little girls." And what's wrong? Strange at her son's sudden automatic change, Xia Minuo couldn't help but wonder. Shoei quickly frowned. "Because there are a few little girls who are very ugly, I kindly lent them a handkerchief, but not only did they not return it to me, they even told Lin Jejia that I like them." Lin Jejia is what he said last night. "Very good little girl, Xiao Mizuno understand, small knight, we cannot judge people by their appearance, and make friends with the long more good or bad look has nothing to do with, people and people have to help each other. They don't return the handkerchiefs even if, but if it is intentional to borrow away not to return, next time you can also not lend them. But I really don't like ugly girls, and they say I like them. Humph." It caused Lin Jejia to ignore me. Xiaoyu seems to be quite angry. "Our Xiaoyu has performed well, and the girls are the ones who are proud to be friends with you, and they told Jejia that there should be no harm in it. You just need to let Jejia know that you also like her and are willing to be friends with her well, guaranteed Jejia will be happy." Xia Minuo couldn't help but sigh. Is it true that handsome guys are more popular in this world? Is it true? Will Jia tell the teacher that she doesn't want to be at the same table with me? Xia Xiaoye was still uneasy. Xia Minuo assured, "Mommy is a girl, of course she understands how girls think. If you personally give her a handkerchief today, she'll be very happy." "Good, Lin Jejia will be the first girl I've taken the initiative to send a handkerchief to. If she's still not happy, I'm going to be angry too." Xiaoya hugged her book bag tightly and said very seriously. Xiao Minuo shook his head in amusement, started the car and drove out of the garden's gate. Every minute with Xiaoya was the most relaxing and happy. The atmosphere in the morning of the Tong family was a little different from previous days, but over the years, Tiansu had gone through so many ups and downs, the elders of the Tong family no longer interfered in the children's affairs. Xin saw Tiansu finish his breakfast and go to work, and hurriedly followed him. "Brother, give me a ride to the office this morning. Hey, get a free ride." She smiled and sat in his car. Tiansu pursed his lips, started the car without a word, and only after a while did he ask seriously and earnestly, "Say it, what are the important things you want to say to your big brother alone?" Xin last night indeed had not been able to find the opportunity to have a good chat with him, and now looking at his appearance, so also became serious. "Brother, actually yesterday Xiao Ai and I did see Nua." Tiansu's fingers tightened for a moment, his eyes still excitedly flashed a light. "I went to Zhao's, she happened to leave the company, could it be that she went to see you guys?" Ugh. Xiaohan did not know what idea he was playing, but even let Nua personally send a large bouquet of roses over. "Slow down, you said that Nua instead of Xiaohan sent flowers to Xinai? What's going on?" Some kind of sharp intuition crossed Tiansu's mind, and he quickly caught on to something special with the inspector's extraordinary judgment. Xinu was stunned for a moment, thinking that her big brother had some feelings about Xinai being pursued by Xiaohan, and when he was puzzled, Tiansu spoke up again. "Xinu, Nua had already known that she was going to send the flowers to Xinai, and she went to meet you guys just for the sake of sending the flowers?" Chapter 42 Chapter 042 Brother means Xinu suddenly realized, Nua has been hiding from us for so many years, just for the sake of sending a bouquet of flowers to appear in front of us. What is the important reason for this? Tiansu nodded his head, his thoughts flew. "I have thought of several possibilities. One is the reason why Nua works for the Xiao family, but also the reason why the Xiao family can coerce Nua to do anything as far as the Xiao family is concerned. The second is that Nua saw yesterday's news, and felt that sooner or later he would have to get involved with us, and couldn't hide. The third is that the Xiao family's old man is dead, and there is no need for Nua to hide any longer," he said, suddenly clenched his teeth and looked at her with firm determination. "Xinu, next time you see Nua, make sure to call me in time to tell me, okay? Brother, have you ever thought that the current Nua is already different from the one she was 7 years ago?" Thinking about how she reacted to seeing Nua yesterday, Xinu carefully opened her mouth. What a sharp-witted person Tiansu was, he quickly sensed the meaning in her words and his gaze became even deeper and firmer. "No matter what she has become, she is still my beloved Nua. Once Xinu heard these words, she who originally wanted to say more for Xinai suddenly stopped speaking. In fact, she has long known clearly, Big Brother's character is how resolute and stubborn, especially to treat Nua. From the beginning he will not move half a waver. Sometimes, she cannot help but sigh, why they have not met like brother such a man? Unfortunately, they do not have that blessing. Xiao AI also do not. Nua she will cherish this blessing? Brother, cheer up, I support you. Xinu turned her 1,000 words of exclamation into a most sincere encouragement. As for Xiao AI, turn back and have time to comfort her and enlighten her. Perhaps after so many years, Big Brother's heart has never changed. Xiao AI is also the time to see through. Nuono has suffered a lot over the years, and I found out yesterday that Auntie Chin has also passed away. His words were full of heaviness and heartache. Xinu, Nuono won't change, and my brother hopes to give her a lifetime of happiness. Xinu couldn't help but reach out and hold Tian Su's arm that was holding the steering wheel, passing on more support to him. Brother, no matter what Nua becomes, she is still my good friend. Raising a smile at him, the siblings had a common goal at this moment. Early in the morning, Xiaohan's face was tight as always. Xia Mingyue drove the car, and he didn't have any extra words. No one mentioned last night's matter, just like this all the way to the company. Before getting off the car, he suddenly said, Xia Mingyue, remember to help me order 999 roses, and then go to give me to Miss Xanai. Xia Mingyue turned off the car, lifted her bag, and replied without fear of death, President, are you sure you want to do this? Miss Xin has already rejected it clearly. You dare to question my decision? Xia Mingyue, I should be the one to ask you, are you sure that Miss Xin likes red roses, not white roses, blue roses, or lilies? Isn't the reason she refused not to accept it because of you? He hadn't finished dispersing the anger that was provoked last night. As soon as he found the words to provoke, Xiaohan immediately roared out in a long-winded manner. Xia Mizuno frowned, increasingly despising his demeanor, raising her eyes and saying, Okay. Lord President, once again, I am incredibly serious in suggesting that you personally send flowers over to show your sincerity. Anyway, I will not go again. After saying that, picking up her bag, stepped elegantly towards the elevator room. Xiaohan was behind her, skimming his lips in exasperation, determined to kill this woman's stubbornness of not being afraid of death as soon as possible. He wanted to let her know that no matter men or women, as long as they have the guts to disobey their own words, they have to be punished as they should be. The flowers were still ordered by Xia Mianhua on the phone to the florist, but they were no longer dainty red roses, but 999 white roses were ordered according to Xiaohan's intention. Xiaohan, because of the day's schedule is very slow, simply cannot take the time to go to send flowers, or perhaps he did not intend to go in person. When Xia Mingyue dialed the phone again, she thought mockingly, Xiaohan, you have not even found out Xanai's preferences, you want to send flowers to chase a woman, it is really ridiculous. She could predict Xanai's expression when she received the huge bouquet of white roses. She would not even look at it, she would have to find someone to throw it into the garbage can. It is really a pity that so many flowers, 999, how many women can only dream of, pity ah. Xiaohan, you are simply a waste. When the school has such a record, a broad young man also want to pursue Xanai. The first day to send red roses was returned unchanged by her. The second day to send white roses also comes with a passionate love letter card, was transferred to another girl without saying anything. The third day to send blue roses, God knows that large bunch of blue roses is how hard to find, but unfortunately, Xanai, the same as the same disdain, but also thrown into the trash can directly after almost every day to change a kind of flowers, but none of them to impress her. Later Xia Mianhua and Xinu quietly asked her, in the end, like what flowers? The broad young man's sincerity really can't touch her at all? Xinai said, if sending flowers every day can buy a woman's heart, then what is love? Is it something that can be bought with flowers? In fact, her favorite flowers Quosho sent the right one on the first day, only the person who sent the flowers is not right. So, no matter how much to send, how long to send, she will not have the slightest heart. Xia Mizuno put down the phone and pulled herself from her memories. She raised her lips, somewhat gloatingly hoping to see Xiaohan's face when he kicked the bucket. Although she didn't know if Xinai had gotten married or had a favorite over the years, she shouldn't have fallen for an overbearing and unreasonable man like Xiaohan, right? On second thought, Xinai is not the kind of woman who falls in love with a man at first sight. Xiaohan wants to catch up with her, the road is still long. Alas! At the end of the thought, Xia Mianhua sighed lowly, she can't stay out of it after all. If Xinai should not get involved in this vortex anymore, Xiaohan simply won't be able to have a heart for a woman. Because the men of the Xiao family have a special bloodline, they are not destined to keep women by their side. Xinai, I don't know how to help you avoid him, but I'm sure you can handle it on your own. She said this to herself. As a result, in less than an hour, the phone on Xia Mingyue's desk rang, and surprisingly, it was opened by Xinai. She carefully looked at the president's room. The cold man inside was looking down at the documents in his hands, for some reason, at this time to talk to Xinai, she inexplicably felt a little weak. Nua, I didn't want to make such a call on purpose. Xinai sounded a little helpless on the other end of the phone, seemingly holding back her emotions, but I really don't want to be so troubled early in the morning. Can you convince Xiaohan to stop playing such a boring trick? Xiao AI, if you don't like it, just deal with it the same way as yesterday. Xia Minuo bluntly suggested. To be honest, she didn't even want this near drama to go on at all either. Nua, he's your boss, help me explain the attitude. As soon as I saw that the flowers were replaced with white roses today, I knew it wasn't your idea. Alas. Nua, even after 7 years of not being together, you still know my character, right? Xinai lowered her tone, convincing her as before. Chapter 43 Chapter 043. Xia Minuo frowned and couldn't help but raise her eyes towards the president's room again, which knew that Xiao Han's sharp black eyes happened to look back. The two people's line of sight through the transparent glass window steeply burst together. Her heart tightened, said into the phone, I will think of a way. However, I see that Xiao Han seems to be serious, you'd better say it directly to him yourself to be useful. Nua. Xinai still want to say something, summer fan Nua eyes flash, see Xiao Han reach out to grab the phone on his desk. It was an internal and external extension connection, so as long as he picked up the phone, he could hear the voices of the two women outside. Therefore, Xia Mianhua could not even think too much, quickly and calmly opened his mouth, his voice instantly becoming formulaic. Miss Xin, you've already received the flowers. Let's do it this way, I'll help you connect to the president now. If you have anything to say, you can personally say it to the president. With a press of his finger, the phone beeped and cut into the president's line. Xinai frowned at the other end, just about to open her mouth to ask why, only to hear a male's low voice coming through. Ms. Xin, have you received the flowers already? I am Xiao Han. Xiao Han spoke with his mouth, but his eyes never left Xia Mianhua outside. There was suspicion and imperceptible probing in his eyes. Xia Minuo quietly took a deep breath, glanced inside, and then lowered her head to pretend to be busy. She did not need to listen to more, also know Xinai may be on the attitude held by Xiao Han, only hope that this time, that man will not be involved in their own anger, so she really wanted to be polite to say, it is entirely his personal character and charm problem. Thinking about it, her thoughts went back to last night's scene. She had replayed this scene in her mind several times, and several times it had coincided with 3009 7 years ago. She admitted that she was a little faint, simply did not dare to imagine if that man back then was Xiao Han then Xiao Yu was not. No matter which time she thought back, she couldn't accept such a dramatic answer. If that man is really Xiao Han, then her family broke up and fled around for many years and what? Fortunately, Xiao Han's final answer was negative, he had never lived in Emperor Yuan at all. Come to think of it, the Xiao family had such a large mansion, how could there be a need to stay in a hotel? Anyway, it was fine for Xiao Yi to be anyone's child, as long as it wasn't the Xiao family's. A year later, she would let Xiao Yu completely disassociate herself from the Xiao family. Xia Mianhua stared at the paperwork in her hands, lost in thought. She had already gotten used to and accepted reality and did not want to accept any more changes. She clenched her teeth and said to herself, Xiaomisuo, don't think any more nonsense, be calm, be firm, let yourself have a strong heart, don't let anyone or anything beat you down. A black shadow loomed above her, she raised her head, only to realize that she didn't know when Xiao Han walked out, and that she hadn't even noticed it. Undoubtedly, his face did not look good, can be imagined, he was that unrivaled pride and conceit in front of Xinai suffered a blow, how can still be happy? And when he caught her inexplicably wandering off, his fire erupted. Xia Minuo, what kind of work attitude is this? You're not in your right mind, and you're not accomplishing anything. The man's voice was not the slightest bit gentle. Xia Minuo knew that she had just been careless for a moment, and stood up, President, I was just helping you figure out how to chase Miss Xinai. It turns out that women have the instinct to tell lies in passing. Xiao Han's skeptical eyes stared at her. Could you, Xia Minuo, you even lied to me that Miss Xin does not like red roses? How could I? Speaking of which, Xia Minuo felt innocent, I clearly did say that Miss Xin's favorite is red roses. How dare you argue, you clearly said that as soon as she received the red roses yesterday, she threw them away like garbage. It turns out that when angry, men can be even more incomprehensible than women. Mr. President, please think about it, I mean. Shut up. Xiao Han stared at her fiercely, I know exactly what you're saying. I want to know what Ms. Xin just called in and said to you. He really saw what she did when she called. Xia Minuo pursed her lips, what could she say? Said she received flowers but didn't like them and asked me to pass them on to you. You'd better tell the truth. Xiao Han came closer to her, his voice full of threats. He clearly saw that her color was a rare strange when she held up the phone. Xia Mizuno straightened her back. Even if it was a lie, she had to hold the lie to the end. Indeed, only this was said, so I will immediately help the president to put the phone in and ask her to talk to you clearly by herself. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ms. Xin yourself. After saying that, she was a little apprehensive in the bottom of her heart, looking at Xiao Han's angry look. AI must have rejected it bluntly and struck his proud ego, right? Really did not say anything else? He asked again. No. She shook her head affirmatively. Xiao Han narrowed his black eyes, staring at her for a long time before slowly standing up straight and taking a step back. But she could see the determination in those eyes, and there was also a surprising amount of seriousness in them. She said that I have an outstandingly good assistant. Xiao Han also seems to weigh the meaning of this sentence. Thick eyebrows have not been loosened, so, Xiaomisuo, starting tomorrow still give me order to send red roses. No matter what method you use, you must let her accept. The president doesn't have to say much. If you can't even do this thing well, you should know the consequences. Xiao Han's slender and upright figure exuded an overbearing aura that could not be rejected as he walked back to his office in large strides. Xia Mizuno sat down heavily, lightly caressing her forehead. Headache realized this man is really coming true to XANAI. Xiao Han sat back on the exclusive leather big chair, tugging the collar of his shirt in annoyance. He had always been quick and violent in his anger, especially after being coldly rejected by XANAI just now. He intuited that it was because Xia Minuo had said something on the phone, so he rushed out with a hot head. Seeing her wandering appearance, he was even more furious. However, why is it that even her most trusted and capable subordinates couldn't find out XANAI's favorite flower? Why did Xia Minuo know it so easily in such a short period of time? Could it really be that women knew women better, or was there simply another reason for it? Xiao Han was by no means a man who could only be irritable and cold. He had an absolutely meticulous mind, so much so that Xia Minuo's momentary oversight had led him to more doubts. For example, he had one more doubt last night. Yuan Huang Hotel 3009. Chapter 44. Chapter 044. Afternoon. Xiao Han gave Xia Minuo a special task about the acquisition of the nursing home things in the old man's lifetime. There is a plan. The acquisition of the draft has also long been completed, so just need to press to find people to implement the implementation of the good. Xia Mizuno has a special affection for the AI Peipei foster home. After all, it was she who personally chose to place Xiao Yan there to spend 4 years. From a business point of view, Xiao Han had the same keen sense of smell as the old man, and it was impossible to let go of any project that had a high amount of interest. Money, no one will be too much. Each additional development of a project, there will be an additional huge income. It will be more able to more a party of solid power. Therefore, Xiao Han's choice of Xia Minuo to be in charge of this case was carefully considered. Generally speaking, the foster's home was not greedy for fame and wealth, so it would take some effort to acquire that piece of land. Xia Minuo had a friendship with the dean, and he hoped that she would be able to accomplish this task successfully. As long as the deal is successful, within a year, a commercial building of the highest grade and most luxurious in the city will emerge on that piece of land. Xia Minuo stood in the president's room, looking at the acquisition information in her hands. Her beautiful face could not see any joy. President, this is the old master's previous plan. Now you cannot give up? As far as she knew, the old president was not willing to give up the right to use that piece of land at all, and this acquisition was undoubtedly a forceful one. She didn't care how the old master used to think. At least she hoped that Xiao Han would change his mind. Xiao Han stretched out his index finger and tapped on the desktop, raising an eyebrow. Why should I give up? Just like you said, the old master is my father after all. Acquiring the foster home was his dying wish. How can I as a son be so unfilial? Xia Minuo, don't you think so? However, the old president won't be willing to sell the land. This foster home has been surviving on that land for decades and has raised many children. Many people have special feelings for it. President, can you? Can't. Xiao Han flatly refused, stood up. As a special assistant, do you know why the old man wants to acquire it? Because in the center of the city of Yuchang, such a good geographical location is surprisingly occupied by a foster home. As you can see, it has existed for decades without ever creating any benefits. Instead, it is a waste of resources. President, not everything is measured in terms of profit. Please reconsider. Xia Minuo was saddened by the thought that the place where Xiao Yang had lived for 4 years would soon be demolished. Xiao Ye would be devastated if she knew. Xiao Han hooked up the corner of his lips and said in a deep voice, if you don't measure it by interests, then what should you measure it by? I only know have enough economic power. Speak has enough weight. Money, everyone wants it, but not everyone can earn it. Our Xiao family has this ability, why don't we go and implement it? Xiao Mizuno stared at the almost arrogant confidence on his face and became even more disgusted, feeling that he had added one more thing to be hated. It was coppery and superficial. You're wrong, money is not what everyone wants. There are many, many things in this world that are more important than money, but I don't think you may understand. His temples jerked violently, his face decidedly chilled for a few moments, still finding it hard to accept this kind of retort and provocative attitude from her. Xiao Menuo, you're not pure anymore, don't you know the cruelty of this world? The Xiao family doesn't have any money. Do you think the government will support the Xiao family again and again? The police department would condone the Xiao family? The triads will be afraid of the Xiao family? Because money can change a lot of things, can dominate a lot of things. When Xiao Han was alone in the United States to survive and fight for his life, he was upholding the obsession of looking to money for everything, and with the extraordinary ability of the Xiao family to fight for his career, and he was also in the step-by-step success, and he appreciated the importance of the economic strength even more. Xiao Menuo, have you looked at the plan? After the new building is completed, the lower 7 floors will be used as a luxurious large shopping mall, and the upper 20 floors will be used as a high-class office building. In 3 years, just how much will it bring to the economy of Yuan City? Have you done the math? This is the biggest reason why the government is supporting the Xiao family's plan, after all, when you look at it, except for the Xiao family. I don't think I can change your decision. Knowing full well the results of talking to a cold businessman, Xiao Menuo simply dropped his hand, unwilling to say more. Xiao Han frowned. He thought that she would still retort, but did not expect her to raise the white flag in such a bereft manner. This situation surprisingly made him somewhat uncomfortable. There was no one who had the strength to be able to build such a magnificent mansion on their own. Xiao Menuo only felt that every time she conversed with him, she had a terrible headache. She finally realized that there was another characteristic of the Xiao family, which was that once a decision was made, there was simply no one who could change it. Saying more was just a waste of words, and perhaps being so depressed could only be helpless. This kind of benefit couldn't be created even if that what's-her-name Pei Pei's foster home existed for another 100 years. He was going to say more, but Xiao Menuo quickly raised one hand to stop him. I already understand, President. I'll go to the foster care center later to discuss with the director. Seeing her expressionlessly collecting the documents and then expressionlessly walking out, obviously obeying, but for some reason, Xiao Han felt a strange dissatisfaction welling up from his chest. However, he still firmly believed that this plan was absolutely not wrong. Women just love to be emotional and don't know that people living should know how to grasp the opportunity to be realistic, to be correct. Unfortunately, he will not understand Xiao Menuo after walking out of the office. The heart of the pain said, Xiao Han, I certainly know how cruel this world, I also know that this world will be due to you, and to add more cruelty. Xiao Menuo went to Love Pei Pei foster care home. Soon after, the president's office came to a guest. Xiao Han sat on the sofa to personally receive, his face cold and serious. Sitting in front of him smoking a cigar is precisely the famous detective He who came last time. He's lean face with a smile, self-satisfied, crossing his legs. Xiao boss, I wonder what I can do for you this time. Xiao Han also lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth and took a drag, gradually furrowed his brows. Mr. He, the last time you gave me a check on the pins the efficiency was good. Overpraise. As long as the people and things that appear in the city of Yuan, there is nothing that Mr. He, can't find out. Good. Thank you for the information you gave me about Miss Xin, but Xiao Han's words turned suspicious. Do you know what Miss Xin's favorite flower is? He's face was stunned. His mind quickly recalled the information of Xinai and shook his head. If I didn't find out, it means there is no answer or it is non-general secret. While Xiao Han thoughtfully took another drag before slowly saying, I asked you to come today. I also want to ask you to help me check 2 other things. Chapter 45, Chapter 045. What is it? Just say it. As soon as He heard that there was business coming, his shrewd eyes immediately sparkled. The first thing, you are only allowed to investigate by yourself alone, and you must not divulge it. Xiao Han voice cold. Although rest assured, professional ethics, never to a third person to know. He predicted from the other party's attitude that it should be a particularly important and challenging matter. He couldn't help but get all excited. Xiao Han glanced at him and extinguished the cigarette butt. Help me look into the old man's death. Your father, Xiao Tianxiong? He was a bit surprised, because Xiao Tianxiong's death was a big case that had shocked the whole city, and both the police department and various private detectives had spared no effort in investigating it. He has also spent a lot of effort, It can be said that everyone involved in the investigation is very professional and careful, but unfortunately in the end everyone decided that it was really just an accident. How was it? I know you've looked into this case, but I want you to look into it again. Xiaohan got up, his tall body blocking out the sunlight from the window and casting a huge shadow on the ground. He was just like his father. When he was serious, that intimidating aura was much stronger than normal. He was such a smart man that he instantly sensed the convoluted nature of the situation, so he also flicked his cigarette ash and stood up. No problem, as long as you are interested, Boss Xiao, I am interested. Although the old master's death does have many suspicions, it is not impossible to break them down one by one. Does Boss Xiao suspect that the old master's death was not an accident, but rather someone deliberately plotted to kill him? Xiaohan slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on him, did not speak. He added, this case is very difficult, but it's challenging, and it's worth his liver and brain to try. Or does Boss Xiao have any clues that he can provide to me? Xiaohan tightened his jaw and spoke in a low voice, I do suspect that someone is deliberately plotting to kill, but I can't think of a second person who can make the evidence so seamless. I can't think of a second one. He chewed his words carefully, suddenly his eyes flashed, suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyes, and his line of sight met with Xiaohan's gaze, you mean? Xiaohan raised a finger to stop his later words, and nodded to him, that's right. That's why I want you to find out, I want to know why he did it. He inhaled his cigar fiercely and threw the butt into the transparent cylinder table with precision. No problem. But I can't be sure how much time it will take, after all, this case is too complicated and the opponent is so powerful, he will do his best. Xiaohan evilly hooked his lips and patted his shoulder, don't worry, I will cooperate with you in this matter. He smiled, there is another thing? Check what? Xiaohan's cold face and changed a kind of expression, he opened the computer, quickly exported a set of photos. He probed to see that it was a small child, he was surprised again, this is not the day before yesterday you introduced at the banquet, godson? What, a small child also needs me to check? Xiaohan copied the information onto a magnetic disc and handed it to him, I just want to know who the child's real father is, and why the old man adopted him in the first place. He put the disc away and snapped his fingers, okay, this question, as long as the old man is not deliberately hiding clues, it should not be difficult to find out. Okay. The usual, 3 days, okay? Xiaohan looked at him. He however, did not use the answer as very fast, but touched the chin, as far as possible. Xiaohan understand his meaning, did not say more, nodded, good, as long as you can quickly complete the case, the benefits of you. Oh, working with Boss Xiao, of course I am relieved. That's it then, I'll leave first, I'll contact you. He shook his cuffs and walked out with straight steps. That afternoon, Xiaohan was alone in his office for a long time in deep thought, and when he looked up at the desk outside through the glass window, he remembered that Xia Mingyuo had gone over to the foster home. Lighting a cigarette, he quietly smoked it, but his mind could not calm down. He tilted his head, rubbed the center of his forehead, and exhaled a smoke ring. The office was quiet, as if he was the only one left in the world for a moment. This kind of feeling was not unfamiliar to him, and he had often enjoyed this kind of tranquility for many years. Today, however, why was it suddenly a little difficult to adapt? Shit. It seemed like he had several difficulties in adapting today. Probably from the day he returned to China to today, he was too busy every day, too many things waiting to be dealt with, until today all the thousands of clues to sort out the gradually clear thinking, only had the opportunity to be idle for such a moment. Eisen then glanced at the empty assistant desk outside. Xiaohan lowered his eyes, thinking about how that stubborn woman in the end will deal with the acquisition of things. When his finger inadvertently touched the mouse, the computer screen automatically flashed a picture of the information he had just copied to Yi. The innocent and cute 6-year-old boy on it had a pair of dark and flexible eyes, and his small face was smiling in a godly manner. Although he was still very young, it was not difficult to see that he would be a handsome and charming man in the future, especially the confidence in his eyes that seemed to be inherent in his body, making people want to praise him. Xiaohan stared at the picture, his deep dark eyes unconsciously deepened. Although Xiao Miaonghua had intentionally dressed up in an old-fashioned manner from time to time, her girlish and innocent appearance yesterday had been imprinted into his mind, and he still couldn't imagine that this 6-year-old little boy was really her son. If little Knight wasn't her son, why did she put up with everything to take care of him? If it was her son, didn't the old man know about it? Then what was the reason for specially adopting the little guy? Why did Xia Mingyuo never reveal the relationship between mother and son? Perhaps little Knight was the child of a man she loved? Xiaohan once again stared at the little boy's innocent smile, looked at, did not realize that the heart moved, actually revealed a trace of even their own have not found soft. Strangely enough, such a picture of a small child would remind him of his own childhood. Xiao Knight, Xiao Han suddenly felt interesting. No wonder Xiao Menuo was so protective of this child, so he was really quite cute. The little guy had already entered the Xiao family for a week, and he, the righteous father, had yet to properly communicate with him. He had promised Xiao Menuo not to move this child, but he should still do some necessary communication with this child. Who asked him to be his righteous father? Xiao Menuo, I think this little guy is much easier to handle than you. Since you love Xiao Knight so much, you will soon discover my Xiao Han's charms as a loving father. Wait and see, you can't escape me. Chapter 46. Chapter 046. The afternoon sunlight was blinding, shining so brightly that her eyes had to squint slightly under her sunglasses. Xiao Menuo jumped out of the car and walked down a slightly sloping street towards the foster home. She had barely taken a few steps out of the cold air before she felt like she was being steamrolled all over her body, sweat trickling down from between her foreheads. I wondered if the old dean was there. If she knew that she was the one representing Xiao Clan to execute the acquisition project, she wondered if she would take a broom and sweep herself out the door. Speaking of which, the old dean's surname was Gu, a woman in her 60s, who had never married after being widowed when she was young, and took over this burden after the previous dean passed away. Dean Gu is an extremely personalized woman. People say that charitable people are kind and gentle, in order to make friends with those sensitive and fragile children from all over the world. But Dean Gu is an exception. She looks fat, even to children still show their spicy nature from time to time. For this point, Xiao Menuo many times have been thinking, perhaps it is because of Dean Ge's style of dealing with people. In order to let Xiao Yu 4 years of personality is not aloof, on the contrary, there are with other small children, the same cheerful and self-confident. Therefore, she was grateful to this special Dean Gu. Xiao Menuo was well aware of Dean Ge's determination to refuse to resell the land, and this time when she personally walked in front of the nursing home, she couldn't help but hesitate. How to talk about this deal is really more difficult than facing Xiao Han. Nua? Surprised voice sounded behind her. She quickly turned around, her eyes full of surprises, but also a kind of heartfelt surprise. Why are you here too? Lu Hao dashingly shook his head, wiped away the sweat beads on his forehead, shook a mouthful of snow-white teeth and laughed. Oh, I dreamed that you came here, so I waited here early in the morning. I really let me wait for the ouch. What are you doing? The words did not finish, was Xiaofan Nuo rushed over to whack a fist. She skimmed her lips, all blowing. Nonsense. It's true. I want you, so come here to see. Lu Hao still smiling brightly, can with the head of the sun castor beauty, hey, not false. But this July sun is really scary, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon and still so fierce. He said, pulling her up and walking quickly to the high wall, the branches of the trees sticking out from the walled courtyard shading the sunlight from a few minutes of heat. Shouldn't you be working at the Xiao building? How do you have time to run here? Xiao Menuo pursed her lips, wanting to say something. Lu Hao looked at her expression, his eyes flashed to understand. He curled his middle finger and snapped it on her forehead. I said, Xiao Menuo, are you skipping work? Aren't you afraid that the super cold and heartless CEO will take advantage of the opportunity to make things difficult for you? When the time comes, don't ask my brother to save you. It's okay. Every time you don't see the seriousness. Xiao Menuo slapped his hand away, angry and funny. Lu Hao blinking narrow eyes, which gently and naturally for her to brush away the long hair in front of the forehead, the tone of a little more serious. How not see your 30-year-old dress today? Could it be that Xiao Han's influence on you is really that great? A mention of Xiao Han, Xiao my annual irritable mood and a few points of bad, do not mention him to me, a mention of me have fire. He even let Zhang Bo throw away those sets of mine. Oh? Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. You did not also help Zhang Bo pleaded for mercy? Did Uncle Zhang listen to him so much? Xiao Menuo's cheeks, which are a little red from the sun, suddenly puffed up. Zhang Bo is a very loyal and stereotypical housekeeper who listens to the master of the Xiao family. Moreover, Zhang Bo also thinks that you should get rid of those old nun-like suits of yours, right? How? Xiao Menuo opened her mouth wide in surprise. His judgment was really fast and accurate. Lu Hao rubbed her hair with a smile. Don't make a fuss, do you want to hear the truth? I am the little knight once several times to discuss. Put you those gray, black, old-fashioned suit are thrown away. Hey, I didn't expect that what we never dared to implement, we let Uncle Zhang do it without saying a word. You guys every time you are in front of Lu Hao, Xiao Menuo feels like she is becoming retarded, he just loves to tease her. We have to admire Xiao Han he's really a thunderous character. Lu Hao turned around and smoothly wrapped his hand around her shoulder in the direction of going back. Let's go, little sister, let's find a cool place to drink tea and chat together. Xiao Mianhua tried to push his hand away, stopping her footsteps. She didn't forget the purpose of her trip, and now she didn't even enter the door of the foster home. Lu Hao didn't let go and looked down at her. Could it be that I guessed wrong? You weren't sent by Xiao Han to talk about the acquisition case? Or do you think it's more comfortable to be driven out by old Lady Gu with a broomstick in this kind of weather? Xiao Mianhua was so shocked that her small mouth opened and closed several times, and she had to admire Lu Hao as a man. However, she still muttered in a small voice, seeing that it's me, Dean Gu won't be able to do that, right? As long as you want to come and buy this piece of land, Mrs. Gu doesn't care who you are. Humph. Lu Hao simply pulled her up, striding back, saying as he walked, tell you what, I can personally see the old man being swept off the ground by Mrs. Gu out of the compound. Hey, you don't know ah. For the first time in my life, I've seen the black and white fearful of the kingpin character was scolded to the face. Xiao Mianhua cannot help but laugh out loud. How can not imagine that the old man like the mighty and domineering man will also be with the dusty face on the side? This laugh, tensed a day of nerves suddenly relaxed a lot. She held up the sunglasses, turned her head toward Lu Hao, made a face. Lu Hao on the spur of the moment, fingers along the way pinch her cheeks. The two laughed together. How, I was encouraged by you to become a real skip. A moment you do not give me, think of a way to turn back to cope with Xiao Han. I cannot spare you ah. Xiao Mianhua threatened seemingly shrewishly. Lu Hao seems to be relaxed because of her smile, laughed out loud. Don't worry, what is the matter, brother? How for you to take care of it? Let's go sit in my bar. Now. But. No buts, never do nagging woman is very not lovely. So, Lu Hao successfully blocked her mouth with his words. After all, what woman doesn't want to be cute? Bone unwilling to lose, unwilling to obey, want to experience the taste of adolescent rebellion. Xiao Mianhua just like this on his car. And on the street opposite the foster home, Xinu, who had just returned from applying for a job, happened to see this scene. At first, she thought she had blurred her eyes, but wasn't the woman with long flowing hair laughing intimately with a handsome man precisely Nua? Chapter 47 Chapter 047 Night Phantom's capital is a relatively high-grade bar, covering a large area. The overall decor is elegant and not into the vulgar, often come to patronize or considered to be the high-consumption crowd in the city of Yuan. However, the daytime and nighttime atmosphere here is very different. Like a high-class hotel during the day is elegant, the night is colorful, everywhere sowing the seeds of amorous feelings, but also the young people wantonly spend the enthusiasm of the place. Its boss is Lu Hao, except for a few brothers who cover the scene, others do not know the identity of the boss. When Xiao Mianhua followed Lu Hao into the place, the environment inside was elegant, and the American light music was still playing in the hall. She couldn't help but laugh. Wow, if you haven't seen the smoke and mirrors of the night, the current scene is really reminiscent of a lively pub. Lu Hao beckoned to his brothers and instructed them to leave first, then walked to the back of the bar and took out a few bottles of foreign wine with a sharp smile, and asked, "What's it like if it's not a pub?" The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular music in the world, and you'll be able to do it with your own personalized music. When Xiao Mianhua spoke, his eyes have never left the action of his hands. This kind of music calms the mind. Lu Hao replied as he began to pour out a little bit of each kind of wine, then mixed in some fresh fruit juice and blended it into the transparent cups and tubes. You also need peace of mind? Xiao Mianhua blinks with feigned surprise and suddenly opens her mouth wide, looking at one of his sudden juggling maneuvers. Wow. No wonder people say that the bartender of Night Charm is so handsome. These moves of yours can really charm a group of women. If they then know that you are the boss of this place. Lu Hao sniffed, steeply stopped a series of running clouds and flowing water bartending action, made a hush, forbidden eyes. See how big your face is, beautiful woman? The first handsome plus mysterious night phantom behind the big boss of Yuan City personally for you to mix drinks, just to win your smile. His narrow black eyes looked at her, containing a deliberately evil smile, and then his hands flew again to juggle the movements. Xiao Mianhua had already smiled. This is the reason why she likes Lu Hao. No matter what time, he always makes her feel relaxed and happy. After a while, only to hear the swish of the wine cylinder standing on the bar, two transparent crystal glasses flashed with light, neatly placed side by side. He flicked his wrist and then heard the sound of clattering and slight flow. The deep red liquid turned into graceful lines falling into the glasses. Finally, a few scoops of ice were added to it and a glass was pushed in front of her. Come on, have a drink, and ensure that your whole body is soothed and cooled through. Lu Hao smiled and picked up a cup himself, taking a cozy sip. Xiao Mianhua infected his good mood and also picked up a cup. How, I really envy your current life. She said with sincerity, and sincerely hoped that Lu Hao's life would continue. Lu Hao, however, frowned and shook his head. The current life is not good at all. When idle to death, there is no previous that kind of tension at any time on standby, and even more pitifully want to see you and showy one-sider so difficult. Tell me, what's so good about it? Xia Mianhua drank another mouthful of cold liquid, cannot help but laugh at him and the blessed do not know blessed. Do you want to still be like before, 24 hours a day to follow the old master side, always ready to throw his head, sprinkle hot blood? How many people in this world want to be idle without leisure, a bitter life? You still dare to complain about it, really will be condemned by heaven. Lu Hao yang lips, eyes flashed in imperceptible darkness. Then I said I want to see you and Xiaoyi, are difficult, always true, right? To see is not difficult, but only have time on weekends, huh? Xiaoya really misses you, and every day she thinks about finishing the year quickly and then moving back to live with you. Xia Mingyuo spoke out Xiaoya's thoughts. Aya, it's still my precious godson who is good. Lu Hao looked touched and raised the corners of his eyes. What about you? Did you miss me? For example, when Xiaohan bullied you, would you want me to heroically save you? No. Xia Mingyuo shook her head. No? Really no? Lu Hao some do not believe, but he has been many times to help her also. This woman will not be so fast to show off the independence, right? The woman will not be so quick to become independent, will she? Xia Mianhua bluntly, do not mind blowing his expectations of enthusiasm. She smiled, you are not easy to leave this right and wrong family, how can I still think of bringing you into it? Moreover, I have to learn to protect myself on my own. Come to think of it, even if Xiaohan was cruel, he wouldn't be so cruel as to actually kill and set fire to people. Lu Hao didn't know if he was really struck, his eyes gradually became serious. I knew you would think like this, you woman, sometimes you were so stubborn. Remember what I once told you? If you want a man to listen to you, learn to conquer his heart. No, how? I'm not interested in him and I don't want to conquer anything. Xia Mingyuo is not interested in playing this kind of emotional game. You really are the dumbest woman I've ever seen. Let's not talk about how many women want to climb up to Xiaohan explicitly or implicitly, but can't get close to him. What about you? You said yourself that you have to fight a long-lasting war in the Xiao family, and war is regardless of the means, it is the key to win in the end. Why do you suffer for the so-called stubbornness, and let yourself be wronged again and again? Lu Hao enlightened, men most understand men, he as a man naturally knows Xia Mianhua's charm. Just this little woman is never willing to show their own charm, and even less willing to use this natural charm as a weapon, with a special way to protect themselves. If Xia Mingyuo was moved, she moved her lips to tell him about the mistress treaty, but finally swallowed her words back into her mouth. She took a sip of ice juice and felt a lot more comfortable in her heart. How, I have thought about it and tried it, but when I think about him being a member of the Xiao family, I don't care to use this method to deal with him. Lu Hao stared at her contemplatively, and for a moment, she suddenly felt that she couldn't read this man's mind at all. In a flash, he laughed again, picking up his cup and clashing it with hers. Perhaps this was what made Xia Mingyuo so charming. But Xiaohan is indeed a difficult person to deal with. I don't want you to be too aggravated, and I also want Xiaoye to live a happy and joyful life. Yes, I will never let Xiaoye suffer half a bit of aggravation. Xia Mianhua tilted his head and drank the last mouthful of liquid, frowning. You haven't said it yet, why did you also think of going to the foster home to take a look today? It was really because I suddenly thought of you, thinking of the time I went with you to the foster home to pick up Xiaoyi, so I ran to check it out, not expecting to meet you. Lu Hao said seriously. Xia Mianhua sighed softly, sigh. Tell me, how can I open up a deal with Dean Gu? Or, why don't you just tell me how I can get that guy Xiaohan to back off from the idea of acquiring it? Lu Hao stared at her for a long while and shook his head. You can either choose to remain condescendingly obedient to Xiaohan, or you can choose to let him give his heart to you and obey you in everything from now on. Chapter 48 Chapter 048 Xia Mizuno sat on the high chair in front of the bar, one hand resting on her chin, and fell into bitter thoughts. To be honest, when Lu Hao made this suggestion last time at the amusement park, she went back and did consider it, just that no matter how many reasons she moved, she couldn't convince herself. Since that cruel deal 7 years ago, she had cut off her illusions about love. And after she realized she had a child, after carrying the child to term and running around, she was even more disillusioned with men as well. The past is buried in her heart, and she resolutely chooses not to have it in the future. How do you know that if I fight an emotional battle with Xiaohan, I will definitely win? She asked, reaching out to pick up the red wine next to her in passing and pouring it into her own glass. Lu Hao walked out from the bar and sat on the high chair next to her. The men of the Xiao family don't understand love, but once they are conquered by a certain woman, they will die for life. You and the Xiao family have an inescapable bad blood. Don't think that after a year Xiaohan will really let you go once and for all. The only way is to make him fall in love with you. That way the last person to obey is him. I have a lot of confidence in Nano. Oh, how? Don't you never believe in love? Why don't you think that actually Xiaohan is just like you, can never fall in love with any woman? This war I have no chance of winning. Although Xia Mizuno was unwilling, she still had to discuss this issue clearly with Lu Hao, lest he come back with a proposal next time. Do you think you will lose this war? Lu Hao looked at her with a sideways glance, his male face showing a handsome silhouette in the outdoor light. I won't. Xia Minyuo quickly shook her head and answered in the affirmative. You know I won't be attracted to any man again. Lu Hao covered his chest with one hand to show that he was greatly injured, and swept her over with one hand. So what are you still afraid of? If necessary, my advice as a reference is also good. Xia Mianyua sipped red wine, raised her eyelashes and smiled. In fact, Xiaohan can't possibly fall in love with a woman like me, he already has a love at first sight. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao frowned, quickly associating it with a piece of news. You mean Xinye Group's daughter? Xia Mianyua nodded, drinking the wine in her cup in one gulp and stood up. She picked up her bag and stood in front of him with her head tilted. She used to be a very good sister. Xiaohan didn't treat her like a playboy playing around, it was very serious. Seeing Lu Hao's surprised eyes, she raised the corner of her lips. 999 roses are delivered on time every day, and CEO Xiao is ready to come out in person. Do you think like this I still have hope of conquering him? How, thank you, I don't want to get involved in the war of feelings. Lu Hao also stood up, his slender body looked to be a head taller than her, while his smile made people feel especially at ease and warm. At this time, he smiled at her. Good, then I will never say it again. Ugh. I have to go. The acquisition of the case I still have to find a way to go back to the delivery. Oh, I can't imagine that the former for the old man to do things meticulously. Xia special assistant actually will skip work plus go back to make up lies. Lu Hao patted her shoulder and made fun of her. Xia Mianyua gave him a blank look. But it's not you who encouraged him? They walked out of Night Phantom Capital together, and the sunlight outside was no longer so intense. Lu Hao led her towards his car, but couldn't help but poke her head. Xia Minyuo, do you dare to say that you don't have a bit of rebellious spirit? You simply don't want to follow Xiaohan's way of doing things yourself, that's why you're so easily egged on. Oh, I'm so weak and obedient, you still see it thoroughly. The one who knows Xia Minyuo is Lu Hao as well. TSK, look at people really cannot just look at the surface again kind and harmless people cannot be trusted. No one can be trusted. When he said this, Lu Hao's eyes had a flash of seriousness, and when he saw Xia Mianyua smiled in disbelief, he emphasized one more time, Nua, do you hear me? I hear you. Don't worry, I won't just trust people. She turned back towards him and pursed her lips. The matter of the foster home, you must help me think of a way, I can't let Xiaoya feel bad. I understand. If there's anything you want to tell me, you can take care of Xiaohan yourself. Xia Mianyua's car was still parked on the street side of the nursing home, so Lu Hao had to personally drive her back again. The two of them who were talking and walking did not notice that there was a young woman standing on the opposite side of the street, who was a distance away from them, but was following them from the foster home all the way to Night Phantom. Seeing the close and silent figure of these two, the woman did not care about the sweat and hugged the file bag in front of her chest tightly. Big Brother's love for Nua remains unchanged, but ignored one of the most important things. Nua already has a new lover. This woman is Xinu. Looking at Nua with Lu Hao's car slowly leaving, she felt her heart in turmoil, do not know how to go back to say to Big Brother. That tall and handsome looking man is the reason why Nua has become indifferent to his old friend? If her faithful Big Brother knew about it, how would he feel? Who could make up for Big Brother's single-minded search and dedication for so many years? Xinu walked to a shady spot and stood frozen for a long time. After thinking about it, she felt suffocated and simply called Xinai. Xinai's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little busy. Huh? How was the job application today? Should be very smooth, right? It's okay. Xinu took a breath and stood up straight. Are you busy right now? It's okay, I'm interning at my dad's company. How's it going? You sound like you're having trouble with the interview. Xinai was sensitive to the fact that something was wrong. Xinu was silent for a few seconds. Xiao Ai, do you still love my big brother? Xinai stopped her hand movements and was silent longer than her before asking softly, why are you suddenly asking me this question? Xinu unconsciously gazed at Night Phantom's gorgeous signboard, her lips strangely swung open a smile. In fact, I was thinking about it for a long time from yesterday to today, and felt that perhaps you are the one who was suitable to be my sister-in-law. Xiao Ai, if you still love my big brother, don't give up, I will support you. This was the first time that Xinu had stated that she would support her. Before, she always chose to avoid answering between Nua and her. Her answer was undoubtedly a huge encouragement to Xinai, and she immediately raised her delighted voice. Thank you, Xinu, I've never thought of letting go of Tiansu. No matter how much longer I have to wait, I believe that he will always see the good in me. Xinu quietly exhaled, really unable to laugh, full of emotion. There are people in the world as stupid as you are. Big brother empty waiting for Nwono, and you and big brother is dead-eyed, rest assured. Xiao Ai, in the future, there is what you need despite saying, I will help you chase my brother huh? Oh, thank you so much, Xinu. I will persevere to the end. Chapter 49 Chapter 049. The evening at Xiao residence was particularly quiet. Xia Mingyuo lay in the bathtub gently rubbing her skin, but the thoughts in her head didn't stop for a moment. She returned to the foster home with Lu Hao in the afternoon to pick up her car, and was just spotted by Dean Ge's sharp eyes, so the two of them busily said that they were purposely accompanying each other to visit the dean. In addition to being too direct in nature, Mrs. Gu was really kind-hearted, and she warmly offered them fresh grapes, a treatment that could not help but make people feel ashamed. When Dean Gu asked about her current job, she didn't want to be deceptive and replied that she was still continuing to work as an assistant for the Xiao family. So, the topic naturally turned to the land acquisition program, only, Lu Hao said less than 3 sentences, was interrupted by Dean Gu sternly, a sentence, the Xiao family has the ability to use force, otherwise the matter is exempted. She and Lu Hao never dared to bring it up again, and then after chatting about Xiaoyi and the other children, the two left with a heavy heart. Alas! Xia Mianhua sighed and turned on the warm water faucet, splashing clean water on her face. After returning to the company, she didn't care if Xiao Han agreed or not, rushed into the office and resolutely proposed that in the future, she should go to the school every afternoon on time to pick up Xiaoye from school. As for the driver's job, after work, let him ask Dong to act as a proxy. Xiao Han would like to suppress her attitude, but then remembered the afternoon in the computer to see showy innocent and lovely photos, think to convince the woman's heart, is bound to change some methods, from the small night to start is a very good method, so agreed to her. What a puzzling guy. Xia Mianhua to Xiao Han concluded, originally she was ready he would refuse to take the opportunity to taunt her again. In short, for Xiao Han this style of unique not according to reason out of the cards of the man, she did not dare a day to take it lightly. Although the identity of the maid, but in fact to do not much work, mainly because the Xiao residence lives less people, Zhang Bo in the daytime and the mansion is simply nothing, so with the garden and the mansion are organized very clean. Xiaoye after school first quietly write homework, and then let Xia Mianhua accompany him to read a book, or talk about school things. The atmosphere in the house seems quiet and peaceful. Xia Mingyuo sighed, if this is not the Xiao residence how good it should be Such a scene should be what calm happiness. Xiao Han did not come back, everyone felt much more pleasant, at least everyone mentally, is relaxed. Xiaoye finished his own bath and went downstairs, just in time to see Xia Mianhua kneeling in the hall on the first floor earnestly scrubbing the floor. He frowned with a fine eyebrow, quickly ran to her and squatted down in front of her. Mommy, you get up early in the morning every day to cook, and your work is so busy during the day, and now you have to scrub the floor, it's really hard. When righteous father comes back later, I must discuss with him, you can't treat a weak woman like this. Little Knight was heartbroken by Mommy's drudgery, and said something that made sense. Xia Mizuno slightly raised his head, stretched out a finger to make a shushing motion, and hooked his finger towards him. The little guy was puzzled to come close to the little head, only to hear his lovely mommy whispered, I am pretending to wipe the floor, lest your righteous father come back and nitpick again. Mommy. This floor is already clean, Uncle Zhang wiped it all during the day. Xia Mizuno said, while casting a thankful glance towards Uncle Zhang in the corner of the living room. Xiaoyu understood, her dark eyes brightened up, well so it was just for show. However, even Uncle Zhang knows how to take care of a beautiful woman, righteous father is so tall and handsome, but he only knows how to act like a bully, alas. He sighed heavily, small mouth, decided to find an opportunity to discuss with the righteous father who does not know how to care for women. Okay, do you hear the sound of the car? Mommy is going to work seriously. Xia Mizuno picked up a towel and knelt in a standard laboring woman's position on the polished floor, incomparably hard scrubbing the floor, but the corner of her mouth was holding a self-deprecating light smile. Putting on an act was also considered a way to find less trouble for herself. To ask her to deliberately curry favor in front of Xiao Han to seek self-preservation, that really can't be done. Mommy, I'll help you. Xiao Xiaoyi said, also from the side of the bucket side to bring a towel, lying on the ground wiped up. Xiao Xiaoyi. Hey, there is strength in numbers, hurry up righteous father is coming in. Saya showed his teeth and smiled, thinking of mommy and Uncle Zhang's idea, his mood became lighter. I don't know when Uncle Zhang also walked over, his pace was so light that both mother and son didn't notice. Squatting down and picking up another towel, he smiled at them and said, to do it together, all people are powerful. Ah. Zhang Bo, Xiao Menuo and Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Bo's action with a dumbfounded look. He scrubbed the floor surprisingly cleanly, not the slightest bit ambiguous. The job of scrubbing the floor, I've been practicing for several years when I was bored. Uncle Zhang stated seriously. Xiao Han saw such a scene when he stepped into the hall. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a small man were all lying on the ground, scrubbing the floor side by side, and from their facial expressions and movements, they looked as if they had taken this job as a kind of fun. For some reason, this scene actually made his heart stifled. Unpleasant words rushed out. Xiao Menuo, what are you doing? Xiao Mianhua stopped her movements, raised her head to look at him, depressed, thinking she knew this man would only target himself. Humph. Clearly deliberately pricked, she was working. She wasn't offending him. So, she only glanced at him expressionlessly and continued to work with her head down. When Xiao Han took a look at her reaction, his displeasure elevated in an instant. He casually threw his briefcase on the sofa and stepped over towards the side in large strides. Zhang Bo and Xiaoyi were more sensible, seeing that the mansion's main owner's face was not favorable. They quietly pushed Xiao Menuo, who ignored it and continued to work with her head down, working. What's wrong with her working? Young master, you are back? Uncle Zhang hurriedly went to pour tea. Righteous father, you've worked hard. Xiaoyi wanted to go up to Lu Hao like she usually does to his thighs, but when she turned her eyes to look at the other party's cold demeanor, she eventually felt a bit timid and turned her actions into a good-natured greeting. Xiao Han swept faintly towards the old and the young, and his gaze loomed over the woman who was ignoring him again. Xiao Menuo. He spoke out again, the severity in his tone could be heard by anyone. Yes. Young master, I am working. Xiao Menuo replied while continuing to work in her hands, not affected by him in the slightest. What are young master's orders? Xiao Han held back the nameless fire that he originally did not have and walked to her with gloomy eyes. A pair of black shiny leather shoes appeared in front of her eyes and she had to stop her movements. Chapter 50 Chapter 050 Xiao Menuo. On the man's domineering face, a pair of elite eyes burned brightly due to his anger, slightly bending over to lift her chin. It seems that you quite like being a maid. The mocking intent could be heard by anyone. Xiao Mizuno pulled her chin back from her lower hand, her fingers gripping the towel tightly. Compared to him, her demeanor appeared much calmer, and she replied lightly, this is my job, whether I like it or not, I will complete it seriously. If young master has no other orders, I'm going to scrub the floor. Righteous father, my mommy loves cleaning very much. She taught me to love labor and hygiene from a young age. Hey, I took the initiative to be on duty at school today and was even praised by my teacher. Little Light ran to Xiao Han as if offering a treasure, tilting her little face up and smiling as she reported. Xiao Han frowned and bent his head to gaze at this little face that he had been looking at in the computer for a long time, remembering his idea to capture her. Miraculously, a touch of unprecedented softness surged out. He stroked Sayaka's little head and said approvingly, not bad. Two simple words, like magic, surprised Xiao Menuo. This man who only coldly mocked would actually praise Little Knight? And Little Knight was even more inspired, almost jumping up to hug his thighs in excitement. However, he finally restrained himself haughtily, so as not to turn this unprecedented first-time praise into a lingering feeling for the future. His black eyes skittered around a few times, and he carefully pulled up Xiao Han's big hand. Righteous father has worked hard for a day, it's better to sit down and have a cup of tea first. I'll give righteous father a back pounding. Just in time, Zhang Bo came over with tea that was steaming hot. Young master, come over here and do it first. Ms. Xiao will soon finish her hygiene, it shouldn't affect young master's rest. Yes, righteous father, Uncle Zhang's tea smells great. Xiaoyi pulled Xiao Han towards the sofa, and turned back to Xiao Menuo and said, Mommy, take your time to wipe, it's still early. I will first accompany the righteous father to chat. Xiao Mianhua saw that pair of black shiny leather shoes removed from the eyes, the bottom of the heart gently sigh of relief. Sometimes she is really glad that she has such a smart and witty son. How can such a considerate Xiaoya let people shed it? Xiao Han is basically a man who loves face and wants self-respect. There are already two people in the room to help Xiao Mianhua to clear up the scene, and he had to control his anger for a few minutes. Zhang Bo's eyes were covered with fine lines with a slight smile. Young master, please use the tea. Xiao Han looked down and saw the soft little hand holding his long fingers. It felt so small and soft, and when he looked into those round black eyes, a certain unfamiliar softness grew in his chest. This was the little child, the most pure and innocent little child, and he had to admit that as long as he was willing to discover and reach out, this little pea child in front of him was really pleasing to the eye. Hey, righteous father, sit over here, I'll give you a shoulder whack. Little Knight was very stinky pea to show his best trick. This was the most useful trick to flatter Lu Hao in the past. As long as he can save his poor mommy, what's the harm in having a hard head and overcoming the cowardice in his heart to help Xiao Han whack his shoulders and back? Xiao Han picked up his teacup and took a sip, glancing from time to time at Xia Menuo, who was silently scrubbing the floor. God knows that while thanking that old man and young woman, Xia Menuo couldn't help but complain helplessly, why didn't she drive that cool guy upstairs? That way she wouldn't have to pretend anymore. Those two sharpened burning lines of sight were like thorns in her back. Even though they were several steps away, they could not be ignored. She lowered her head, and continued to wipe inch by inch. The place where the towel passed by was so spotless that it could almost shine out the silhouette of a person. Ugh! Tired. Sighing silently. Righteous father, comfortable? Xiao Knight kneeling on the sofa with bare feet, her soft little hands pounding on Xiao Han's broad shoulders like a small drum beat. Xiao Han slightly closed his eyes, strangely realized that although this kid is small, his small fists have a few points of strength. Pounding on the shoulder is indeed comfortable. No wonder Xia Menuo treats this child like a baby. No wonder the old man can't wait to adopt him. It seems worth digging in quite a few places. Righteous father, let me tell you, massage and kneading plus back pounding is my specialty. If you're still satisfied, I'll help you stretch your muscles every day from now on. Xiao Knight was already bold, and the first time she was so close to Xiao Han, she was initially trying to overcome the strong pressure within her. Now that she saw that Xiao Han did not get angry or reject herself, she became a little more bold. Xiao Han opened his eyes, and the coldness in the depths of his pupils had converged. His eyes unconsciously followed Xia Menuo's figure as she scrubbed the floor, and casually asked, "So, this stunt of yours is something your mommy taught you?" Xia Menuo had been listening to the two of them with her ears open. Suddenly hearing him mention the word massage, her fingers suddenly trembled, and she couldn't help but think of last night. Last night, she was trying her best to throw away the huge contradiction. Hand massage for him later on, the situation was a bit unpleasant anyway. She hated that kind of situation to happen again. But what would happen tonight? Will he ask again to go to his room before 12 o'clock to continue the unfinished business of last night? Xia Mizuno. Seeing her staring blankly, Xiao Han seemed to have developed the habit of monitoring her at all times, and smoothly called out her name. The moment Xiao Xiaoniao heard this tone, her small fists immediately became dense, landing one after another on the sturdy shoulders. Righteous father, oh righteous father, don't make things difficult for my poor mommy. She has obviously worked so seriously. Zhang Bo also seems to feel some kind of new low air pressure formed in the hall, immediately covered his mouth and lightly coughed. Cough cough. Xiao Han glanced at him, his thick eyebrows raised, and unexpectedly pointed to a spot on the floor in front of the sofa. Xia Menuo, this place has not been wiped clean. Xia Menuo looked toward the place he pointed to, where it was simply clean and sparkling, not even a speck of dust could be seen. But his expression was so serious, she glanced at him, indignantly accusing him with her eyes that he was clearly looking for bones, deliberately. However, she didn't say anything, and without a word, she picked up the towel and scrubbed up hard against the floor. And here, such a big mark, can't you even see it? The man's long finger pointed and found another fault. When Xia Menuo took a look, he really suspected that he was super nearsighted and had an eye problem. That was clearly the pattern on the floor tiles, while the arrogant nitpicker wrapped his arms around and comfortably half-squinted his eyes, lifting his eyebrows at her, signaling her to move faster. Chapter 51. Chapter 051. Shui couldn't help herself, and jumped down from the sofa as soon as she could, while Thea, such a beautiful pattern, righteous father, floor tiles with such a beautiful pattern must be very expensive, right? The implication is that this is not a stain mark at all, righteous father, you have to look at it clearly. Oh. Uncle Zhang also cannot see past, stepped forward and respectfully said, Ms. Xia is not familiar with the business here, it seems that I'm a veteran, hands more efficient. After saying that, the maneuver quickly picked up the towel. Xiao Han sank his eyes and stood up, his gaze swept over the three of them once again, his ink brows tangled as he said, full of stinking sweat. Clean yourself up as soon as possible, don't smoke my house when the time comes. Dropping a sentence of inexplicable words, he strides towards the upper floor, leaving little Knight, who was rubbing her head and only asking questions, to stare at his back for a long, long time. Zhang Bo also shook his head helplessly and turned to Xia Menuo, Miss Xia, don't take it to heart. Young master has been a loner since he was a child and doesn't know much about communicating with others. Xia Mingyuo grabbed the towel and stood up, patted her clothes, pursed her lips and said, "Thank you, I won't take it to heart." The meaning of Xiao Han's last sentence, only she understood, he was giving orders. Let her quickly clean up like a delicious roasted goose as fragrant, and then package to send to his room. Xiaoyi supported her small chin with one hand and came to a very serious conclusion. Mommy, in my opinion, not only does righteous father have a cleanliness fetish, but he also very much enjoys ordering women around. Xia Mingyuo looked at the empty staircase, touched the head of the little knight. Seriously agree. But there is only one woman in the house, Mommy. Are you going to be instructed by your father in the future? Xiaoyi began to worry for her, more determined to find a way to help deal with poor Mommy. Don't worry, Mommy will find a way to improve. Ahem. Uncle Zhang finally couldn't help but clear his throat and opened his mouth. Little young master, in fact, young master isn't fond of ordering women around. Cough, he just doesn't know how to be nice to women. At least, in his shrewd old eyes, Xiao Han treats Xia Mingyuo in a very special way. Remembering the old master's heartfelt wish to fulfill, it would be more than appropriate if something could really happen between these two young people. Not to mention giving birth to a new heir for the Xiao family. Even if they were to dissolve the major secrets carried in the Xiao family lineage, it would not be impossible. Xiao Yang and Xia Mingyuo nodded and shook their heads at the same time. Mother and son looked at each other and spoke in unison. I really don't see where he's trying to be nice to me. I really can't see where he wants to be nice to Mommy. Uncle Zhang's eyes flicked around the mother and son, so he had to give up on continuing to explain and bent down to pick up the bucket and towel. Young master has to go to school tomorrow, so get an early night. Ms. Xia should also go to bed early. The young master's attitude should be viewed with a normal mind. I believe the young master will understand in the future. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Xia Mingyuo took her son's hand and sincerely thanked the housekeeper. In fact, in her heart, she was already beating a small drum, wondering how she would face the temperamental Xiao Han after Xiao Niao went to bed. Xiao Han had faced tremendous pressure every day since he took over the Xiao family group. Just familiarizing himself with the various huge industries under the Xiao family is a headache. These years in the United States, although he has been very concerned about the development of the city of Yin, but also concerned about the old man and the movement of the Xiao family industry, but to really take over suddenly like this, but it is a grueling to burn things. Countless reports, countless data, countless conferences and meetings. In addition to Xia Mingyuo, the special assistant, he has two other full-time secretaries specializing in the deployment within the head office. The other small secretaries are even more, just a little bit of several. However, Xiao Han was used to planning and fighting alone, which was one of the factors that formed his arrogant and authoritarian personality. When he first took over Zhao's, he still harbored a kind of anger that was strongly dissatisfied with the old man, and only thought of removing all those subordinates who had once been reused by the old man and regarded as his beloved. But now that this week was busy, he couldn't help but begin to sympathize with and admire the old man. In his heart, to a person's strength, to support such a large industry is not ordinary people can do. Most of Xiao Han's depressed and grumpy mood was related to these. However, the reason why he was angry and livid with Xia Mingyuo from time to time was directly related to her own untameness. What man would want to be treated so untamed? Especially a man like him who thought highly of himself and was so confident that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. The hour hand quietly moved through the grid. The man had already finished his shower, changed into a dark blue silk robe, and quietly leaned back on the bed to wait. He did not believe that Xia Mingyuo could not understand the meaning of that last sentence. If she still dared to deliberately dilly-dally, don't blame him. Unfortunately, if there was anyone in this world who dared to ignore his orders in anger, that person was Xia Mingyuo. The hour hand climbed to 12 o'clock, and the minute hand quietly approached the last frame before the knock on the door gently sounded. Xiao Han's handsome face was cool to the extreme. God knows he had been waiting, had been enduring. From 10 o'clock, to 11 o'clock, then to 12 o'clock, there was not the slightest movement by the door for so long. He was forcibly holding back Nan to take the initiative to look for her. He used his utmost patience just to catch her pigtails. So, she must bear the consequences for her own behavior. Xia Mizuno pushed the door in after hearing a low answer. Xiao Han's bedroom was hazily lit, only the wall lamp above the bed glowed faintly, and the man's body was still clearly visible on the huge bed. The bedding that was as deep blue as the ocean was almost connected to his robe, but the skin of his chest that was casually open showed a bronze-colored luster under the light, which was particularly conspicuous in a deep blue. Xia Mizuno's line of sight inadvertently swept over that piece of naked chest. Her small face could not help but launch some heat. As soon as she entered this house, her body was tense and uncomfortable. To say that she wasn't nervous was definitely a lie. God knows, she knocked on the door with much effort, hated to turn and run, but the thought of running away from the monk cannot run away from the temple, avoided the first day of the year cannot avoid the 15th, sooner or later to come to this day, that will be across the knife, death will die a heroic point. What's the point of dawdling? His cold voice came, low voice in this ambiguous space seems sexy. Xia Mianhua gulped, then lifted his chin, his eyes gazed at his face without moving, and stepped to the bedside. Chapter 52 Chapter 052. Basically, Xiaohan thought that his patience and reasoning were better controlled than normal people, and how he belonged to the kind of people who possessed a calm mind and extraordinary self-control. In his 30 years of life, he had never encountered a challenge like Xia Mingyuo. To say that she was his challenge was not an overstatement at all. Thinking about how he grew up with several titles since he was a child, the crown prince of the mob, the mysterious Xiao family heir, and the cold young master, not to mention women, not even a man would dare to provoke his majesty. And was Xia Mianhua ignorant or too brave? She even had the greatest weakness in his hands. Xiaohan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at her every movement with a shun, and in the soft light, he clearly saw her pursing her lips slightly, trying her best to appear brave and fearless. But, damn it! That look in her eyes made people feel like a revolutionary martyr going to his death with ease and as heroic as he was. Could it be that being a Xiaohan's woman was so aggravating? Is it so intolerable? Fingers on the futon quietly tightened up, his black eyes still unblinking to annotate her, his gaze densely enveloped her. Xia Mianhua finally touched the bed. That short distance of a few steps was like a long march of 10,000 miles, difficult and laborious. Xiaohan's silent stare without a word made her heart beat like a drum, and her breathing accelerated involuntarily. She really can't say that she is experienced with men. Once upon a time Tiansu was very pampering to her, respecting her and caring for her, and with the fact that she was still young at that time, the two of them simply couldn't have done anything that transgressed the rules. Later 3009 the misadventure, she actually had a bit of wine before to strengthen her courage, but the whole night is still in the nervousness and fearfulness of the whole night, to the intimacy between men and women which has no feeling. Xia Mianhuo's eyes did not leave Xiaohan for a second, and the two of them were straight on the eyes. Speaking of which, in such a closed environment, she did not dare to look around except for his eyes, for fear of accidentally having to divulge her inner apprehension. There were still doubts in her heart, and knots that she couldn't untie. Last night's situation made her wonder more than once if Xiaohan could be related to 3009, or was everything just an amazing coincidence? Because he hadn't lived in Emperor Yuan at all. Come here. Xiaohan's patience was extremely easy to destroy in front of Xia Mingyuo, and at this moment, he still couldn't help but open his mouth first. Xia Mingyuo subconsciously touched the robe of his pajamas. Xia Mingyuo, don't tell me, today you are not ready. His voice was low, unusually sensual, and when he spoke, he intentionally pulled his own robe, letting his firm and proud chest show a little more. Of course ready. Xia Mingyuo took a deep breath and steeply lifted the bedding covering his body. That action was fast and furious, instantly causing Xiaohan to flash his mind for a moment, and then frown fiercely. Does she have to act so special? So cold as ice when resisting, stubborn as hell, and now when obeying, clearly unwilling, yet showing such determination. Oh, it seems that you really intend to offer yourself. Xiaohan coldly hooked up his thin lips, his smile adding a few points of evil under the dim light. He watched as she lifted the quilt before sitting on her, but in the center of the bed facing straight at herself. Xiaohan, what to do, you say it. Xia Mizuno had already collected all the abnormal looks and took out a face that was normally used to talk about official business. The evil smile slightly froze at the corner of his lips, but he didn't show anything. Instead, he quickly dragged her into his arms with a long arm. Xia Mizuno's body tilted and obediently lay on his chest. This bare warm skin, exudes belonging to the irresistible male scent, all run into the nose. How to do? As a mistress, you really do not understand at all? Xiaohan arm tighter, her soft body more closely to his chest, no way to escape. A few moments of ambiguous breath burning hot and strong, sprayed in her snow-white neck nest. The words were the usual mockery, Xia Mingyuo, don't pretend to me. You are already a child's mother, but also take yourself as a chaste woman? Xiaohan Xia Mianhuo raised her face to argue a few words, but he pressed her little head hard against his chest. She had no choice but to stretch out one hand and flatten it against her cheek, as her ears continued to be filled with heartbeat after heartbeat, making her almost at a loss as to how to deal with him calmly. Come on, Shimino. Do you know how many women dream of climbing into my bed at night? You've even given birth to a child, why are you pretending to be innocent and resisting me? Yesterday I didn't want you because I don't want to force any woman, today you have no reason to resist. Xiaohan's eyes deepened a little with each sentence. Just holding her like this, he has not been able to control a certain perceptual reaction, if she still has to refuse. If Xiao Mianhua licked his lips, not afraid to die low, asked a question, if I still do not want to do it tonight. Xiao Mianhua. The man really raised his voice and stormed out. His big hand moved and pulled her head out of his arms, his black eyes flashed coldly and forced her to look at her. I don't even dislike you, you still dare to push around here. Simply too ungrateful. Smooth long hair was pinched in his long fingers. She had to be forced to tilt her head up to look at him, and blurted out, men are all actions that think in the lower half of the body, but women need to feel in the mind. I don't want to feel like I'm sleeping with a beast when I don't have feelings. You mean? Xiaohan steeply stopped his mouth. He wanted to ask, you mean you don't have a single feeling for me? But if this sentence is asked out, the answer can be imagined, his precious proud male dignity, there is no place to put it. So, his deep eyes turned, his thin lips wickedly against her lips, his eyes flashed with anger that she couldn't see. Xiao Mianhua, don't let me down too much. You really don't know why I let you be my mistress? I only know that you want to seek revenge on me because of the old man's death. I only know that you want to use this to further humiliate me. Speaking of which, Xiao Mianhua's head shot up and pushed his chest away. How could he let go, sneering? Yes, in addition to this reason, there is also a very important point. Your desire to capture the horseplay has already aroused enough interest in me. I am very much looking forward to comprehending a woman who has already been a mommy, how the kung fu of pleasing a man. You. Xiao Mianhua did not even think about it, lifting a hand up and then slapped him in the face. Chapter 53. Chapter 053. Before her hand touched his face, it was swiftly restrained by strong big hands, and the pupils of his eyes were instantly ignited with the fire of anger. What a bold woman! How dare she hit him? She actually dared to hit him. As long as he had grown up, there had never been anyone who was so unbridled as to dare to slap him. With fire spewing from his nostrils, he pressed his hands together, and his slender body rolled over like a jaguar like lightning, pressing Xiao Mianhua underneath him. Xiao Mianhua didn't need to look at his expression. From his muscles that were taut with energy all over his body, he could feel that he had really angered him. However, who asked him to say such despicable and shameless words to humiliate her? As the saying goes, a man can be killed, not humiliated. Xiao Mianhua from childhood to eat was pampered like a pearl in the palm of the hand. Even when fleeing the suffering has never touched this kind of humiliation, his words will inspire her inner unyielding resistance, such as the rushing tide of anger. Just want to ruthlessly return this, does not know how to respect the guy. Xiao Mianhua, don't force me to use force. Xiaohan deliberately pressed his whole body on her, and his lower body rubbed harshly for a few moments, unabashedly telling her what consequences she should suffer if she angered herself. Xiao Mianhua's face gradually became pale. In the face of the man's evil and deliberate bullying, her heart began to sink into the deepest valley, about to be surrounded by ice. Can't escape herself. How could she not resist striking out in that moment just now? Why did she always become inexplicably impulsive in front of him? Even though he is really hateful and really deserves to be beaten, but now in this situation to anger him, it is really a very stupid behavior. Xiao Mianhua, when did you really become so stupid? You should carefully find out his weaknesses and then resist him without moving a bit. Xiaohan lowered his head. His gloomy and cold features were no more than 3 centimeters away from her, so much so that he could clearly see every single change in her eyes. Moving his eyes downward, he saw her delicate lips pursed tightly, which reminded him of her resistance last night. Humph. Xiao Mianhua, I will make you submit to me. The head lowered, and the male lips captured hers with precision. Xiao Mianhua trembled, and all of a sudden her breathing became rapid. He pressed against her, grinding against her, his lips sucking on her, seducing her. She tightly frowned, reflexively skimming her head away, trying to avoid his wanton invasion. Were all men this domineering? Were they all this unreasonable? No, no. Only those surnamed Xiao, only Xiaohan. As soon as her hand struggled, Xiaohan raised his head and temporarily released her bitten red lips, the light in his eyes alternating between hot and cold. Xiao Mianhua, I'm warning you, remember your current status as a mistress. If you mess with me again tonight, tomorrow I will directly look for Xiao Ye. This was the most powerful threat, and also the most despicable. Her weaknesses were so thoroughly grasped by him, and his? Could it be that he was a god-man that no one else could resist? As soon as Xiao Mizuno heard the direct threat to Xiao Ye, her whole body stiffened and her 10 fingers clenched into fists. She didn't dare to challenge this man's bad temper with her own capriciousness again. The last one to be implicated might be Xiaoyi. She never wanted to see that happen. No, she must find his soft underbelly. She couldn't always let him do whatever he wanted like this, or else in a year's time, who knows what more excessive things he would do. Seeing that she was silent, Xiaohan hooked up a cold mocking smile, his palm with some kind of strange heat to explore the past, felt the softness of the palm, grinning triumphantly. Originally, she still has a reaction. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind, remembering that once upon a time when he was in the United States, there were also individual women who were falsely provocative to themselves at first, with the sole purpose of pretending to be special and getting their attention. Then looking at the woman underneath him, he felt enlightened. "Sia Mizuno, it's your good fortune to be this young master's mistress. You'd better be good and stop playing with your temper. I know you have done so many rebellious things, in fact, what a cost to let me find your special," he said smugly. See her snow-white and beautiful collarbone, cannot help but bent his head and kissed lightly. Sia Mizuno, originally because of his arrogant and cocky words and feel ridiculous, suddenly by him in the neckness sensitive place, so a kiss, the whole body more tense, almost to stiffen up. "Behave yourself, in fact, your looks and body are not anything particularly good, but I'm already willing to let you serve me, so what are you dissatisfied with?" Xiaohan thought that her silence and no longer resisting was a sign of meekness. Deliberately ignoring her hard and unresponsive body, he kissed her more ambiguously. Her body was so fragrant, more fragrant than any woman he had ever had, not deliberately sprayed all over with a strong perfume odor, but a light fragrance that naturally emanated from her hair and skin. The strange thing is, why he smelled this kind of natural pure fragrance belonging to her, will be associated with her as a pure young girl? Sia Mizuno really didn't have the experience to cope with a man's deliberate teasing, she thought. This man must have had quite a few experiences, right? After all, like he is so domineering and shameless, even can think of letting her be his mistress of the man, is really not innocent to wear. Fine. Death is death. Just like the idea that was made the moment she entered the door, simply bravely stick out her head. Xiao Mianyu suddenly moved to push him away, in as deep as the cold black eyes just about to color huffing seizure. She fixedly opened her mouth. "I obey." Chapter 54. Chapter 054. Xiaohan was stunned for a second, curved the corner of his lips and smiled with satisfaction, flew at her kissed, brilliant smile, said a long time ago, "There is no need to play with me to capture the trick, want to go to my bed directly say. You are a woman, I understand the woman's loneliness, and I am a man, and as a look around the world cannot find a few with me as good as the man, you say why do you need to pretend to do it?" Xia Minyu will almost want to vomit out of his words, especially when he said I understand the loneliness of women. She really want to use all her strength to ruthlessly knee him a few times, so that he can't want a woman in his next life, alone lonely go. Unfortunately, she knew she had no chance of winning in a contest of force. Seeing his smiling face in front of her eyes, she could only add for his blush and shame looking at the world, I really can't find a few men like you who are so self-absorbed. No, this is called self-confidence. The man's eyes darkened and the temperature of his body rose a few more points, blazingly branding her body. Nonsense, cut the crap, start. Xiao Mianyu felt that any further conversation with this person is a painful torture, simply eyes closed, lying straight body, hands tightly pasted on the sides, but the fists are tightly clenched. If that posture is not lying down, it should be a standard upright posture. I'm going to go out on a limb and start counting sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count the stars again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She felt him kissing her earlobes, then her neck, then her shoulders, then. Shit, when did her pajamas get taken off? The man wasn't even close to being skillful, and how did he remove his robe? Simply. She closed her eyes completely, her fists rustling up. She desperately counted sheep and stars, gritting her teeth as her eyelashes fluttered. The dark blue bedding was tangled with their bodies, slightly damp with thin sweat, and the upright position Xia Minyu was still maintained, no matter how earnestly, diligently, ambiguously, and supremely the man moved from the head down, she only reacted with fists that were too tight to open. Sia Mizuno tried to imagine herself on a beautiful sandy beach, there is an endless azure coast, there are flocks of white seagulls so that she can forget about the man who was on top of her body with evil arrogance. Just the body is ultimately their own, how can she escape the instinctive reaction of the body under the deliberate teasing? She is actually sensitive, just that even she herself does not know, because every time she faces a man she is so nervous. Perhaps, every woman's first time is really incredibly important, and will directly affect the impression and feeling of her whole life. Xiaohan didn't know when he moved his lips up again and started attacking her lips. At first, he was gentle, but in less than 3 seconds, that gentleness turned into a violent storm, mixed with cold hail. He furiously and violently forced her to accept his demanding kiss. His large hands increased in strength, and in his eyes was an anger she couldn't see. How on earth did she do it? Surprisingly, she could strike such a blow to his manly dignity, he would never doubt his own charm, or perhaps this woman simply had a problem. Xia Mianhua, do you have a problem? He didn't believe that she could really be completely indifferent. Damn, are you a woman or not? Don't pretend to be a dead fish. As he exited with a low growl of rage, his fingers nonchalantly probed underneath her body. Xia Minhua suddenly woke up from a dream in general, opening her mouth and softly murmuring. Humph. Still pretending. The man grunted lowly, feeling some satisfaction in his heart, but with more dissatisfaction, his movements became more evil. If you want to do it, hurry up. Quick battle. Yunha Fan's no opened her eyes have her own cannot control the confusion, if not the light is so dim, he was immersed in the self-esteem of her cold blow, he will be able to find in fact, her eyes have flowed out of a piece of fascinating waterlight. It was just that she was telling herself with the greatest willpower not to feel anything about this man's malicious behavior, otherwise he might use it as the sharpest weapon to attack herself. She didn't want to feel any intimacy from this man, they were just trading. Good, you like to be quick, don't you? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Wait a minute. Xia Mizuno suddenly shouted, making him hard and forceful to stop his movements. Do what, crazy woman? Surprisingly shouting to stop at this time. It would be strange for a man to have a good breath at this time, and his anger was on the verge of erupting several times already. That Xia Minhua took a deep breath and forced herself to focus her mind and start counting by practicing her yoga yoke. Damn it, what the hell are you up to? He rudely lowered his head and bit down hard towards her snow-white shoulder, biting until she fumed with pain, biting until a purplish mark was made, and then there was no longer any power to stop his invasion. Fast as lightning, heavy and powerful. The strong force made Xia Mizuno's body burst with pain, she had nowhere to run, and he was like a swift lion. 123 breath intertwined, her eyes blurred with tears, and even she didn't know when the waterworks filled her eyes. 456. 7 years ago, she couldn't keep her body, and 7 years later, she still couldn't keep her body. The only man in her life that she had ever thought of dedicating her innocence to was far away in the sky, and she really couldn't touch it anymore. 78. The man's large hand violently tightened, his eyes no longer flooded with light and were completely covered by a thick aura of depression. Underneath the body also stopped wildly, the excitement that seemed incomparably devoted the moment before poured out and disappeared, and his big hand explored and furiously pinched her delicate neck, and his breath all changed and became cold. Inexplicable woman, what in the world are you doing? In counting. Xia Mizuno replied calmly and clearly. Counting? For the first time, Xiao Han had the feeling that he was going to get internal injuries, especially at such a critical moment. Counting how many times you actually have to do piston movements before you can be satisfied. Xia Minhua said expressionlessly, feeling warm tears slipping down from the corners of his eyes once again. Shit, Xia Minhua, you are not a normal woman. He would never believe that there was a woman in the world who would be truly unresponsive under him, her body was clearly much more honest than she was. Never, there was only him not wanting it, and not him not getting it. Thus, they will be intimate between the two women, evolved into the same extreme test and challenge the great dignity of male war. Chapter 55. Chapter 055. Early in the morning, the dawn light from the room curtains of the gap into, sprinkled on the ground, fell a pale white light. The man on the bed pursed his thin lips slightly, there was a faint crease between his handsome eyebrows, and his dark eyelashes covered his tightly closed eyes. Even between sleeps, he was accustomed to a posture of being on guard at all times, but after a while, he seemed to have dreamed of something, and the corners of his mouth moved to lift gently, and his furrowed brows loosened up. Casually rolled over, his arm smoothly large horizontal, 3 seconds later, the pair of originally tightly closed black eyes suddenly opened. Xia Minhua. The first name that rushed into his mind, he fixed his eyes to see, where is that woman's figure beside him? But he was definitely not dreaming just now, but was involuntarily recalling last night's conquest in his subconscious mind. Every man's bones have a stronger desire to conquer than a woman's, that belongs to the instinct of belligerence. Xia Minhua's resistance, evasion, expressionlessness, and indifference. Haha. Xiao Han sat up and laughed twice painfully in his heart. She didn't end up whimpering under his superior skills and even couldn't help but respond to him. He knew that no woman could resist his charm. There was never anything he didn't want, but nothing he couldn't get. Xia Minhua, you must be shy, too embarrassed to face me and still flee so early. Or perhaps, after last night, you finally realized that this young master's charm is simply unmatched, and in turn, you are afraid of liking me? The sunrise had not yet risen, but Xiao Han could not sleep anymore. He picked up the cigarette case from the bedside, pulled out one and lit it, and smoked it lightly. He narrowed his eyes and thought, women's psychology, but also his vanity, false intention, summer fan novo, this kind of desire to capture the circus he really see but less, but dare to wake up quietly disappeared woman, really never had. She is so special, obviously has aroused his interest, but also continue to play this kind of trick. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but reminisce about the fight they had last night. He was sure he didn't just have to have sex with her just once, who told him that he hadn't touched a woman since he came back from America. Speaking of which, how could her reaction be so raw? Even if he knew that she was trying to act indifferent and not reacting, but then the natural reaction that he couldn't control was clearly like a young girl who had experienced sex for the first time. Could it be that her previous man really hadn't trained her? When he thought of the fact that she had had other men, for some reason, Xiaohan steeply felt that his chest had been scratched, and it was stuffy and painful. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, somewhat dissatisfied with his unusual reaction. However, he quickly skimmed his lips and laughed. This strange feeling of his was just based on the most basic reaction of a man. After all men have a kind of inferior vanity, hoping to become a woman's first man. In short, he was definitely not caring about her. Xia Mizuno, the mistress he was going to design to deal with, was just that. After one night, let's see if she will still obey in the future. He was going to make her fall in love with himself, unable to leave himself, and then throw her out as hard as a leather ball. Oh, good day. This man was in a great mood. At the same time, Xia Mizuno was busy in the kitchen with her face tightly tensed. The movements in her hands were somewhat mechanized, because how could she not erase the memory of last night in her mind? She didn't drink and didn't pass out, so she damn well remembered it clearly. She damn well remembered the man's face smiling contentedly and wickedly. Was this the most mysterious and irresistible temptation between a man and a woman? Obviously, she had already guarded her mind and body. Why did she still feel something? It was true that his later actions were not rough or cathartic, but the domineering aura of the sky always enveloped her, and she actually let her body's perceptions betray her own reasoning. Xia Minuo, wake up. Mistress's job is just that. She gritted her teeth and reminded herself. Because of this residual sobriety, afterward, when he had to use his sturdy arm to insist on encircling her waist, she coldly looked up and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll conceive the Shao family's bloodline because of this?" The eyes in his eyes flickered for a moment. Indeed, from the time he was provoked by her anger to the final possession, he didn't think to do any measures. If he conceived a child is extremely possible. It was just that if it wasn't the woman he loved, he would never be willing to let her have the chance. "Get your own pills before you go to work," he replied simply and commandingly. She closed her eyes and asked no more questions, but didn't notice a tiny hint of loss flooding through a very small, very deep part of her heart. Simply because the moment she heard it, she had already cried out loud in her mind, "Damn egomaniac, I'll make you regret it sooner or later." The morning routine remained the same, but today Xiaohan woke up earlier than usual, and his gaze lingered a few more times when he saw the Xia family's mother and son chatting while eating breakfast next to the dining table. Xiaoyi was drinking kanji. As soon as she saw Xiaohan's tall figure appear, she immediately smiled and showed her teeth, warmly greeting, "Righteous father, you're so early today, do you want to come over and have breakfast together?" Yuji's breakfast hasn't arrived yet. Xiaohan did not answer, his eyes looked towards Xia Minuo. Xia Minuo, however, did not look at him, as in the previous days, only focusing on putting the toast coated with cream carefully into Xiaoyi's plate. His eyes darkened. That woman did not show any of the changes he expected, as if nothing had happened last night. "Righteous father, do you want Xiaoye to not finish her question?" Xia Mizuno opened her mouth to stop. "You quickly eat your own, young master only likes to eat Yuji's set meal. After you finish eating, I can send you to school." Xiaohan frowned, unable to tolerate this deliberate neglect. Could she be hiding it with this look? "I do like Yuji's breakfast the most, but it's not bad to try rough food once in a while. Let me see if your handiwork has improved." After saying that, in the surprise of Xia Mianhua and Xiaoyi, he raised his lips and walked to the dining table with big strides. His eyes swept around the table and finally landed on the piece of toast coated with golden butter, and he picked him up with a single stretch of his long fingers. "Righteous father." Xiaohan raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to take a bite. Little Knight's dark eyes opened wider and wider, and after he finished swallowing the piece of toast in a few bites, the little guy's mouth couldn't help but toot. Righteous father had actually eaten his favorite golden toast. Xia Mizuno didn't expect him to suddenly want to do this. This man was simply weird. What he ate was Xiaoyo's favorite golden toast. Seeing her son's aggrieved and helpless expression, her gaze gradually grew cold as she glared at Xiaohan. Chapter 56 Chapter 056. Xiaohan took another sip of the fresh soy milk next to him, his ink brows furrowed as he nonchalantly commented, "Not a bit of progress." It's really hard to eat. Xiao Minuo, is this the best you can do? Let Xiao Ye eat this kind of breakfast every day? Xiao Minuo dryly glared at him, resuming his cold demeanor, not expecting him to spit out any good words anyway. However, Xiaoyi was dissatisfied and stood up, bravely raising her small face, saying, "Righteous father obviously doesn't think it's appetizing, so why do you have to eat all of mine? The meals made by mommy are my favorite." Xiaohan lowered his head, unable to imagine that a tiny child would dare to speak directly about himself like this. However, he looked at these big black and white pure and innocent eyes and instantly changed his mind. Who said that the policy of wistfulness is more effective? Little knight, trust righteous father. Your mommy's cooking is really not good. The reason you think it's delicious is because you haven't eaten better. He reached out his hand to express his love and touched Xiaoyu's head, loudly announcing, "You are now the youngest master of the Xiao family. How can you condemn yourself anymore? Starting tomorrow, you will eat Yuji's set menu with me." Ah. However, righteous father Xiaoyi opened his eyes wide and blurted out, "I'm still used to eating mommy's cooking." What, do you doubt righteous father's taste? I've eaten the most exquisite pastries from all over the world, and I've been served by international chefs. You are a good son of your righteous father, so I will start cultivating you from the taste of food. Xiaohan said while proudly glancing at Xia Menuo, pointing to the lean meat porridge on the table. When Yuji's breakfast comes, you and your righteous father will taste it together, and I'll make sure that you won't be able to eat any of these inferior products in the future. Xia Menuo's face became more and more ugly, while the side of the Zhang Bo heard this, but also continuous non-stop dry cough several times. Uncle Zhang, has your voice broken these days? You are old. If you are sick, go see a doctor. Xiao Han did not turn around and his voice traveled straight through the living room. Uncle Zhang stared at his cold and solitary back, covered his lips, and desperately coughed more violently. It seems that he is really sick. Young master, you cannot eat if you do not like it, but Xiaoyu loves the meal made by his own mommy the most. You cannot order a small child in such a domineering way. Xia Menuo calmly watched for a while, and finally couldn't help but speak out. Little Knight quickly winked at her mommy, who was bent on defending herself, to show how touched she was. The maid's handiwork is poor. How can I condescend to my own son? Xiaohan pulled back the corners of his lips to reveal a big smile. Son, come here, Yuji is about to arrive. This son called can be really affectionate. Let Xiao Mianua standing their spine run up a burst of goosebumps, immediately produce a strong sense of crisis, afraid that he really began to hit Xiaoye's idea. She has already begged so hard to endure, is he still not satisfied, still want to use Xiaoye to deal with her? Zhang Bo walked over with a respectful hand and interjected without a smile, "Young master, if you are not satisfied with Miss Xiao's maid's work, as a housekeeper I also have a responsibility. I promise that I will bring the best chef for the Xiao mansion by this afternoon, as well as the most experienced and efficient cleaner, so that young master will not have to worry about this in the future. This is something that should have been done a long time ago." If it wasn't for Xiao Han's cold and strange personality, removing the mansion's original servants, he wouldn't have faced this situation. Xia Menuo cast a glance gratefully, knowing that Zhang Bo always genuinely relieved himself at critical moments. Xiaoya looked at Xia Menuo and then at Xiao Han, her dark eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of something, she took the initiative to pull Xiao Han's big hand. In Xiao Han's unfathomable gaze, he smiled and revealed his small incisors that were about to fall out. He. After I thought about it, righteous father actually cared about me and loved me before doing this. How can I live up to my righteous father's heart? Xia Mizuno's lips moved, and for a moment she couldn't believe that her son could so easily see the wind and be bought by a breakfast. Xiaoyi hurriedly took her hand again, smilingly explaining, "Mommy, in fact, I'm also in a difficult situation. It's just that I really want to taste the deliciousness that righteous father said." Xiao Han, however, laughed and hummed. "Xia Menuo, do you hear me? You want to arrange breakfast for the Xiao family's young master every day?" Xia Mianua felt her palms being tightened, and with a glance down, Xiaoyu was winking at herself behind Xiao Han's back. After all, mother and son had a tacit understanding that was different from the others. She instantly understood Xiaoyi's intentions, and her stoic expression became relaxed. What young master said is that everything is at young master's disposal. I, a maid, don't have any opinions. She said this with an extraordinarily respectful attitude. Hey, righteous father, then starting tomorrow is it true that my mommy won't have to get up so early again? Also, Uncle Zhang just said that we can hire a very powerful chef. I can't wait. Xiaoyi quickly blinked her smiling eyes, her eyes shining brightly. Righteous father, you must be impatient too. It was too late when Xiao Han realized that his momentary carelessness had allowed these three people to immovably besiege and alleviate Xia Menuo's work. This was because Xiao Ye, with his unrivaled pandering skills, lured him to hold this decision up any way he could. That's right, she couldn't cook anything exquisite even if she got up early and spent more time. Uncle Zhang, start picking out chefs with international licenses in a few minutes. He ordered majestically, declaring his unshakable authority. He consoled himself, this is good, every morning in the future, this woman won't have to rush to catch the morning and excuse herself from her bed. Yes, young master. Zhang Bo didn't even half cough this time, even the corners of his fine-lined eyes squinted from happiness. Wise and invincible righteous father, sir, in fact, mommy doesn't know how to do hygiene at all, she couldn't even wipe a floor tile clean last night. And she still needs help from me and Uncle Zhang. Xiaoye, this wallflower fell really fast. Within a few minutes she started to openly report, righteous father, you love tidiness so much, can you ask Uncle Zhang to hire another awesome cleaner who is specially responsible for taking care of the hygiene off? Xiaohan frowned, how can he let Xia Miannu off easily again, refused, no, your mommy lives here, eats here, she has to take up the work that should be done. The work of scrubbing the floor can be practiced every day. Xia Mingyuo, are you okay with this? He pointed his spear at the silent woman next to him. Xia Mingyuo looked at him, not much of a reaction, no problem. Chapter 57 Chapter 057. In fact, when Yuji sent the breakfast set to him, Xiaoyi was simply too late to eat it, and Xia Miannu didn't even urge him, so he just heard himself explaining to Xiaohan in a hurry, righteous father, I actually want to accompany you to eat it slowly, but if I slow down a little bit more, I'll be late for school. Xiaohan looked at him as he had already put on his small school bag, his brows frowned unhappily, you are Xiao Knight, what does it matter if you arrive a little late? Don't worry, the teacher will definitely not dare to say anything about you. But Xiao Knight had been agonizing over his name since the first day of school, and now that he heard Xiaohan address himself with a proud tone, his face couldn't help but turn a little red. He pulled the shoulder strap of his school bag tighter and firmly walked to the door before turning back to Xiaohan, but I don't want Lin Jejia to think that I'm a classmate who doesn't follow school discipline. Righteous father, I am leaving. Xiao Miannu was something to do with the evil forces of the firm and brave appreciation. She also deliberately sat on the bag, turned back to do nuts and sitting at the table in front of the man said, I will also go to buy some medicine. Young master called a dong over to pick up your it. I'm going to go buy some medicine. Young master will ask a dong to come over to pick you up. Mother and son no longer pay attention to the burning line of sight behind them. Decisively out of the living room door, a small figure bathed in the sunrise. Uncle Zhang suspiciously furrowed his eyebrows, is Ms. Xia sick? Xiaohan but at the same time emerged a sentence of anger clear words, housekeeper, Lin Jia who? A housekeeper doesn't know either. Uncle Zhang apologized and stood a few steps away, young master, in fact, Miss Xia is a very good woman, it's not easy to bring up a child alone, the master used to be very relieved about what Miss Xia did. Xiaohan unhappily pushed the exquisite set meal aside and simply turned to stare straight at him, butler, what exactly are you trying to say? Cough cough I want to say that if young master can be a little more patient, he should be able to discover many of Miss Xia's strengths. After all, the old master's greatest hope is that the young master will be able to add a new generation of heirs to the Xiao family sooner rather than later, and Miss Xia is the most suitable candidate for that. Uncle Zhang vowed to serve the Xiao family for the rest of his life, and naturally, he had to do his best to facilitate the old master's wish. I don't know why, as soon as it was mentioned that he should find a woman to have a child, Xiaohan was full of rebellion, and his mood was as if he had returned to the age of 18. Not to mention that the object was Xia Miannu, he had no good feelings towards that woman at all, how could he let her conceive his heir? Uncle Zhang, you have been in the Xiao family for so many years, you are one of the old man's most appreciated confidants, haven't you heard any rumors about the Xiao family's bloodline? There were only the two of them in the mansion, and Xiaohan did not speak with so much concealment. Zhang Bo's face really changed, a trace of dissimilarity flashed in his gray eyes. Does young master mean the secret that the Xiao family has been trying their best to hide? It seems that you really know. Xiaohan's voice squeezed out from between his teeth with a bit of a cold and eerie feeling. No, I don't know. Uncle Zhang regained his composure and kept his face intact. Young master, I only know that men in the Xiao family cannot take wives, otherwise it will bring disaster to their wives and children. What exactly is the reason, I do not know. However, Master has mentioned that it is not completely hopeless to change the fate of the Xiao family, which has been inherited for several generations. Xiaohan sneered and lifted his lips, his face full of mockery. Does the old man think that I am afraid of the threat in the secret? The one who is cowardly is him, and the one who doesn't dare to challenge fate is also him. I don't believe in evil, so I must marry the woman I love. Zhang Bo was shocked by the disdain and stubbornness in his words. He really didn't know what unknown secrets were hidden in the Xiao family's lineage, but he knew that the old master Xiao Tianxiong had never given up on changing the fate of the Xiao family. Unfortunately, he did not succeed, and now his greatest wish is to see the next generation of the Xiao family airborne earlier. Alright, you first step back, Xiao Han ordered in a deep voice. Uncle Zhang yawned and still sincerely issued an important salutation. Young master, please allow me to say one more thing. If you are truly in love with a woman, you should never take a risk with her. You can have a son but not a wife, otherwise the one who will regret in the end will be young master himself. I will not do anything that I will regret. Xiao Han Lang Ran made his opinion clear and waved his hand to signal Zhang Bo to quickly retire. He liked a clean space and savored solitude alone. Perhaps he had grown up with such habits since he was a child, so lately, having to adapt to the addition of a woman and a child in the mansion was really a great test of his patience. What Uncle Zhang said, how could he not have thought about it? It's just that he believes in himself even more. What the old man can't do, he's going to do it. He won't obediently accept his fate. When Ah Dong received the call from Uncle Zhang, he did not dare to be slow at all and immediately rushed to the front of the Xiao family mansion to wait for his boss to go out. Xiao Han was still sitting in the back seat of the car. In fact, Xiao Mizuno had served as the driver for only a few days, but he would surprisingly feel very obtrusive when he saw the sturdy back of Ah Dong's head. Ah Dong, hand holding the steering wheel, obviously feel the chill behind him. Too unhappy line of sight seems to poke a hole in the back of his head, cannot help but be a little nervous. The boss is not in a good mood today, it is better to speak less. He came to this conclusion. The silent space of the car suddenly rang with a cell phone, and the stereo cord of the outgoing speaker suddenly filled the air with a terrible sound. A thick voice was roaring a cliched song with abandon. Sister, you boldly go forward, ah. Go forward. Xiao Han's eyebrows almost came together, and there was not a trace of warmth on his June face. Ah Dong glanced toward the rearview mirror and was so shocked that he did not dare to open his cell phone to answer it. The ringtone continued to sing undauntedly, getting louder and louder, and the first drops of cold sweat began to break out on Ah Dong's forehead. He had to timidly reach out with one hand and quickly press it off. Xiao Han pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Who knew that only a few seconds later, that cell phone roared again for dear life. This time, Ah Dong even trembled a little with his driving hand, not daring to touch the cell phone. Why don't you answer the phone? Xiao Han's voice traveled over coldly. He wanted to see who dared to come and disturb his subordinates while they were working. Oh. Ah Dong forgot everything and picked up the phone in a panic. Hello, Ah. Oops, I'm driving now, I can't. Oops, you now. Just with this kind of super loud telephone, Xiao Han's sharp ears will be the other side of the delicate speech to hear clearly. It turned out to be a woman. It should be a Dong, this boy's lover. Just in time, he had something to ask him. Chapter 58. Chapter 058. Ah Dong did not dare to talk on the phone more, hurriedly and vaguely dealt with that dainty beauty, then immediately cut off the phone. But after finishing a few words, he felt his undershirt was wet with cold sweat. After all, who dared to talk about personal matters in front of the cold and indifferent new boss? Xiao Han waited for his hand to stop trembling before faintly opening his mouth to ask, your lover? No, a girlfriend. Ah Dong answered honestly. His heart was surprised beyond words. How come the boss was interested in asking himself this? Girlfriend. Xiao Han toyed with these 3 words. Frankly speaking, he had no feeling for these 3 words. Having lived for 30 years, he had never associated them with any words like girlfriend. What is a girlfriend usually used for? The car is still a distance away from the building. Xiao Han, as a relaxation, continue to ask Dong. Ah Dong is even more strange, secretly muttering in his heart. Could it be that the boss also wants to have a girlfriend? Or is he trying to chase some woman? However, why does the boss's tone sound like a girlfriend is the same thing, used like a tool? A girlfriend is a woman that one likes and usually spends time with. Ah Dong did not know how to explain. Xiao Han's expression is very serious, without a bit of joking. Then what do you usually do together? How is this boss so interested in his own affairs? Ah Dong apprehensively replied, is not working, accompany her to go shopping, watch movies, eat snacks and so on. Women are happy when they have more company. If you don't accompany her, just like just now, make a strong phone call for fear that you will be afraid of the same. Why don't you find a mistress? Mistresses don't have to be so troublesome. Xiao Han seems to be talking about the most natural thing, but Adam almost crashed the car out of the crosswalk. Braking abruptly at the red light, he apologized to his boss, but his heart muttered even more. This young boss does not know what he is talking about. Only a man with money and capital could possibly keep a mistress. An ordinary boy like him, who has no money and no looks, just needs to have a regular girlfriend to get married in peace and quiet. However, with the boss's capital that not many people can cast, or, even if he changed mistresses one day, he would not be surprised. Young master actually has a girlfriend is not bad, she will accompany you when you are lonely, take care of you when you are sick, sometimes make you happy, but sometimes make you angry. Really sorry young master, I am too talkative. Ah Dong accidentally glimpsed Xiao Han's cold eyes again and instinctively flinched. If you really like a woman, you should first chase her to be your girlfriend and then you can get married if it's suitable. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully and asked no more questions. The carriage was silent for a moment. This man who had never been exposed to the life of the plain world, naturally would not know the definition of love and girlfriend, but these words of personal experience from Ah Dong contributed to his astonishing decision. He decided to go after the charming Ms. Xian properly and let her be his girlfriend. When Xiao Han arrived at the company, Xia Minuo was already sitting in her seat working. Come in for a moment. He dropped a sentence as he passed by her. She subconsciously grabbed the information bag in her hand, her heart beating heavily. After last night's intimate entanglement, she couldn't stop her inner turmoil even if she pretended to be calm on the surface. Women. Always not as free as men, she must not admit defeat like this. Followed Xiao Han into the office, Xiao Han turned back, the line of sight fixed in her face round several times, before raising thin lips. Get moisturized woman is not the same, you look good spirit today. Xia Mizuno was ready to ignore his topic. You found me in, what are your orders? Xiao Han stared at her one more time, remembering the decision he made on the way to the company, the arc of his mouth raised higher. Xia Mizuno, from today onwards every day help me to spare an hour on a fixed basis. And simply like this, it will be fixed at 6 o'clock in the afternoon every day after work time. Xia Minuo as a special assistant, was responsible for arranging and taking care of all his schedules, heard this and asked formulaically, I don't know what the president is going to do with this hour? Xiao Han's dark eyes flashed with a deep seriousness, a date. Dating? Xia Minuo suspected that she had heard wrongly, but when she heard these two words, her heart was hard hit by something. She would never be narcissistic that the person he was going to date was himself, but it was only at night that he did that kind of thing to her, and then in the daytime he was arranging a date. Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind, and she immediately clenched her fingers in disbelief. He's going to go to Sin AI himself, he's serious about Sin AI. Man, what kind of bad luck did Xin AI have again? How could she let the Xiao family look at her and have to sting like a fly? That's right. I'm going to personally date Ms. Xin AI. To show my sincerity, I'll personally pick her up from work at the Xinya Group. Xiao Han already had a plan of attack in a short period of time. When his eyes gazed at Xia Minuo's stiff expression, he couldn't help but have another idea. You are my driver, so you will go with me after work at 6 o'clock. President. Xia Minuo suppressed the impulse to question loudly, controlled his emotions and asked word by word, are you serious? Of course. Do you think I have a lot of free time to chase a woman who doesn't want to be serious? Ms. Xin will be my Xiao Han's girlfriend, how can I not be serious? Xiao Han announced his decision, that tone had the confidence of a sure thing. However, do you think Miss Xin will agree with you? Xia Mizuno can't see this kind of man who doesn't care about other people's feelings the most. Is he still so bent on getting what he wants, thinking that he can definitely get it if he wants it? Even if Xin AI doesn't know how to refuse, she definitely won't stand by and watch a former friend jump into the fire pit. Because only she knew best how despicable and shameless this man was. Why didn't she say yes? I'm such an excellent man, and I even personally offered my sincerity, and also gave her the name of girlfriend. Why do you think she refused? Xiao Han didn't like the retort in her words. Has it ever occurred to the president that Miss Xin AI might already have someone she likes? Xia Minuo hadn't had time to get to know Xin AI yet, but it wasn't impossible to raise this hypothesis. No, I've already investigated, she just returned to Yuan City not long ago just like me, and is still a single woman without a master. Xiao Han's black eyes radiated a special kind of light as soon as he mentioned Xin AI. Besides, even if she has a person of interest, I will still make her like me. Xia Mizuno, are you jealous when you say such words against it? Chapter 59 Chapter 059. She is jealous? She wouldn't be jealous of him chasing after other women even if she lost her head, her senses failed her, and she didn't have a man to love for the rest of her life. Xia Minuo was pretty sure that she was worried about Xin AI, but she would be foolish if she thought that her direct opposition was still useful. There was no way that this man would accept his opinion, and it seemed that Xin AI's matter could only be reminded by secretly finding a chance to do so. As if discovering the disdain in Xia Minuo's eyes, Xiao Han took a few steps to stand in front of her, slightly bending down to gaze at her. This little face is really stubborn. It's really not pleasing to the eye, her temper is cold and shrewish, no wonder no man likes her. TSK, Xia Minuo, if you're jealous, say it generously. Xiao Han's breath brushed across her skin, with a charm if nothing else, but the tone was the usual mockery. However, a woman like you can let you be my mistress already should be satisfied. Only a woman as beautiful and elegant as Ms. Xian is qualified to have my love. His disparagement caused her lips to tighten into a line, and her heart was torn hard for a moment. But love? Xia Mingyuo straightened her spine, not letting her hurt show. Inwardly, she was surprised that he used the word love. Was his feeling for Xinai really just love at first sight? Why did she always feel a little strange? Such a proud and arrogant man, who does have a proud capital, so easily moved to a woman's heart? Or is there another reason? President, do you know love? Xia Mingyuo ignored his mockery and asked expressionlessly. Xiao Han's eyes sank violently, carrying the general chill of a cold night. That's right, he often scoffed at the word love, and there had been jilted women who said that he didn't know how to love, but this time he was genuinely trying to learn how to love, because he had only now found a woman that he truly wanted to love. Humph. Don't think you understand. He coldly spewed out his breath, his eyes sharp to tear her apart. Soon, he collected the coldness of his whole body again, and coldly ordered, regarding Ms. Xian, you are not allowed to ask one more question. You just need to do your duty as a good driver, and, right now, help me contact the manager of Emperor Yuan. I want to spend a romantic night with Ms. Xian. Xia Mingyuo's eyebrows moved a bit, her eyes no longer looked at him, her voice was calm and weightless as she asked, Profound Emperor? The president just needs a phone call, and the manager will not dare to be negligent. Xia Mingyuo, are you that incompetent? Don't forget that you are my special assistant. Xiao Han warned. Good. Do you want to clear the scene? Xia Mingyuo felt that he was clearly intentionally looking for work for himself. She had obviously already been too busy to separate herself from organizing the reports and documents of various industries, as well as the plan to acquire the nursing home. She also had a headache just thinking about it. Now even his wind and snow also need her to serve. Calm down, she held back her anger and began to make herself ask in a completely formulaic way. Of course you do, everything is arranged to the best of your ability. You're the special assistant, you have to do these things. Do you hear me? Xiao Han enjoyed the feeling of commanding her. Whenever he looked at her expression of stoicism and not daring to say anything, he had a nasty smooth feeling in the bottom of his heart. Yes. Xia Mingyuo glanced at him. What about Ms. Xian? Is the president sure that she will accept your invitation? This is none of your business. There is no more business for you, get out. When Xiao Han thought about Xinai, he only felt that the woman in front of him was a bit tiresome. She was too nosy and meddlesome. He will let her see how he is gentle and considerate to women, then see how she can still hold back from being jealous? After all, he can get the exclusive favor of such a man as a blessing in a previous life. Belong to their own hotel, the most luxurious and upscale hotel in the city, as long as Xiao Han have a word, even if the entire hotel building all shut down for a night, all employees all line up to serve him, no one has half a point of view. Xia Mingyuo was just like the most powerful spokesman for Xiao Han. After all, the feast that shocked the whole city, but the big president Xiao personally introduced the special assistant, but also the old master's life as the most trusted special assistant, who dares to question her. Therefore, a phone call over to explain the meaning of the president, the manager of the profound emperor immediately led all the staff into a tense preparation. On this day, Xia Mingyuo was so busy that she didn't have any other plans, let alone visiting Dean Gu in person again at the foster home. By 5:30 p.m., she only felt a pain in her forehead and some dizziness. Just at this time, a call that made her heart beat wildly came in, and just looking at that number made her agitated. However, she must not let Xiao Han find out again, otherwise she didn't know how he was going to use the excuse to humiliate and torment her again. Xia Mingyuo used to set her cell phone to vibrate, so this will be her unhurriedly stood up, but also deliberately drank water to pretend to go to the restroom appearance, and walked out from Xiao Han's line of sight in a big way. The separate female restroom on the highest floor was quiet, not a single person. Xia Mingyuo closed the door behind her, covered her thumping heart, and slowly put the phone to her ear. Hello? Nua, it's me. Tong Tiansu's low voice was in his ear. Hello, what's the matter? Despite the excitement inside, she didn't show it. When Tong Tiansu heard such a cold tone, his heart was lost, but he was prepared for it and remained gentle. Nua, I want to see you. Do you have time tonight? Xia Mingyuo held her breath. She also wants to see him off. And so afraid to see him after 7 years, what will he be like? However, she is no longer the innocent girl of the year. Not only have children, but also last night became someone else's. Nua, are you still there? Hearing a silence, Tong Tiansu tensed up. He wanted to see her so badly. When Xinu asked him with incomparable hesitation if Nua Nua already had another lover, boyfriend or husband, "What would you do, brother?" What would he do? He couldn't wait to see her, couldn't tolerate seeing her for even a moment. However, he could only endure, calmly endure until now to ask her out with immense prudence. "Nua Nua, I really miss you." Tom brother, two words stuck in her throat. She took a deep breath, forced to hold calm, know that she cannot escape anymore. If Xiaohan was going to go on a date with Xinai, then she would find time to meet Tiansu, perhaps only by refusing face to face would his affection for her end. Thinking of this, her heart throbbed. "Okay. At 6:30, I will contact you." Saying these words, Xia Menuo couldn't hear the other party's delighted shout in time and pressed off the phone. She closed her eyes, her body leaning helplessly against the back of the door, unable to move for half a day. After a long time, she splashed up cool water and washed her face, rearranging her makeup before re-entering the office. Chapter 060. These days together, Xia Menuo had gradually realized Xiaohan's nature and way of doing things. She thought that Xiaohan would force Xinai to go to the date with his unique dominance, but in fact, Xiaohan took out the greatest patience and sincerity in his life, making Xinai feel that if she didn't go to the date, it would be difficult to get rid of the entanglement, and she had to go to the date to get the closure she wanted even before she started. 6 o'clock, Xiaohan is very punctual from the office out, to some distracted Xia Menuo said, "Now go to Xinyi group to pick up people." "Oh." Xia Menuo answered a low, "Immediately pack up the documents on the table, shut down the computer." At this moment, let her heart like a small rabbit as uneasy as not Xiaohan and Xinai, but 7 years have not seen the child Tiansu. From the time she received the phone call, she has not been calm for a minute, full of thoughts about what might happen when they meet at night. In the car, Xia Menuo is very silent, although she is usually so expressionless, gazing ahead, focusing on driving, but Xiaohan is keenly aware of a kind of dissimilarity. He leaned on the back of the seat, his eyes sharply exploring the woman in front of him. From his angle, he could just clearly see her side. Soft hair just above her shoulders, casually batch scattered, the air conditioning blew her hair slightly fluttering. He suddenly remembered the feeling of his own fingers running through her hair last night, silky smooth and cold, indescribably comfortable, with an impulse to wrap those ebony hairs around his fingertips one by one. Her red lips slightly pursed, eyebrows slightly wrinkled, side profile looks and feels like she is not happy for what? "Xia Menuo, what are you thinking?" Xiaohan folded his hands and rested them on his knees, pretending to ask casually. "Didn't think about anything." Xia Menuo replied indifferently. "You look strange, are you really jealous?" He deliberately stretched his voice to test. "Whatever the president thinks." Her eyes didn't even move a bit, continuing to just look at the road ahead. He can think whatever he likes. Hearing this kind of answer, Xiaohan of course cannot be satisfied, continue to ask, "Then why the mouth does not move a bit?" "Back to the president, only need to move the mouth when eating, I am now driving." Xia Menuo made it clear that she is not soft and not hard, just how he asked how to say, she did not want to satisfy his man's arrogance and vanity. "Xia Menuo." Xiaohan called her name. "President, I am now driving." She pursed her lips, the car at this time just stopped at a red light intersection. "Who said that? Isn't it stopped?" "Xia Menuo, you are really a mystery. There's a special aura about you, cold, stubborn and proud, unyielding flavor, and those secret messages that were well protected by the old man." She was often like a mystery to him, unable to guess what was in her heart. "Riddle?" Xia Menuo sneered, "Isn't the president very good at guessing what's in people's minds?" "I, Xia Menuo, am as white as a piece of paper. Can I have some kind of little mystery or something like that? Can I hide it from the eyes of the president?" Xiaohan let go of his fingers, his body explored forward. "Enigmatic woman, I will definitely control you to the fullest." Xia Menuo suppressed her impatience, and chills ran up all over her body. She knew that what he said was true, and he had long ago made no secret of his desire to avenge the old man's death. Was she really responsible for that accident? Did she have the evidence to vindicate herself? She could only answer calmly without making any show of it, "Is this your means of revenge? I thought you had complete control over me." Hearing this, he was mildly pleased, but more than that, he was resentful of not letting go. In addition to the time basically control her, last night also want her body, but heart? Isn't the best revenge for a woman to ruthlessly torture her heart? Such a weird woman, how was he going to get her heart? Xiaohan was a little chagrined up, he had never spent his heart on a woman. In his consciousness, Xinai was the first and will be the only one. And all the attention he paid to Xia Menuo was purely for the wrath in his heart. He wanted to vent his hatred for the old man on her, and he also wanted to make her bear the hatred of avenging the old man's death. To put it bluntly, he would not let her go at all. Xiao Mianhua, you can't escape. Xiaohan crossed his arms and said with an icy cold face. Xiao Minhua did not make a sound for a long time, after a while, before quietly answering, I have no intention of escaping. This man was even more stubborn and nasty than his father, who could escape the Xiao family's tracking. Not to mention that she currently felt that she could still bear it, at least she couldn't let Xiaoye suffer a little bit of harm. Xiaohan could retaliate if he liked to, the worst had already happened, she had lost her body, it wouldn't really take her life. At the time of almost arriving at Xinye Group, Xiaohan dialed the phone to Xanai. Xiao Mianhua heard very clearly. Xanai indeed did not refuse, and seemed to be very quick to indicate that she would immediately come downstairs to meet with him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Mianhua pretended to speak without thinking. How did the president get an appointment with Ms. Xin? Xiaohan's dark eyes glowed with a sheen of confidence as he spat out two words, charm. Xiao Minhua frowned, feeling unable to communicate with this person. It was becoming increasingly difficult to endure his pride and arrogance. Tonight, she had to face Xinai again and meet with Tiansu. It was really not a small excitement. She turned the steering wheel tightly, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. President, do you think, if Ms. Xin sees you bring a woman to your appointment, what will she think? You mean yourself? Xiaohan quickly understood what she meant, his thin lips skewed up in mockery. Xiao Minhua, you are just my driver, do you think Miss Xinai would mind? Xiao Minhua smiled at the reply, I thought the president knew more about women. No woman would like to see herself on a date with another woman, even if it's a chauffeur, she would be unhappy in her heart. Oh? This is a woman's mindset? Xiaohan admitted to himself that he hadn't taken the trouble to understand a woman's mindset, and what Xiao Minhua said did make sense when he thought about it. Just this is Xiao Minhua's excuse to escape tonight? Perhaps, she was really a little jealous because of her date with Xinai? Women. His male psyche suddenly delighted at the thought of being able to make her jealous. President, this is your first date with Ms. Xin, I don't want any unpleasantness to happen because of me, and I don't want to suffer the president's unnecessary anger because of it when the time comes. Xiao Minhua straight nodded at the center, while quietly observing his reaction from the rearview mirror. President, even if you don't agree with it or not, I, Xiao Minhua, am also a very attractive woman in the eyes of others. Are you really not afraid that Ms. Xin will mind? Moderate narcissism is indeed extremely lethal. After a few seconds of consideration, Xiaohan ordered with great reluctance, Xiao Minhua, go back immediately in a while, no fooling around outside. Xiao Mianhua sniffed, quietly exhaled for her victory, her eyes flooded with another piece of complexity. Tiansu.